feel life too much. I feel high, I feel low.
Disaster for Cloud9.
I've been thinking on my sins for the last 4 blocks. That's 2 Hail Marys and a half-court shot. Something tough on myself. Drag my body through the belt and vow to do the most. Leave none for later. Pray for my haters.
Jensen didn't get his Zonias off, didn't get his ultimate off. He goes down in the critical fight.
Where you at? Where you at? Get relentless with it. Where you at? Where you at? Let's get reckless with it. Where you at? How I love it, live it, attack it. I keep coming and I get it. Right now more than ever.
It's those tiny moments in these games that make or break the team.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our opening weekend of the summer split here in North America. There's another full day of action on the horizon as 6 more teams make their summer premiere. We've got Team Liquid entering the studio moments ago as they're gearing up here. Golden Blue Glue back in the lineup. Piglet back to ADC. We'll see how that roster makes their return. High on his way into the studio as well. Of course, they're welcoming back Wild Turtle, while CLG, hot off their victory last night, making their way down the hallways, getting readied up for their game today. Here's that Wild Turtle shot that we're looking for. We'll see how he slots into the team. And Echo Fox making their way to the stage moments ago. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me on the analyst desk are Mark Zimmerman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler for our second day of action here in the North American LCS. How are we doing today?
Like the great words of Tom DeLonge, I missed you, Dash. I'm happy to be back.
I missed you too.
Yeah,
I missed you too. Were those great words? I missed you.
It's the song by Blink-182.
But in general, that's just a common phrase.
Yeah, well, I'm specifically quoting that song.
Okay, I got it. Kobe,
I'm not going to take part in this intro. Do not approve.
All right.
That's fine with me.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
We're going to blow right through this. Before we get into today's matches, let's get a refresher of how yesterday played out. New rosters were in style last night as both CLG and Immortals found upsets in their first match of the split, while Cloud9 and Phoenix1 look to bounce back before week 1 ends. We'll see who else can debut with a win in our matches today. It all starts with Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Liquid in the Battle Arena. Then NALCS1 presents a rematch of our spring finals as TSM and Cloud9 take to the stage. Over on NALCS2, Wild Turtle makes his premiere on FlyQuest against Echo Fox. After that, Team Dignitas duke it out opposite Team Envy in the Battle Theater. So a lot of matchups today. Last night, we saw CLG and Immortals starting off strong. The two teams, they had the big trade we were talking about in the offseason. Like Smithy for Dardoch, both teams coming away with a win, so it looks like the trade worked out for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, big trade and big upsets, honestly, because both of them, take down some top contenders. Cloud9 and Phoenix1 were at the very top of the playoffs in last split. Now, the reason this was such a highly talked about trade, not only was it one of the only trades that actually occurred in the offseason, but Smithy and Dardoch are such different style junglers. Dardoch, everyone thought he was coming into CLG, he's going to be super active, playmaker, creating skirmishes, winning those skirmishes, and trying to carry this team to victory. That didn't necessarily happen. CLG kind of won as a team around Dardoch. Meanwhile, Smithy actually stepped up very big for Immortals. He came in, set up so many plays for them, really helped those carries get going.
It was still a different look for Immortals overall, though, where previously their whole identity was kind of based around Dardoch going off in the early game and the rest of the team following up on that. While Smithy was still the playmaker, it was more like Pobelter shining and other carries on the team. And that was the big thing with this trade, was like asking if these teams and players could actually change to new styles. So like you said, Dardoch didn't need to carry this time. He's on a team with Afro and Zix. It was actually more of the game plan behind the whole team comp that led him to let them win. It wasn't Dardoch just going crazy in the early game.
As was mentioned, both games yesterday, upsets considering spring's final standings. But Cloud9, they've got the task of rebounding today against a tougher opponent in TSM, who are welcoming back Doublelift to the lineup.
Exactly. All eyes are on Doublelift. This reminds everybody of the TSM that went 17-1. And not only does Doublelift, yes, he has a good laning phase, and people like to talk about the CS differences. However, the biggest thing for me is the shot calling aspect. that he brings back to the team. Because one of the biggest criticisms for TSM, especially at MSI that they're just now coming back from, is that, you know, they weren't as proactive as you'd like to see. And a lot of the mid-game really got bogged down, you know, couldn't quite finish them off. Double Lift, they've all talked about how he's the more aggressive shot caller and can maybe direct them in that way.
And while it's nice that Double Lift's coming back, it is joining a TSM that's probably pretty burnt out a little bit. They've only been scrimming for like a week and a half compared to a lot of the teams that were scrimming during MSI, so they've had 3 weeks of prep getting ready for this new patch. TSM a little bit on the back foot. And then C9 losing yesterday are going to be really hungry to kind of avenge themselves, as well as, you know, losing in the finals to TSM. So this could be a little bit of a trap game if you're a TSM fan, that they could drop this one because it's just tough to come after that quick turnaround time.
I mean, they could drop it just because literally these teams were so close even in the finals, right? Pretty evenly matched.
And while Double Lift slots in, Wild Turtle's going to be shifting over to FlyQuest. We talked about it with Zyrene a little bit yesterday, but actually returning to a team with high elimination balls, you know, echoing the Quantic days and such. So we'll see how he, you know, in his aggressive playstyle can kind of mesh with a team that we generally look at as one that is willing to take risks and make big moves.
That's the thing is when you had Alltech on the team, it's kind of everyone flying in, going crazy, and he would be back in the back line trying to be, you know, the consistent 80 carry. Now Turtle's going to be joining them going crazy most likely in the front line dive. So it's a different look on the same team probably.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really did enjoy, you know, some of Alltech's play as well. The Mordekaiser and all the, you know, weird bottom lanes that they were able to come up with. But everybody's excited to see how Turtle does perform because previously it was so much, especially about the early game, of High and Moon creating plays. You know, maybe they play more around bottom lane or something.
You talk about weird Mordekaiser picks. While we probably won't see Mordekaiser, let's talk about some of the champions that we might see and have seen so far. Of course, with the tank reworks, Zach was permabanned yesterday, but we also got to see the premiere, the debut of both Xayah and Rakan in the North American LCS just last night.
Yeah, and I think Zach, you can expect it to be permabanned a lot. It's one of those champions that just got so overbuffed to the point where it becomes everyone's top priority champion. Either you're banning it because you don't want to play it, or you're on red side, and then if you're on blue side, you're first picking it because you don't want to give this thing over. So it's kind of been forced into everyone's priority champion pool, not necessarily because they want to play it, as opposed to something like that Xayah and Rakan.
And it is really fun if he does get through picks and bans. I don't know.
You're in for a show maybe.
As long as people have at least put a little bit of time in on the champion, I think they will want to play it. And the only thing, you know, we'll probably almost always see him red side bans. If teams haven't put that time in though, and you see blue side bans, that might be a little bit of a weakness. But the thing they mentioned with the Xayah and Rakan lane, that was really impressive to me because we saw it come out a little bit once in Korea, once in Europe, but Afromu and Stixxay absolutely crushed on this combo. You know, team fight after team fight after team fight. CLG didn't win that in the classic CLG way we know with shot calling or any sort of macro.
Playmaking.
That was with playmaking. That was with winning team fights with their combos.
And I gotta say, I love the way it looked too with those combos because we've been so used to seeing these kind of shield comps for so long now. That's a long, sustained DPS fight. Here it's just snap your fingers instantly. There's a big combination of the Xayah ult with the Orianna ult and the Rakan ult. So it's just this great combination of ultimates to see.
Lastly, I want to talk about the new big objective in Rift Herald. Of course, we did see it taken a few times last night, but it feels like as of yet we haven't seen it used to the greatest possible effect.
It's one of those things that people are still learning to harness properly. It has a lot of potential, not only in just finishing off turrets, which is kind of how people were using it previously that we saw yesterday, but in setting up more map plays. You can potentially put it where you're not, or you can do it after you get a kill. You can also use it to like dip in after you drop it to get vision control, or potentially move into a dragon. There's a lot of situations that feels like it's relatively untapped based off what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I really like the one where you can exploit if you seem to get a kill or you set up a play in one area of the map, knowing that you're going to want to get more out of a play, and maybe then you get multiple turrets. But so far it's been half a turret or one turret at best.
Using the Rift Herald following a play as opposed to the Rift Herald itself being your play. Is that what you're talking about?
For the most part, yes.
Well,
sorry,
basically,
you weren't on camera, so your nod was, I knew that no viewer at home was seeing your agreement.
You just look crazy now.
So now I just look insane.
The other option that we like to look for, right, is, you know, playing it down on one side and creating a play somewhere else. But basically the forethought that goes into it hasn't really been there.
We're looking for more strategic diversity around that objective. Now, we want to know from you guys at home. We want to hear from you, rather. Show us how you're celebrating the first week of the summer split by tweeting to @LOL Esports with the hashtag HowILCS. We'll be checking in throughout the day and sharing your viewing experiences. Now, though, it's time to pass it off to the casters to get us into the matches. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Tash. Welcome, everyone, to the Battle Arena. I'm Julian Patriot, I'm Car, and lucky me, I get to cast alongside Mr. Clean Calls himself, Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley.
Come up with that one on your own?
Nope, definitely not. Riders, you're doing a great job. We begin our day with a battle between CLG Gaming and Team Liquid. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, they picked up a win yesterday. It's Counter Logic Gaming. We're going to start their season off even better. In the top lane, Darshan, new jungler Dardoch, mid laner Huhi, bot Stixay, support Apramu, and Coach 6.
And facing them on the red side today, making their summer split debut, it's going to be Team Liquid. In the top lane, Lorlo. In the jungle, Rainover. Mid lane, Golden Glue. Bot lane, Piglet. Support Matt with Coach D. Lim, who's filling in today.
Certainly is, and last night, CLG's premiere must instill some confidence in fans wondering if the roster move would work, and honestly, Dardoch looking just fine.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch was fine, but it was really the rest of CLG that did shine. Aphromu being back as that massive playmaker was so good on Rakan, really did have a great series for himself, and a lot of people were talking about, well, why don't you ban Aurelion Sol? Who's going to let Huhi play Aurelion Sol? The fact of the matter is, you can't just ban out everything against CLG. They have such big champion pools. People are saying, oh, ban Aurelion Sol, ban Rakan and Xayah. Shouldn't give them that either. Well, what about Zach? Well, what about, Caitlyn and a lot of these other big picks for them? So, they have these great champion pools. It makes it hard to target them in the bans. And that being said, we need to see consistency from CLG because that's what they always seem to struggle with. They have a lot of ups and downs.
Certainly do. And today they go against Team Liquid, who surprised many, maybe in the wrong way, by bringing back the same roster after so many changes in spring that just didn't work out for the team.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little bit insane when you think of the journey they had in spring. At the start of the season, we hear from Steve thinking they're going to go all the way to the finals. They're going to do so well. And then, disaster kind of strikes. They start making tons of changes. They move Piglet mid. They bring in Youngbin. Then they get rid of him. They bring in Adrian. They bring in Doublelift. They barely avoid relegations. And now, a few months later, we're back to the exact same roster. And sure, Golden Glue went to Korea for a few weeks to train, but is he really that much better? And the organization is putting a lot of emphasis on the team improving with their new coach Kane, who's not on stage here today, but is training with the team. And we'll have to see if it's actually going to make a difference.
Exactly. For Team Liquid, it feels like they are trying so many different things to get it happening. But again, it really does have to work at some point because it just didn't work in spring, unfortunately.
No, not at all. And I mean, it's kind of strange to see them back to this roster, because they had made so many changes and none of those changes stuck. The original roster wasn't working either. So, definitely a lot to prove here, I think, for Golden Glue and all of Team Liquid.
Yep, certainly feels like where some might scratch their heads at Team Liquid's decision. Lolo is confident his team can perform in summer.
Yeah, so leading to summer, I think people are going to just doubt us from the start because we're going back to what didn't work from spring. But I think with Grayson being more motivated than ever, coming back from Korea, and also the addition of Kane, I think this roster actually has a lot of potential that people don't take into account. And yeah, I think with time, throughout the summer, we'll grow a lot, and I think we'll be a playoff team. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, certainly good to see some confidence from Lolo, a player that definitely also had a few good weeks. And that was the thing for me for Team Liquid Spring. And I think week 1, 2 thumbs up. And every other week was a mess, to say the very least. So I think momentum is important for both Liquid and CLG, as it always is at the start of a season.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And we have to see good performances from more than just Golden Glue, because TL's bot lane in particular was really struggling. And Rainover as well had not really reached his former MVP form. A lot of people are talking with Rainover. Maybe the meta fits him better now with things like Zac and Sejuani and Olaf and even Gragas jungle. That was his bread and butter when he was really shining and crushing in NA and EU. And for Piglet as well, I mean, there's a lot of protect the AD carry, hyper carry type compositions you can run, and there's a lot of dueling powerful marksmen you can run as well. And Piglet have been complaining about utility AD carries. AD carries can't do anything. Marksmen have no effect on the game, and while I disagreed then, it's certainly not true now. So if he cannot perform in this meta, I don't think he can perform in any meta.
Well, we'll see what happens because the draft has targeted a lot of junglers here in the first 4 bans. CLG on the blue side banning Olaf, Ivern, with 1 more now to go, and Zac Lee Sin bound there for Liquid as Galio will actually be CLG's last ban. So yeah, 4 junglers already with maybe another one to come. There's Gragas, so effectively another jungler taken.
Yeah, a lot of jungle bans here. And I mean, honestly, I feel like this favors Dardoch probably more than anything because he does like to play the more aggressive junglers. Obviously, there are still picks available here for Rainover, things like Kha'Zix Elise. Elise is going to be first pick, but this gives the opportunity to give over something like Caitlyn Lulu, which I think is a very powerful first round. You can also go with Karma if you prioritize that. over the Lulu. But I think that drafting a very strong bot lane here for TL would make a lot of sense, and then you can pick up your jungler as that third pick.
Yeah, that's the other option, right? You have 2 picks here to make. You can take a very strong bottom lane, or you can maybe complete it a little later. Very interesting to see Rengar picked up so early, especially for a player like Rainover. But Rakan being picked early kind of says, CLG, do you want to take Xayah? Because if you want to take it away from us, you need to take it now.
I mean, it's a little bit strange to me because generally speaking, the kind of conventional wisdom right now is that Xayah works independently of Rakan, but Rakan is not considered strong independently of Xayah. So you do give CLG the opportunity to actually pick away Xayah and break up that combo if they do want. Or they can simply be happy to match it because Xayah can struggle early in lanes, and there is still Caitlyn available, which is a huge pick for Stixxay, and you can pick some very, very strong bully lanes.
Well, see what CLG want to do here. Looks like Shen already locked in, and there's the Caitlyn. So just assuring the Xayah, saying, you know what, you can have it, take that dual lane. We played it yesterday. We know how it works. We're confident we can play against it.
And they may not even go for the Xayah, right? This may have been a bit of a bait to try to, force CLG into picking Xayah so that they can take Caitlyn, which they may feel is more advantageous. Certainly can be a lot of mind games going into pick bans like this. Fiora definitely would be a really good pick here into the Shen, though, for Lorlo. It's something that he spams in solo queue. He has a lot of experience on it. Darshan has a lot of experience playing on and against Fiora here, too, but it's sometimes pretty inevitable how that matchup goes. If you get to a certain point, Shen cannot compete whatsoever.
Well, it's funny. I mentioned, Lolo and Team Liquid had some really strong performances very early in spring this year, and it was on Fiora where Lolo was looking good. Certainly a top laner that's picking up a lot of steam, especially with all the tanks running around. So I like what Liquid have done here, but they're going to ban Karma as we move into phase 2 of the ban. So targeting some of those strong supports that have one of their own, so they're going to try and take some options away from Aphromoo, as there's the Ashe ban for CLG. So it looks like we'll be trading bottom lane bans here.
Yeah, and it's Brilliant Soul taken off the table, so all of Reddit can rejoice. They did ban it. There you go. Huhi not going to be able to pick this up, but that does mean something like Lulu is still available. Theoretically, Golden Glue could be playing that mid, like you could still grab that for Liquid, but it's not something you're expecting whatsoever. And we don't really know exactly what Piglet wants to run here, because right now you have essentially a split pusher on the Fiora, you have some pick with Rengar, you have your support, but you have not shown, are you running like a hard carry type ADC? Well, you're not at all. You're supportive.
Picking Jhin, which is actually very interesting. Again, Piglet, the type of player that traditionally has been very comfortable and very vocal about the power of more of these late game carries. Twitch is running around. You can even play something like Lucian, or even go later with something like Pogmore. So seeing Jhin is very surprising because he's not on anyone's radar, it feels like.
No, and I mean, this is a champion that he had never really liked to play. He was very vocal about how much he disliked the utility style AD carries. That said, there are some pretty interesting Jhin builds floating around. Most notably, people are doing a Death Stance rush. So you just start Doran Shield, you go straight into Death Stance. You can even go Death Stance PD, Death Stance Rapid Fire, this sort of thing. And you can actually become very, very tanky. It's pretty crazy, especially in combination with Warlord's Bloodlust. You can be pretty hard to take down. Yeah,
kind of interesting to see how this one works out. Apparently on our other stream, Total's also picked up Jhin up as well, so maybe some of these teams have it prepared. Bardo for Aphromoo, it doesn't go for Zara, it doesn't go for Lulu, wants a bit more of that playmaking, and there's a very safe blind pick Ahri to finish the draft for CLG.
Yeah, and then this team for CLG is a lot of playmaking. I mean, it's diving in with the Ahri, supported by that Shen ultimate. It's looking for picks with the Elise. It's looking for picks with the Bard, and it's much more about that. This is not really a composition that you're drafting for straight up 5v5, kind of smack your head against each other. But really, neither is Team Liquid. They're looking to split push. They're looking to spread the map, but CLG has drafted themselves quite a few ways to actually collapse on the split pusher Fiora and take him out with both that Bard and the Elise.
Yep, last pick Orianna though for Team Liquid means that a lot of really cool ultimate combinations between jungler support and mid lane, so maybe some action there for Team Liquid. We'll have to commit a few bigger cooldowns to make a bigger play, but the reward is higher if you're successful.
It certainly is, but that said, Ahri is generally considered quite a good matchup into Orianna. So the last pick there for TL, I'm not gonna say it's a counter, but they essentially counterpicked themselves, right? They gave themselves a bit of a tough lane in the mid lane, I think. So that is something that Golden Glue is gonna have to be aware of because he had really struggled last split. And Hui, had some great games yesterday. If he gets going, CLG could look unstoppable.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like laning was one of Golden Glue's struggles when he was playing earlier in spring, and Hui has been on fire all year long, it really feels like. Kind of risen from kind of an underwhelming player in a lot of people's eyes to now at least a big playmaker for CLG, if not more. Yes, he oversteps his boundaries like a lot of CLG does every now and then, but for the most part, staying very consistent.
And to me, the thing with who he is, he was always that big playmaker. It's just sometimes when you are always going for these big plays, he overreaches and he ends up falling flat. I mean, the Talia ultimate yesterday was pretty silly, but then he turns around and he hard carries a game on Aurelion Sol. He has an incredible performance on Orianna. So this is a guy who, to me, has been the best performing player on CLG for this year as a whole. And I think who he is really having a bit of a breakout year.
Well, certainly looking good so far. CLG already one win on the weekend. We'll see if they can make it too. But Team Liquid back to business here in the NALCS. We'll see what the new old roster can get done in their first game.
Yeah, everyone's kind of counting them out, right? And we've seen a lot of teams prove people wrong, defy expectations. You look to FlyQuest for certain as one of those teams who was able to do that last split where people had them pegged as a last place team and they were able to break that and play really well together. So TL certainly is capable of it. They just haven't shown it yet.
And I do like him in CLG. I think a lot of standard picks for them, very safe, lots of good picks, some great tools built into their comp. On the TL side, definitely a different look, but I actually want to start in bottom lane because Jin and Rakan, particularly without Xayah, maybe not the picks we would have expected coming into the weekend.
Yeah, I would agree. It's definitely not picks you are expecting. That said, there is a lot of CC potential there. You know, we saw a lot of the combos actually showcased by Aphromoo yesterday, things that you can do. RW is really one of the biggest ones because the W doesn't CC you until it actually lands. It's like the first part is an instant travel, but then the second part is what CCs you. When you use your ultimate first, you're immediately CC'd straight into that W. And Jin can follow up if you hit any of that with his roots. You're having a lot of CC. You have empowered Bola from Reignover. So, you know, if you hit level 6, like that's an incredible amount of almost unavoidable CC that could come out.
Well, we'll see what happens here for TL. Duelane is Reignover going to start on these Raptors with a bit of help from Golden Glue, Darshlan, and Huhi, though. Going to poke their way in and try and disrupt this. Just needs to soak a little bit of extra XP, and Darshlan already steals one away, steals two away, actually, as Reignover jumps his way back in. Now furious as Lolo's roamed down as well. Darshlan might be a little too far forward. Smite there from Reignover, but Darshlan going to get chased down. Nowhere good to flash, and that's first blood to Lolo.
I mean, what is he thinking? The first third of the play is kind of cool. Great. You stole away a chicken or two, but like, what else is going to happen? He stays there and he blows his flash when he's already 100% dead. So that's giving first blood over to the Fiora. That was an awful play from Darshan.
Yep, and looking at Dardoch starting on the other side. Actually going to get an invade on the blue as Matt looks for a knockup with the grand entrance, but doesn't get it. Aphromoo chunk low, but so is Piglet. A Stixxay firing headshots in. That's Matt flushed away. Stixxay flashes forward. Afro autos through. Needs one more. The Q's going to miss, but Afro so low as he heals himself back up. Hits level 2, but Piglet snipes him.
CLG going aggressive, and they miss the Peacemaker from Stixxay. They can't get that final auto attack off, and now Dardoch is here.
No, he got rooted though with the knockup from Matt already in. Stixxay tanking the turret as Dardoch forced to flash away. Piglet gets the next kill, and now
he's dead too.
Absolutely lined up. Warlord's procs on Piglet. He's going to snipe the next kill. There's a double.
All right, this has got to be the most disastrous start I've seen in such a long time. Everything goes wrong. First, they give up first blood to the Fiora in an awful invade. Now, I don't even know what to say about that dive, but incredible outplays from the TL bot lane, and Jin is 3-0 at 3 minutes.
I mean, we question, you know, how good is the Jin pick? Well, with 3 early kills, almost any AD is going to look good.
Yeah, and I mean, they decided to go very aggressive here with the all-in. Stixxay had a nice sidestep. They feel like they can commit because all the damage was really put onto Aphromoo, and had that Peacemaker hit, they probably would have had the kill. It was a really nice sidestep from Matt, but then taking that turret shot from Aphromoo means he's going to get taken down. Now, pushing forward, they think they can actually pull off this dive, but again, it was good CC landed onto Dardoch. They see him coming in. The root into the stun. Dardoch is extremely low. The Ignite was still available, which is something they may not have actually calculated for, but that is just everything going wrong, and really nice plays. Mostly credit to Matt, I would say, for both the sidestep on the original Peacemaker and then landing that CC on Elise coming in.
All right, so something I need to ask you about, because I'm actually not sure how this interaction works, is taunt there for Darshan onto Lolo. Might have to wait. Bit of poke back and forth. Lolo looking good in the lane right now. Piglet primed that Jin W very early. I feel like Matt's W just traveling there was enough to set off the route.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me as well. It could be that there was an auto attack that went off first that we didn't actually see from the Rakan, because that auto attack animation is very quick. But it did appear that the first part of it, and as Lolo actually goes down to the top lane.
Nice little dive there from Dardoch.
Yeah.
Finally making the right play around the enemy turret and getting some gold back into his team's pockets. I'm sure we'll get a look at that one in just a second. But Dardoch just never been one to shy away from going aggressive, even when the first play fails.
No, I mean, this is a guy who is going to carry some games for your team, right? Dardoch has always been a player with a lot of carry potential, very strong mechanical jungler, someone who can get the first bloods, who can snowball games, and you're definitely going to be looking for him to have that kind of a performance here. You know, when your team is quite behind, your jungler needs to get proactive and make plays happen.
Well, something like this, but we'll see how it all started. Dardoch, huge wraparound play with Lolo too far forward.
Yeah, and I mean, Lolo, in a play like this, you essentially have to parry the cocoon, and I just don't think he's going to do it. Yep, not able to actually get that off. You need to be able to use your W reactively on the cocoon to survive a gank like that as Fiora, and if you're going to push that far up without vision, you need to be able to have confidence in yourself to do that.
Well, Darshan's oopsie, somewhat righted by the play in the top lane, so top lane will be nice and even. Bottom lane, certainly not, though, as Piglet returns with a BF sword.
A BF sword to a pink ward. I'll let you answer which has more damage in this case. That's a pretty brutal buy for 6A, and I mean, the fact of the matter is, despite everything looking so awful for them, you know, they're quite a bit behind. Obviously, this gold lead this early on is very bad, especially for the individual lanes, but it's not monumental. As long as they don't lose turrets off this, as long as everything does not fall apart, this is a game that CLG can come back from. That said, you're looking, you know, at Matt and Piglet to dominate the lane at this point.
Charm missing there from Huhi. Nice attempt on the ultimate. Going to get a bit of extra damage moving in, but that's all the charge is now wasted. Golden Glue does have the cleanse as well, so pretty safe from the potential all-in. Lolo riposts away. Darshan getting aggressive once more, but Lolo now level 6, so Darshan going to have to be careful with those trades.
You really want to see Piglet and Matt like open up a CS lead, start pressuring turret and stuff, and after getting 3 kills and double buffs on the AD, they've essentially just traded farm, which does seem pretty strange to me that they're not willing to play that aggressive, but I guess the fact that Piglet is down flash, they're worried perhaps about a gank from Dardoch and don't want to actually, you know, get caught out and throw that away. But if you don't extend the lead, it's not going to matter too much in, you know, 5-6 minutes if you're up just 1K.
Yeah, I mean, Piglet does have actually 1,000 gold up right now, but you can see 6 has already gone back, answered that particular item buy, so at least for a few minutes perhaps there will be a parity in that lane. So CLG, I think everything again kind of bounced out. That total gold lead really just sitting on Piglet as Dardoch going to go ahead, take this red buff for himself. Should get that one nice and cleanly, and we'll see if again maybe he looks towards that bottom side. Piglet's flash will be back up very shortly, so probably not a timing window there, but Dardoch just clearing his jungle, going to go back, spend, and then make his next move.
And the other thing that CLG is going to have to start thinking about is where will Reignover go as he hits 6? Because Reignover has done basically nothing this whole game except farm. He's kind of walked around the map. He's getting some levels. He's actually behind Dardoch in experience, but should hit level 6 here. And if he passes that over, he probably won't. But anyway, he's very close to level 6, so he has another camp or 2. And then that first ultimate is so important for Rengar. Really being able to make something happen can often be the difference between being able to snowball those games and actually really get something going and having a pretty slow and effective game on Rengar.
Yep, I actually kind of like what Dardoch's done here with his early buys. Has the, you know, the standard ward jungle item, which makes sense, but early mobility boots, this is common on a lot of aggressive junglers, particularly. But I like to refill Darksteel efficiently, but also to kind of reward him for successful aggression as well.
Yeah, and Darksteel can really pay off sometimes. TL is doing this early lane swap top. I don't think CLG is aware of it yet. They're going to try to get a kill on Darshan and then push on that turret. They have been spotted now, so CLG needs to respond properly. We'll see what their response is going to be. Afro and Dardoch are mid, and they may try to shove mid lane. They're leaving 6A bot, but Darshan cannot defend solo on that next wave, so they're going to need some more help to try to move up there or try to respond elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, Afro's actually going back, or was going back down towards the bottom lane, now riding back towards mid. Reignover did pop over, try and get the blue buff. Flash taunt's going to miss. Reignover with a nice flash there, just to get out of the regular taunt, excuse me.
Yeah, a lot of respect actually given to that flash. Very nervous about getting picked off, but seems like CLG is just going to straight up give up the turret and not really much of a response at all from them. They kind of shoved in mid and bot, but didn't really go for anything much. Yes, 6A will eventually take down this turret and he'll get solo gold, so that's something going for them. But I think they feel like they're in a position where even if it's a slightly disadvantaged trade, they're going to be okay to take it.
Well, Dardoch moving up again, has the blast cone, but 2v2 as Matt did stay around on Rakan. No ultimate though for him, but Dardoch going to give up that potential gank. Stixxay, like you said, does eventually get the trade, but first turret gold going over to TL is nice. It's going to give extra advantages to Piglet, who was already ahead after the level 1.
But the thing you have to remember is, despite it being first turret gold, he did not get solo gold. And 6A is also getting all the farm. So a lot of the gold lead between the 80 carries is actually somewhat evaporated. You called it out when it was at 1K. It's actually only at 400 now because 6A gets all the farm and solo gold funneled into him. So they are kind of making that trade-off. Gold as a whole obviously goes to the advantage of TL, but it appears that that was a trade that CLG either were willing to make or just felt like they couldn't make a response to.
Well, certainly make sure they keep the gold even. As we've just crested the 10-minute mark right now, Golden Glue farming away. He's doing the same, so it looks like those first early buys will be out soon. And Piglet and Matt thinking of roaming down. Still have a bottom outer turret to deal with, so can stick back down there in the long lane if they've got enough vision. Other than that, I think lane assignments will be pretty interesting over the next few minutes because we've got two very open sides of the map that are on opposite sides, so a team's going to have to play around long lanes early.
Yeah, and Darshan's going to have to play with a lot more respect given to over the Fiora now that his turret is actually down. Because you can get run down in these long lanes. As Fiora has that ultimate, you can get chased down. All the true damage really can take you by surprise. So Darshan's going to have to play pretty carefully here. This should work in TL's favor. They have their Fiora ahead. He's even picking up a call, really just trying to focus on that scaling and getting to a point where he's unstoppable in that 1v1.
Yeah, looks like Tiamat battles have started in the top lane as well. Lolo, of course, will push this lane in eventually, so Darshan just goes back, buys his next few items. Going to start getting that lane pushing back.
Yeah, and Darshan, this is a little bit atypical in this matchup, but so far this year, it's what we have been seeing is just pretty much a straight-up rush.
Ooh, very nice knock up there into the root. There's the Stand United on for the Shen. Dardoch trying to get out of it. Rainover runs in. There's the ulti out from Pickett looking for the sniper. Dardoch flashes in. The stun lands on to Rainover, and Stixxay grabs the first kill. There's a two-man off for Golden Glue, though, is Huhi still keeping the rest of TL out.
What a nice turnaround from CLG. Such fast reactions from the team to get down there. That is pretty crazy that they're the ones who come up with a 1-for-0 after that catch onto Dardoch. And Matt going in for that flash RW into the Rainover ultimate, but Rainover's the one that ends up going down.
Yeah, Junior also helping out. You can kind of see how all that CC can combine for a pick, but not getting one there and actually losing a kill. Real bad news for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and the fact that Elise can actually delay a lot with the repel in combination with that Shen ultimate meant that they had enough time for the team to get there to protect him and actually keep him from going down.
Dardoch actually could be in trouble.
We got it with the Hydra.
Steals it away. Stun does land, but Darshan not there to chase. Golden Glue also roaming back up.
That's so tilting. Just a casual walk up with the Tiamat. The proc actually is longer range than your auto attack. But here is the engage again. So flash RW, instant CC chain. This is basically unavoidable. But the Shen ultimate's already coming in. He repels to buy a little time. Probably could have actually sat in the repel longer. I think he actually misclicked and went down a bit too early there. But that said, the taunt into trap combination on Rengar, he did not have full stacks of his Fury, so he couldn't actually use his CC break to get out of there, and that's what causes Rainover to go down and expend his first ultimate.
Nice looking stuff there, and again, that play from Rakan, really only available every 5 minutes when your flash is up, or maybe a little earlier, given Masteries.
Yeah, you're going to go with Masteries. He also goes Lucidity here for lower cooldown there, so you can end up with, I believe it's about 30% lower cooldown with Insight plus Lucidity. So it does end up being a fair bit shorter, but it is still quite a long cooldown. It's a big commitment.
A little better there is still on TL's bot lane. Piglet now has that Infinity Edge first, so no Death Dance Rush just yet. But certainly very powerful early on. Again, all that early advantage that's funneled into Piglet, despite the fact that he is actually down a significant amount of CS still, means that he will still be very powerful. As you can see, the goal between the two actually even, which I think is a big win for CLG given how the lane started, but not to undersell Piglet's current power either. Yeah,
Piglet is really strong, but are you happy with a situation where your AD 3 minutes in, got a triple kill and double buffs and is now even with the other AD carry? To me, that is a failure on TL's part for not actually extending that advantage, for not bullying the lane, for not taking towers and doing things like this. So We'll see how it goes as we go forward. And as far as the IE versus the Death Dance, IE is obviously much more powerful offensive. It's just that you're very squishy, you're more susceptible, and he's not necessarily worried about that. So he's going to have a lot of offensive power with his drills and probably going to rapid fire.
It does feel like CLG, though, looking good as far as early aggression goes. Once again, kind of dictating a lot of the plays in this game, despite being down in gold. 3-man aggression onto this top outer turret should get it for them pretty cleanly. Piglet working on the trades down the bottom side of the map. Rainover's going to join him, but CLG push through, threaten that tier 2 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be CLG faster on this play. I mean, Rainover is actually jungling while Dardoch is killing the turrets. He's actually hitting the turrets with the Lease and the red buff, so they're going to get 2 turrets for 1. CLG, with how badly this game started, is getting way more than they should be able to, and they're just simply outplaying TL on the macro level.
Yep, and Gold Lead pretty much even at this point, about 500 up for Team Liquid, but it was 1,000 at 8 minutes or so. It stayed 1,000 around 15, and now CLG have even done a good job evening that back up and move back to the Rift Tower. This is why it's so nice to play on the top side now, because you don't just get turrets, you actually get an objective as well.
Yeah, and that's almost the equivalent of getting another turret. If they set it up properly, with Caitlyn in that mid lane, they should be able to crack the last outer. So CLG is doing a very good job moving around the map, accomplishing this, and do that 1K gold lead that you're talking about. They had an over 1K gold lead at 3 minutes, right? Like, that is insane. And now it's actually CLG that has the tempo, and if they can crack one more turret with their Rift, they're actually up in gold too.
Oh, good charm there onto Rainover. Great bit of poke damage there from Huhi. The Merlinomicon already finished, actually answered by Golden Glue also, but early mid lane power there is, I think TL are expecting some sort of siege here in the mid lane. Everyone grouped around. They know CLG have the Herald. It's actually on Afro. He's the one holding the portal that summons the big monster. So low lane now going to go back, and we'll see how TL reacts to CLG's next play.
And we have to remember, CLG does have a couple minutes before they have to summon it. It lasts 4 or 5 minutes or so, and you can actually choose when to drop it. Ideally for CLG, they're looking to try to get a pick, then drop it, because then you can often force and get, maybe 2 turrets even. Whereas if TL's fully prepared, you might not even get the 1. So TL's definitely trying to be very cognizant of this, play as a group, and that's why they're kind of stacked 4 in the mid lane. They don't want to risk someone getting picked off and losing multiple turrets to this Rift Herald.
Well, seems like the setup's now here for CLG, though. Bottom lane pushing out for them. TL camping left side mid brush, trying to hope somebody walks a greedy route back up towards the top half. They've got Darshan as well, TP and ulti ready with level 11, not too far off for that Shen. So all that global pressure in play now for CLG, and it is interesting to see the game change so quickly just based on this one cooldown that CLG have for the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's forcing them to group, and we heard Kobe and Mark and Dash talking about on the desk some of the different ways that you can use the Rift. One of the things that we haven't really seen in the NALCS just yet is you can actually go and even drop it, say, bot lane in your base as you start pushing top or mid. It'll take some time for it to get out, but then it works very similarly to, a slow push with like super minions and this sort of thing. It's a lot of pressure that someone has to answer, and then if they do go to answer, you can try to dive on the other side or really aggressively siege the turret there. So the Rift Herald doesn't always have to be the one to kill the turret to get you that advantage.
Certainly not here. I was actually somewhat expecting it to maybe be on Shen as cool cross-map plays you can maybe make, but instead CLG to say, you know what, we have complete control of the right-hand side of the map as well. TL all sitting mid, Waves pushing up towards the bottom lane, so Dardoch's going to go ahead and solo the first Drake of this game for his team. Ocean Drake should be over, but a dive in top lane, in onto Darshan. There's a good Spirit's Refuge there for Darshan to protect him. Dive still coming out. Lolo's still looking to go in, but needs a few more vitals. One more in, flashes over, but a great Bard ultimate might save Darshan, and it will.
He actually parried the Bard, which is going to get a kill.
Afro gets the stun, portal through the wall, and takes down Lolo.
Afro, are you kidding me? The king is back. The NALCS support god.
Play still going. Huhi actually in trouble, but Darshan could save his teammate. Does do so as TL trying to counter kill. Bullets now flying through. Darshan needs the first one. Dardoch going to tank the next two. Only one left. Does tag Darshan, but it's not enough for a kill.
What a ridiculous series of events. I mean, that was a very scary dive that they were going for. A lot of really smart plays happen on both sides that we can unpack if we do end up seeing the replay, but the action is not stopping. As it looks like TL is going to try to push down mid here.
Oh, another stun there. Aphromoo so accurate now. Dardoch, plenty of burst to try and take down Rainover. Is going to force the flash out, but Darshan flash chance on, completes the CC chain and gets credit for the kill.
And Darshan started that TP so early. As soon as they saw that Rainover was invading, he already was TPing into the river and was there in time. to land that CC. And CLG, after an awful start, is looking so good. They have gotten a kill. No one is here to clear mid lane. This turret is going down for free. The question is, can TL actually defend the next turret?
What a great sequence of plays for CLG to get themselves a pick and now get huge pressure with the Rift turret here. I mean, this turret,
They're gonna get
already
two.
50% health. This turret should be dead. TL needs to pour everything into this defense, but the turret's already out. Matt tries to dive in. Shockwave only hits one as it tags the butt. There's a shutdown for Darshan. Takes down Piglet on the chin. That's who he's chasing now. Golden Glue. Dardoch repels in. Flash Venomous Bite to take him down. And now Dardoch trying to get out. Will get killed by Lolo, diving a little too far as Rainover dives in onto Stixay, but Stixay nets out of the way. Portal there to try and save him. Knock up on a Darshan, but he taunts out towards the portal. Afro, all the exits for his team.
CLG is just getting everything. They get the kills. They get 2 turrets in the mid lane, and that was the best Rift Herald we have seen so far in the NALCS as far as effectiveness. They held it for a long time, but they're able to get the pick, and then look at the damage coming in. The turret goes down so quickly. Matt goes in for that engage, is able to land that, but the Shockwave pretty ineffective, only catching Afromo. And in the backline, Huhi is able to solo out Piglet, who's the most fed member, despite everyone being around there to peel for him, and CLG able to get out on the Bard portal.
Yep, Dardoch diving in to make sure both carriers of TL go down, and pretty easy exit from that point there for CLG, who are now up 2,000 gold and a whole host of turrets. 5-2 is a massive map advantage.
It really is. It's just not the way you expect the game to go when you're saying, okay, Fiora has first blood, we're going to smash that side lane. Our bot lane has 3 kills. Well, that side lane should be free too. Mid lane pretty even. You know, the game should be very well in TL's hands. But CLG has been moving around very well and you know, exerting their dominance.
Another great little combo there. Dardoch and Huhi teaming up for that Cocoon plus Charm combo. It's been a classic pick duo pretty much ever since those champions have been in league. So again, there's also that there for CLG. They don't have to commit very much to try and look for a pick. And as soon as a 5v4 starts with a team that has this much map sense and this much global pressure with their Shen, it feels like every time TL lose something, they're in threat of losing so much more. And I think that's the big fear for me at this point in the game. Yes, it still looks relatively close, and Lolo's powering up. Piglet will get stronger. Mid lane being even is good, but CLG just are so good at applying pressure.
Yeah, and that really is the concern for TL. What they need to do is basically just hang on, right? You need to slow down the game. You don't need to do anything too crazy. Yes, you kind of threw away your lead now, but you still can very easily win this game through a fed Fiora, through that split push game plan. And that's what they should be looking towards now, right? We almost have Lorlo on his 2 items. At 2 items, you can start to dominate the Shen in the 1v1. At 3 items, when you have a Bloodthirst or a Death Dance on top of that, you can start to turret dive him from full health, and you don't even lose HP. So, like, it gets really bad for the Shen, and that's what they need to look towards.
Well, that first jumping off point almost there for Lolo. See if he can hit that 3-item market. A good clip and then take over that side lane. CLG, though, still hiding with their Bard ulti. With the release Cocoon. Trying to see if they can spot somebody. Golden Glue in trouble.
Trap.
First bit of stasis. Trap lands in. There's the root after it. As Matt's going to try and peel for the team. Dardoch already takes him down, but he does go down to Rainover. So 1-for-1 trade, but I'll take jungle for mid lane almost every day.
Yeah, that's a lot of their wave clear, right? That's almost all of their wave clear in this composition. So they're going to get sieged on now without the Orianna. CLG can actually threaten the inhibitors.
Great double taunt there for Darshan. Waits for Matt to commit, and then they get an easy double kill. Piglet had no flash there.
They're going to get an inhibitor here at 22 minutes. I think they should be able to go all the way. There's no wave clear on Rainover or Lorlo. Lorlo just has no choice but to continue pushing, and it's so long until the bot lane is up. No chance to defend this, and they should be able to get back in time. They could perhaps even threaten Baron.
First turret is going to get saved. Mid inhib should fall down quickly here, and Darshan already peeling back to try and answer that push. In fact, Dardoch, he's respawned. He went down in that first trade, so he's going to run down and challenge Lolo first. Darshan going to reset. The rest of CLG going to hit their recalls, and 23 minutes in, inhibitor already busted down. That's bad news for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's really bad news, and this could be even worse, but okay, no, CLG could have looked to collapse with the Moby Boots at least chasing down Fiora, but they decide just to reset, and I think that is the smarter play. It's kind of the safer play. Dragon is coming up. That's something that they could look to pick up, and as a siege composition, you're always going to love to have that. If you eat a shockwave on 6A or whatever, he doesn't even have to lifesteal up. You just step back, let the oceans do their work, and pick you right back up.
See Dardoch actually just constantly harassing Lolo. forcing that recall later and later. Again, he knows he's got complete control of this right-hand side of the map, so he'll go ahead and solo this Drake. And like a lot of Elises, this isn't uncommon, certainly, but it does fit Dardoch. Very aggressive Elise build here as well. It's pretty much full damage items right now. Gonna make that Drake take even easier, but you can see why Lola was also like, I don't really want to challenge you 1v1 because you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you definitely don't really want to fight him, especially as when Fiora's that's the big problem, right? If Lorlo was sitting on a full mana bar, I think you can win that pretty comfortably, but you don't know where the team is and you don't have mana, so you're not going to mess around with him. And, you know, CLG is just going to continue to siege. It's really only the wave clear from Golden Glue, and Golden Glue is mid lane. So if Golden Glue is mid lane, this is a free turret, and that's what CLG is capitalizing on. They're just moving around the map so much better than TL. And TL is looking very out of sorts.
And you can kind of see, like, this Golgraph telling a lot of the early story. That lead for TL built up, CLG managed to bring it back, and then ever since then, it's just almost been up and up and up for CLG. The gold lead continues to grow. Their turret lead's been massive all game long, and there's a nice jump onto Reina. We're going to force Matt in to try and save him, but with the Banshees, 2 items here for the Ahri, who able to play nice and aggressive with his ulti.
Oh, he got Golden Glue again.
There's another trap. Darshan gonna look for the taunt. Rooted already there as Darshan on a killing spree takes him down. Rain over low. Matt's gonna have to blink out of the way as he taps
and then
back towards
TP's
Piglet.
CLG could just go for the win. They could actually just go straight
Still
forward.
having good chum onto Rainover, who he needs a few more left, and there's a Foxfire to take him down. CLG opening up the map.
They're going to look to end the game here, I think. There's no wave clear. Lorlo is in the bot lane. You just go straight for the Nexus. I don't think there's anything TL can do.
Piglet zoned out of the way. First Nexus turret going to get worked on. Could be a very early end as Piglet opens up with the ultimate. Third bullet fired. There's the fourth tank by Darshan. Nexus going to be open nice and soon. Team Liquid need to do something now. Matt gets a knockback, but he's got to move back towards Lorlo and the Nexus. It's just open. 10 seconds left on Golden Glue.
Went off the side, though.
I mean, he's doing a little bit of 1v1 of the Fiora. Maybe not recommended. Darshan with an extra shield. We'll see if TL can make it back with the Nexus still open. Piglet zoned completely off of this one. And they're just going to slowly hit the Nexus down. Golden Glue moves forward. But there's game 1, CLG.
A 26-minute win when you are down nearly 2,000 gold before 5 minutes. This is one of the fastest wins you will see in the NALCS, and this was complete domination from CLG after what is the worst start I have seen in recent memory. Like, it's incredible how much they dominated this game with how bad their start was. Like, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you see 4-0 there for Team Liquid very early on off of multiple CLG mistakes. And they still managed to say, you know what, we're CLG, we know how to play our game. And they did dominate, but I think in a way that really only this team does. They played the map well, they understood where they needed to be, and they just acted so decisively every time they set up a play.
Yeah, they really did, and this was kind of CLG macro at their finest. You know, when CLG is a really good team, it's oftentimes through their map movement, through the playmaking of Aphromoo, and this is, you know, kind of classic CLG, looking very good. And for TL, it's hard to think of a more demoralizing way to win than when you have every advantage gifted to you in the world at the start of the game, and you still can't do anything with it.
Certainly not a good start there, but for more on that comeback victory from CLG, let's send it down to our analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. That's right. CLG with the comeback victory after putting themselves in a hole, if we're being entirely honest.
Quite the hole.
Yeah. A lot of aggressive
They're
moves in the early game here from CLG, starting at level 1, which don't work out in their favor, but somehow they're able to claw back into it, and I want to explore why. Because first of all, as Azale just mentioned, that doesn't bode well for Team Liquid, a roster that we saw struggle in the spring in terms of pushing advantages and closing out games, to be right back here in game 1 at the beginning of the split and throw away a lead.
I think part of it comes down to draft because you saw the 2 bans being the Ashe and Varus bans coming in the second rotation for CLG. I thought those were pretty smart because Rakan with Jhin does not seem to have any inherent synergies in lanes, so you get this big advantage, and then it's like, how do you use those with those 3 kills on Jhin? They couldn't find a way to do that, and then you also counterpick yourself mid lane, so you don't have that many pressure points available on the map.
Yeah, it did seem a little bit off for Team Liquid as far as their draft for the type of plays that you expect with them. They did set up for a possible win condition of split pushing for Lorlo with Fiora, but man, I think we should just jump straight ahead to the stuff you're talking about, James, because CLG gave them so much money early on in the game as far as funding that game plan of the split push Fiora.
Yeah, let's take a look at CLG hand-feeding Team Liquid some kills here to give them that advantage that you guys speak of. I mean, Darshan, again, is a cute look to take away a Raptor or 2. We've seen many teams do this in the past, but you've overcommitted at this point.
Yeah, so it's cool to get a Raptor, one of the chickens to steal at the beginning, but then he's like, oh, I got one, I can see another one, and he tunnel vision on those chickens, doesn't realize the rest of the team is collapsing. And like I said, that kill went over to the Fiora that should be able to get to a very big split pushing threat. Meanwhile, the whole bottom lane thing is another deal.
Yeah, you're talking about tunnel vision. Here we go. Like, Matt gets low, you force him out, you try and get that last hit, doesn't quite work. Afro walks into turret range, he gets hit up, and now Piglet has a chase down kill onto him. All right, unfortunate, but you can maybe recover from this. Dardoch, because Reignover was put behind, was deep invade on the jungle. He's like, well, maybe I can find a kill here. So now he starts walking up. Instantly, they turn onto him. He starts getting forced out, can't do anything about that, and now the entire team is going to get chased down.
I mean, you're Elise, I guess. At level 3, you feel slightly empowered to dive a turret, but still not recommended. But what this looks like to me is very much a Dardoch-styled team, right? This is something that Immortals of old would be doing in terms of making aggressive plays and looking to build leads early that they can continue to push throughout the game. I don't feel like CLG as a roster, when you've got Afromu, and Huhi and Darshan and Stixay, on the team, needs to go for these aggressive plays.
I mean, it looked to me like it was some panic setting in when, oh no, we messed up, and it spreads to every other member. They're like, we got to get this back. Oh no, we're on the bottom side. We have to create this play. And it was so weird too, because it starts out, we're all like, oh, Matt is messing up right now. Matt is getting absolutely blasted here. He should die, but he dodges the Peacemaker. And then that's what causes Afromu to get baited into the turret shot, I guess. So, I mean, that was a lot of craziness. And the big story is that CLG, after all that, are able to stabilize.
Yeah, so you said, like, oh, this reminds me of Immortals of old. Well, Team Liquid reminds me of Team Liquid of old, which is not good.
No,
they
not at
had
all.
another game against C9 where they got like 4 kills in the early game, 3K gold lead, and then it never expanded, and it just slowly shrunk down. And once again, Team Liquid, with all these advantages handed to them, can't actually start turning them into their own favorable plays.
3 early kills on Jhin, the first blood onto Fiora, and still not able to craft the victory. But let's look at some of the things that CL did to get themselves back into it, and I think it goes back to the point you made at the beginning of the day, Kobe, playmaking. And not from Dardoch, from Afromu of all people. We'll take a look at this one, 17 minutes in. Huge play by him in the top lane.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're definitely shouting here for the Bard play as we see the dive coming onto Darshan. And it looks like he's in a very, very bad spot, which he is. Yet he's able to work around the turret here, get away from Reignover. Think he's going to die to the Fiora finally here, but the timely ult from Afromu, and then he gets in with the magical journey into the flash stun and gets the counter kill. Just absolutely great, Bard play from him, especially after yesterday. I think this bodes well, really well, for the summer split of CLG. Because one of the things we talked about was, bringing Dardoch onto the team is one thing to get this aggressive, playmaking jungler, but how will the rest of the team of CLG step up around him and maybe kind of be inspired by Dardoch's work ethic?
Yeah, definitely the meta helping out a lot for Afro here. When you stuck on, the Lulu and the Karma, it's a lot harder to have a large impact, but you start having Thresh, Bard, Rakan, things available like that, he can start taking over games.
Now, the other thing we were looking at the outset of the day was how teams would be utilizing the Rift Herald. And Kobe, you were saying, I'd like to see a team get a kill first or set up a play. Well, CLG does exactly that. They deliver in this game. Reignover dead, pulling out the Rift Herald. They get 2 turrets out of it, plus a fight on the back end in order to really push their advantage.
And if you guys were watching the game and you saw that gold graph in the game, Team Liquid, they did kind of hold on to that early lead up until this big point. Before this push, CLG, they're able to get that pick, and then they use the Rift Herald that they've been holding on to, and this is how you get multiple turrets out of it. It's after you get a pick, after you get a map advantage already, and you try and force that advantage open. So not only do they get this turret, but then they have this opening here to go for the dive. Hui's right onto that back line. They start deleting them there.
I think the big thing is when you're playing against a team with Rift Herald is you have to play so much safer in a sense where each mistake is going to get punished way harder. So Reignover getting picked off in the mid game, yeah, not usually that big of a deal, not great. But when the other team is able to drop a Rift Herald at the end of that pickoff and you have to defend 4v5,
it's 4v6 now.
Yeah, exactly. It's super hard. And then the big thing is as the Rift Herald, it does its big charge at the turret and deal damage to it, people often forget that it's still there. And so you have to kind of deal with that. And Team Liquid gets baited into going into a fight as the turret drops, still 4v5 at this point, and they get blown up.
Now, player of the game this time around going to be awarded to Afromu for that playmaking. Of course, it's kind of a strange situation where he was in part giving away that lead early with, as you mentioned, the flash under turret and the aggressive plays. But hey, if you mess up one aggressive play and then have the next 10 succeed, I'd call that a win overall.
Also, you got to think that he's the one in-game leader here, is contributing to the stabilization after the big misplays that went on early for them.
That's a good point.
Mark was talking about, kind of reminds me of Old Daldark, and you were talking about that as well. On Immortals, you know, those bad things would snowball together, yet there is a comeback here.
Yeah, level of composure shown here from the veteran. Did you have something you want to add?
No, I was just going to agree. When Dardoch is the guy who's in charge of making sure your team's operating, and then he makes a play like that in the early game, that's when those teams fall apart. Here with Afro, like you said, to probably be another voice to calm him down.
To be fair, Dardoch did get the first kill for CLG after all the shenanigans, you know, when he went up top to go gank, so.
There you go. Redemption. Game 1 in the books for CLG. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll see if Team Liquid can bounce back in Game 2. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
Yeah, let's go. Grayson, die one more time to give Sam confidence.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Damn,
Samson!
I'm so confident now. Game over.
Lolo's roamed down as well. Darshan might go a little too far forward. Smite there from Renu, but Darshan going to get chased down. Nowhere good to flash, and that's first blood to Lolo. One more in, flashes over, but a great part ultimate might save Darshan, and it will.
He actually parried the bar.
Oh,
He's just gonna get a kill.
Afro gets the stun, portal through the wall, and takes down Lolo.
I can get him. Okay. Looked it. I got
Both the flash.
Oh, fucking nuts.
Hell yeah, Zach. Let's go.
Piglet zone completely off of this one, and they're just going to slowly hit the next attack. Golden Glue moves forward, but there's game 1, CLG. Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between CLG and Team Liquid. A game that really started with everything right for TL, everything wrong for CLG, and then somehow by the end of the game, everything's just fine.
Yeah, I mean, it started out with everything wrong for CLG. It ended with everything wrong for TL. I mean, TL were up 1.8K just over 3 minutes into the game. Like, that's insane. With that kind of lead, usually the gold graph goes only in one direction. But CLG ended up massively ahead. They close out the game in 26 minutes, and they get a power play with the Rift Herald of 1.7K, which is the best we have seen so far in the NALCS.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to track. You maybe the mini power plays now as the Rift Herald starting to do a bit more damage. But again, it just felt like CLG kept calm, kept in control, did what they do best, and made very few mistakes. A lot of things we pointed out, like Huhi overstepping sometime, Darshan every now and then, TPs too late or too early when a play they didn't need to. And Dardoch is a hot-headed player, known for going too deep in a lot of plays, but everyone showed restraint. Dardoch actually played a pretty controlled game to give them a kill and some gold back, and then everything just fell into place for them. So we'll see what happens here. I think Liquid certainly have some holes they can patch up in draft to start things off, but that won't be enough to, of course, completely win this whole game, as Lee Sin and Cannon start off for Liquid as their first 2 bans, and Zach probably going to stay permabanned on the red side at least this weekend. Olaf's going to follow there as well.
Yeah, very likely is. And I mean, for CLG, really, it was a team effort, right? Yeah, sure, Dardoch had that horrible dive in the bot lane, but then he was able to move around the map. He put on a lot of pressure in top lane. He was helping out mid lane, and he was much more active than Rainover. And Darshan had like 100% kill participation through almost the entire game. He was great. Aframu had a lot of playmaking. CLG's like, just as a whole, looked very good, and TL has a lot of things that they want to look to improve on. The Rakan plus Jhin did not look that strong, right? Like, if you're able to get that many kills early and not smash a lane afterwards, then the combo is probably not that powerful, and maybe they tried to get a little too clever for their own good in draft, thinking that they would be able to bait CLG into taking Xayah, then they'd get Caitlyn, but it didn't work out that way, and they ended up getting punished.
Well, there's Galio as CLG's last ban, and Aurelion Sol actually is Liquid's last one. But Greg is going to be picked by CLG. Caitlyn, the next easy pick there for Stixxay. We'll see what Liquid want to do with their next few picks. Again, if they want to take something like Rakan, maybe with that Xayah, they do have options here, but taking their first pick at least does mean they're trying to get even more power into Rainover early.
Yeah, and take it away from Dardoch, who is one of the guys who really helped to popularize the Moby Boots rush Elise, moving around the map, constant ganking, constant pressure. Gragas can be a flex, top or jungle, so you do have to consider that as far as the draft goes. And TL, I don't think that they're going to want to let their ADC fall to second rotation again, because they could end up in a scenario where they're not in a comfortable matchup against Caitlyn once more.
We'll have to see. Ashe and Varus were both banned away in phase 2 in game number 1, so might just be taking Varus in. No, actually switch it up to Renekton, so again, going to force that pinch on the bot lane most likely.
Yeah, you're certainly expecting the same 2 phase 2 bans for CLG. You can simply ban out the Ashe and the Varus. You can obviously have other options than that. There's still Lucian, there's still Xayah. You don't have to go to this Jhin, but we'll see what CLG elects to do. And if they pick up their Nami right now, no matter what AD carry it is, your bot lane should win 2v2. And I think that's why they're actually going for this pick. Just establish 2v2 dominance no matter what TL does.
Yep, you can see there's Ashe already banned by CLG. So Liquid likely expecting something like the Varus maybe coming along here as well. The other thing I like about CLG's draft here is that you said already Gragas is a flex pick. So if Liquid are trying to target one of the lanes down, set up this Renekton to really ban away top laners and like hope that Darshan's picking something else. But if you also ban junglers, the Dardoch's like, yeah, I was playing Gragas the whole time. I'm totally fine with this matchup. So let's start with Shen at least. So looking at top lane.
Yeah, and that's really the power of the pick. And I think for now, just banning out that Shen is intelligent because of how effective Darshan was on the pick and how well it works for CLG, who wants to be making plays, who wants to be moving around the map. And Shen really does help to enable you to do that. So you could even go 1 top ban, 1 jungle ban. You could double ban matchups that you think are going to be tough for Golden Glue, and then even if Gragas goes top lane, Renekton should be able to kind of bully that, so they have some options.
Yeah, and they actually ban away LeBlanc, so kind of splitting the difference on solo lane bans there. CLG will get first pick into phase 2 though. Stixxay, of course, going to hover his favorite champion. At some point I'm expecting Dardoch to play this. I know he's been playing it a decent amount in solo queue.
I think that Warwick is actually really good, and it showed up once or twice in the NALCS and then just kind of vanished, and it may actually get locked in as time goes down.
Ooh.
But, all right.
I like this even more. Ivern's been still banned quite a lot despite some nerfs to his kit, but a lot of teams still wanting to keep that out of a lot of hands. Dardoch, of course, doesn't strike you as an Ivern player necessarily, but I assume he's got a lot of practice in.
And the thing is, if you want to be a top tier player at any role, you need to be able to be flexible. If you look at the best players around the world, they can play everything in their role. And, you know, Dardoch wants to be a complete player. He wants to grab up this Ivern. And I think that the Ahri pick here is pretty intelligent because when you're showing this sort of a composition, Ori slots in so well. So you could try to take away Ori, but then Hui would have the Ahri counter pick. So this way, you pick Ori. If he goes for the Orianna, which goes very well with this composition, he has a bad 1v1 lane, and if he doesn't, then you've kind of hurt their composition a little bit. So either way, you can look at that as pretty okay. And Hui here is going to elect to go for the 1v1, not prioritizing what would fit best in their comp.
Yeah, actually going for Syndra here as Piglet's taken Twitch, so moving down to more of, I think his style of carry, that's kind of why Jhin surprised me so much in the last game, is that, like, not only are you pushed down to a champion that doesn't see that much play, but, like, this doesn't even fit Piglet when you were forced to play Jhin before.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, the Piglet that we think he is not the player he is anymore, right? Maybe he's not as comfortable playing these in the current meta. But, you know, one thing you would normally look at this matchup and you expect to get absolutely slammed is the Twitch. Doran's shield does help you out with that a lot, surviving through a lot of the early poke, the early harass. Still, that said, Nami, in my opinion, outlanes Karma in the 1v1. Caitlyn should certainly outlane Twitch in the 1v1. You know, so in this 2v2 matchup, you certainly expect CLG to have the advantage to push them in, to poke them out, and to be, at the very least, pressuring the turret.
Well, see what happens here. Coach is going to shake hands after the draft of game number 2, and CLG lining up a different style of comp. I like all the pick they kind of built in, able to play pressure well with that Shen. This time, we've been seeing a lot of Ivern plus another healer or shielder. So going to be protecting this strong Caitlyn pick and round it out with some nice things on their side as well. Liquid, on the other hand, a lot more aggressive. Even Ignite in the bottom lane for Matt, actually leaving Golden Glue to take the exhaust in his mid lane's a little curious to me, but I think Liquid, much more stable picks here. If they can keep their lanes even or get ahead with a lot of the tools they have early on, should be a better start for them. But we said that last time when they got a lead in game number 1, so we'll see if they can convert better here.
Yeah, it's hard to know. And I mean, about the Ignite in the bot lane for Matt, one thing for Nami, while she can bully a straight up 2v2 lane very well, you can also all in this champion. She is very squishy. If she misses a bubble and you flash on her and you Ignite, you can take her down. You have Rainover, who is going to have very powerful gank. So adding in the Ignite puts a lot of kill threat onto the Nami, who's otherwise going to bully you in the 2v2. So that's what they're trying to go for. But there's some very snowbally lanes, some very scary lanes on either side. I mean, if Syndra gets very ahead of Ahri, Ahri becomes very worthless. And likewise, on the other side of the coin, if the Ahri gets very ahead, you simply just keep dashing in and killing off that Syndra. So there could be a lot of jungle attention mid, and also top, where Lorlo should have a very good early edge over this Gragas and be able to bully him out, and if he gets ahead, that could be problematic for CLG.
I think highlighting the jungle matchup's a great thing here. Dardoch had so much impact despite the misplay on the Elise. Last time, Rainover really was just filing up on the Rengar in game 1. Here, matchup effectively reversed, it feels like, with Dardoch. Like, you're going to have to counter gank a lot more and farm, although never mind, Stun's going to actually hit onto the Renekton, though. Rainover awfully low. Dashan might even commit for a little bit more. Afro's here, actually roams up on a Golden Glue. That is complete disaster. Dashan flashes over, Ignite is done. It's not enough to kill Golden Glue, but no Blast Plant to get to just yet, and CLG still chasing. Another body slam's going to hit onto Lolo. I think CLG have to give it up now, but so many summoners burnt for TL.
Yeah, a lot of summoners spent there. Darshan probably should have just backed off after they forced the flash. They would have at least forced 2 flashes had Dardoch actually hit his Root Caller onto Rainover, but he accidentally hit the Renekton instead, so they didn't actually have the CC chain there. Either way, I still think it's net positive for CLG. As look at the base timing for Golden Glue. It's so delayed. Mid lane is really going to get messed up off this. The base as well that had to come out from Rainover, so he's quite behind. So CLG is very, very happy off of what they get out of this extended play.
All right, thankfully Syndra doesn't push too hard at level 1. Wait, yes, she does. You're able to deny, I think, 4 minions at least moving into that turret.
I think the whole wave. It's actually an entire wave lost by Golden Glue, and he's flashless. Like, that is such an awful start for your mid laner, and the fact that, you know, Ivern now just gets to wander around, no threat of getting counter jungled. Elise is too far behind to really be over there and actually punishing you. So, you know, Dardoch has the safety. The bot lane should have the 2v2 matchup advantage. The only real worry right now for CLG is Lorlo versus Darshan, because Darshan is flashless, and Renekton should have an early edge in that matchup.
I actually like what Dardoch did there, just playing it safe, making sure he marks his major camps. But I think Rainover might have thought his blue was going to go down. Dardoch, you can see, going to wander back, take this blue down for himself, and see how the rest of this path continues. Now level 3 for the Ivan. Wolfcamp almost marked up there as well. He's going to give Rainover access to all of his buffs, but instead of taking a risky route, just make sure he plays it safe and gets all his camps. I mean, TL already started behind.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're not as experienced on a champion, you know, these are, like, the defensive Ivern routes are something that you can practice out very, very easily. Whereas if you're doing invades, there's a lot more factors that come into it. Piglet may get spotted out here.
That's a level 4 Ivern!
He went the wrong way!
He did go the wrong way! Oh no. Not enough vision there, unfortunately, so Dardoch is going to get a ward down instead. That was almost disaster for Team Liquid's bottom lane.
That is pretty funny stuff, but either way, he's going to be able to get his base off. Still had a nice early clear. They do get pushed out of lane because of this, but it shouldn't really matter. And in the top lane, I mean, Darshan is going to be taking some damage, but Gragas, as far as the tanks go, actually trades pretty well, and you have some range wave clear. Like, you have ways to fight back. You're not just going to get absolutely trashed by a Renekton.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as bad as, say, Galio or Shen. Champions that really just have to clear a little bit more. Rainover, though, ducking into this mid lane, going to look for Cocoon onto Huhi.
Nope.
That one misses, so Huhi holds onto that flash, and pretty bold with not to use a summoner, especially without a cleanse and easy gank potentially for Rainover.
Yeah, that's a good call out, right? I mean, a lot of confidence there from Hui that he can react, you know, and judge whether or not that is going to hit him. Because if that Cocoon lands, the charm will land. He has no cleanse. He's in a lot of trouble. But, you know, you have to take into consideration the fact that Golden Glue does not play Ignite in this lane. So that's something that may give him the confidence that even if he got hit, he could late flash out.
Bottom lane, Matt actually going to start a route onto Afro. Rainover's here as well. Bobble going to miss on a Piglet. Now Afro actually caught down by a lot more damage. Rainover here, a little too late to follow up on the gank. CLG, though, going to lose that early trade. I saw Dardoch dip into the left side of TL's jungle, though, so I think he stole some camps away.
Yeah, and we'll see what all he can collect. I mean, that is kind of why you take the Ignite, though, like that all-in threat, right? They didn't actually kill him off, obviously, but they didn't even use the Ignite. The Elise didn't even get there, and they still got him down to about half HP. So definitely a lot of kill threat had Rainover been able to arrive a little bit earlier, and now kind of bullying Lorlo out a little bit. Maybe just going to try to push him off the turret. I don't know if really go for this. I think you just want to zone him off.
Slow lands into Hui actually roaming up. Really nice stuff, but that's going to be the flash force by Lorlo. Rucola's going to land in. Hui should be able to follow. And there's first blood to Darshan.
That was such a good roam from Hui with the 3-man squad. You definitely have enough damage, and a CLG able to commit and lair that CC so incredibly well. And now TL's going to try to respond on the bot side. Ari and Elise roaming down. They are spotted out, though, and CLG could just back off.
Afro already knows. Great presence of mind there from CLG to spot out the potential roam here. I mean, sure, Dardoch's going to lose a couple of camps, but he was already playing to Rainover's blue side jungle. So once again, CLG, so good at setting up plays. I cannot overstate that. Last game, we saw it with a lot of the way they were moving around the map and getting themselves back into the game. This time, a proactive play nets Darshan first blood. Yeah,
and Rainover potential to actually get chased down here. Hui is 6 now and has his ultimate. Rainover could probably repel to the blast cone if it's there.
He slows the root caller lands, Ignite down! Oh, up to the blast cone. Is going to be safe with the repel, but that flash looked almost like a big old fail.
Yeah, they do get him out. He just had to get to the wall to repel the blast cone. Very close to not being able to do it. But this is really kind of like classic Hui at his best, you have to say. You know, making the roams for his team. He's known for doing this, and it looked like it was just going to be a zoning play, but once Hui is there as well, there's so much follow-up CC. You'll see Hui holds the Scatter the Weak. Lorlo thought that was the stun, actually, but it was not. He flashes first. They're able to land the Root Caller, then follow it up with 2 more CCs. So he definitely had to be able to flash one of those CC spells, and just like in the first lane where he wasn't able to actually repost the Cocoon from Elise, he's falling a little bit short on those reactions.
Yep. You can see Dardoch mid again, but Hui being 6 misses his stun. So no all in there onto Golden Glue. I think was trying to catch him before Spirit Wash was available, but up now for Golden Glue. He should be pretty safe and is a little bit behind in CS, I think, due to mostly what happened at level 1. But staying afloat is just fine there. Darshan actually starting to bully around this lane. You don't expect him to be ahead of a Renekton, but that great roam's going to kind of give CLG a lead there, and they're up 500 gold. Very similar story to the last game. TL had the advantage last time, but again, CLG on the front foot and making sure they do what they want to do in the game. Always dictating.
Yeah, and I think Golden Glue does deserve some credit. I mean, he has farmed evenly both these games, and the fact that he lost his entire first wave, you know, all the experience and all the gold, and is still laning pretty evenly here against Huhi, does speak to how he's doing in this game a little bit. But you know, Huhi obviously able to pull off that roam play and get something done elsewhere.
Well, have a look at what's happening in inventories right now. Looks like Blade of the Ruin King on the way for Piglet. Has a Vamp Scepter built up already. Stick save, of course. Can't eschew that. Has a straight BF sword for a lot of laning power, as Darshan does spot Rain over on his blue side. Looks like he's donating a buff over to Golden Glue. Piglet and Matt getting pushed in for a little while now. CS is even though Piglet actually with a slight lead. Is a nice start there, but again, it just feels like CLG always setting up that next play. Dardoch donates the blue over. Hui's going to go over and pick up that candy. And then maybe a dive in the bottom side, maybe another room for Syndra, or just setting up a simple Drake play. CLG, again, kind of have the map to play with at this point.
Yeah, it is quite an even game, though, and you know, Piglet and Matt have done well to lane evenly. You know, they did get a little bit of pressure from Rainover, but this is certainly not a super big lead by any means for CLG, and they haven't really even got any turret damage down with this Caitlyn Nami. So Twitch is going to become very, very strong in the later stages and be that flanking threat, that assassination threat. And especially in combination with the Ahri, you can set up some aggressive plays.
Rainover, good little cocoon there, lands in after the stun from Lolo. Darshan needs to get out of the way. Ultis to safety and does have his flash. Rainover maybe looking to dive this through. No help coming though for Darshan for quite a while. Repel's going to land in. He body slams away and straight back to the safety of the wave.
And he does survive, which is well done by Darshan, but still, it's a great play from TL because they're zoning him off the turret, so he's losing all this XP, he's losing all the gold, and they're getting tons of turret damage. They may actually be able to kill this. With another wave coming in, this is kind of risky for Darshan. He wants to hold on to that first turret. We'll see if he can do it.
TP, bold, but still safe here for Darshan. He's going to try and clear the waves ASAP.
But it's a Golden Glue's coming up here too, right? Like, this is going to be a three-man dive. If they pull this off, they're going to get first turret as well. Darshan has minions dead.
Yeah, Lola had ulti. That's the stun. Darshan failed. Flashes towards the wall. Charmed in by Golden Glue. And there's the exhaust just to make sure he's going to take it.
Oh, Curse Colossus!
The turret and Darshan. She'll keep him alive. Rainover finally gets it, but it's a trade kill. And they didn't even get first turret.
Darshan able to hold back on. The Curse of the Colossus comes back up, and now Huhi is roaming up. If he can find either of them, they will be a free kill.
Gonna get nothing, but might save the turret. So much wave clear for Syndra, and CLG are still pushing.
Yeah, they're on the second turret and getting a lot of damage down. These bases are quite delayed, so despite Darshan going down, using both his summoners, he trades a kill and ends up netting them that first turret in the bot lane. Well worth it for CLG.
And CLG, again, just feels like they always have what you're going to do planned out, and then the reaction planned already. In fact, they'll be able to take this Ocean Drake as well, but we'll watch how Darshan survive this onslaught.
Yeah, the biggest thing is notice how he's not doing damage to the champions? He's killing off the minions, so he does fail his flash there, unfortunately for him, and they think this is a free kill. But Courage of the Colossus comes back up. He's able to proc it with that body slam, dodge out the charm, trade a kill. It could have gone even worse had he actually flashed the charm there too. But still, you know, it's the focus on the minions that gets the turret on his side. And had he not prioritized those minions right off the bat, he would have actually gone down very, very early and not been able to trade a kill.
Yeah, 2,000 gold up now for CLG, and they're expecting to lose that top turret at some point, and that'll even get the gold closer to about 1,000. But until they do that, CLG will have a much better gold lead as Rainover going to try and solo out this Rift Herald.
Well, and I mean, one way to do that is just drop the Rift Herald top lane. I mean, if you drop it right in front of the turret, it's essentially a guaranteed kill on that. Just the charge alone will take down that turret. So we'll see if they elect to do that, or if they want to try to save it for a bigger play later on, because they should be able to pretty easily take down that first turret. You could try to get that, kill off Darshan, then look for a second.
Actually swapped their bot lane up to the top side as well, so it'll be even easier for Darshan to get it. Huhi with a nice stun there onto Golden Glue, but he's playing back nice and safe. There's Afro, and I believe Dardoch was also camping the right side.
Yeah, three-man top, so they are trying to get a kill and then go for two, but CLG is forcing elsewhere. Elise has still not shown, so they don't know where that Rift Herald summon is going to be, but Golden Glue in trouble.
Recall the Lance, who is going to move immediately with the ultimate, but he has to flash out of the way. Redemption down by CLG, actually trying to get a bit of extra damage done for Dardoch, but Daisy out, they're going to keep sieging, and Stick stays roamed up. Golden Glue going to hit the ulti, ignites down, he flashes and still dies to Aframu.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Glue made a good initial play. He forced out Hui's flash in the 1v3, but he stayed around too long. too confident that he could get something done. It does go down.
Stun landing now onto Dardoch. Now Lolo's here to try and get the kill. Lolo does manage to snag it. As the tidal wave's not there in time from Afro. CLG losing 2.
Yeah, good grab back there from TL. We'll see if they actually drop the Rift Herald. Now they're going to try to get another kill on Huyu, who's flashless.
I think his Ghost might have to use it. He hasn't popped it yet. Actually doesn't have it, excuse me, as he gets stunned. There's another kill for Lolo as TL able to turn it well around.
And now the Rift Herald should be dropped, but Darshan is coming down, and I guess they're afraid of being able to actually hold this position. So despite getting the kills, they don't find a time to actually drop the Rift, and they do have to be somewhat cognizant of the fact that you can be interrupted on it. If he starts channeling and Darshan's able to ultimate him out of it or something like that, you actually lose the summon.
Rainover again, pretty low on health, so TL thinking wave's not there, health's not there. We'll play it a little safer for now. Did get the top turret, of course. That's going to get that gold back around to that 1,000 gold difference. CLG, though, again, also have mid lane turret to take. So this game's hanging pretty close in the balance of about 1,000 to 2,000 gold. But it's nice to see TL being proactive. That was my biggest worry, is that CLG would just keep dictating and TL couldn't find plays to make. Sure, they fumble in some spots, but plays top, plays mid, able to get the game back towards their favor.
Yeah, they certainly have been able to, and they're looking like this is a much better game from them. You know, they weren't gifted that big lead, and in fact, they actually started at quite a disadvantage off of what happened at level 1 this time, but they're playing CLG much more evenly. And they have good scaling, you know, on the Twitch, and, you know, the RE scales pretty well here also. But it is going to be tough to deal with, you know, the shields and the heals coming out from the Ivern and the Nami when you have these people who are looking to try to burst someone down very quickly, like the Elise and like this RE.
Blue up over to Gold and Glue. Level 11, almost hit for these two mid laners, so they'll have rank 2 ulti up.
Looking.
Piglet again with the Blade of the Ruin King. Trying to ambush somebody here. Matt does get a slowdown. Piglet's going to open up, but Redemption down already. Dardoch there to protect his teammates. Stun lands on a Stixay, though. Has to flash over the wall. Get himself out to safety again. Good CC layering there for Team Liquid, but not quite enough for a kill.
Yep, just a trade of summoners there, and I think CLG actually could have baited that a little bit harder. Once, you know, the rest of the members were actually in that bush already waiting for CLG. Had they actually waited a little bit longer and let them open up onto Huhi, they may have been able to turn that around and get a kill. But for now, look for this turret.
Good stun onto Golden Glue. He's got nothing left to try and get out. Ace in the hole is going to get blocked by Rainover. Daisy angry, gets a double knock-up. Afromu eating the Empower Karma Cube, but CLG staying for the turret. We'll get it. Oh, Daisy died. So backdoor bonus back on. Takes a little longer than they needed, but there's Stixay getting that second turret.
And Rainover needs to use the Rift Herald. It's going to expire soon, so now he's just running down towards bot. It looks like that's going to be his choice. You can just drop it down here and try to at least knock down that bottom turret. It's only Caitlyn moving down. It is flashless, so this first turret should be theirs. I'm expecting to be summoning it right now.
Yep, there it is. Can do some cute stuff. I've seen people summon it and let it wrap around through the tri-bush there, but he'll be here in time. Oh, where'd he go? Here we go, he's busy. Headbutts the turret, and there's it, the first one destroyed. TL gonna try and push through.
And they have a big wave, so we'll see if they can actually get damage down on the second. If you can at least just get the charge off, that's something. CLG want to try to defend this, but it will at least get the charge off and will chunk that turret down a bit. So not a bad Rift Herald.
Yep.
Does eventually get it.
Is based on health, though. You see that second charge doing significantly less damage. So she's now faded away. But again, TL at least getting the expected value off of it, I think, is nice for them. CLG, though, with a nice response. And still up in turrets. Actually took top outer as well, I believe. So the outer ring failed for them. TL still have one to go in mid lane, which is the hardest one to get usually.
And it is a nice response from CLG. Like, they knew that Rainover had this, and instead of playing it defensively as TL did in response, they actually go on the offense. They start sieging up and forcing Rainover to react to them instead of being able to set up their own play. So just by sieging up and putting them in that spot, they actually did delay it a lot, and Golden Glue, Darshan could look.
Great bit of damage. Bubble not going to hit, but Darshan rolls in a Q. Charm lands in. There's damage back onto Darshan, but he's pretty tanky. Dardoch not there to heal him up just yet as he's getting zoned off by Rainover just to the right of mid lane.
There's a little bit of a mind game there. When Darshan starts his body slam, he's hoping that Golden Glue will expect him to flash it and, you know, thus use his ultimate or summoner in response. And that's why he didn't go for anything, but they're looking to engage now.
Go a little too long, forced to burn the ultimate down as Essa stun off the Dardoch. Redemption's going to reset the fight. Who he already took out Matt with the ulti. There's a second kill as Dardoch. Credit for damage onto Rainover. TL just stuck around too long there.
Yeah, it was a good start to the fight from Afromu. Throws out that wave. It hit basically everyone, disrupting the fight so much. And this is such a good dragon to grab. The Infernal, they're picking up their second in a row. They already have the tempo. They're extending the gold lead. And CLG is looking like they're very much in control. And you know, in the late game, if it's even, it's definitely going to be in their favor. But look at this from Afromu. Right through the whole team, that tidal wave. Hits 4 members, not just barely missing Golden Glue, actually, but, you know, it forces everyone out. And Piglet's not contributing to this fight whatsoever. There's no threat onto CLG. Their engage was very good, and they played the fight very well.
And again, it's the decisiveness from CLG that's really been impressing me. Yes, they're excellent at setting up plays, but the quickness at which they're acting on a lot of these situations is great. Pickle was trying to set up for a flank there and couldn't get a position because CLG were like, we're going already.
Yeah, they're just able to be proactive, and they have a lot of good ways to start the fight. You know, with the Nami tidal wave and the Gragas in particular, they have quite a bit of safety for that Gragas because he's getting shielded up by the Ivern, and they have those powerful support items that are going to come in early, like the Redemption, much earlier than, you know, support can actually get the gold to build it. So, you know, CLG will end up in a point where they have, you know, their Locket, their Redemption, likely, you know, a Mikhail's that's probably going to be building up, or things like that. So they're going to have all this extra tankiness and support.
Yep, Styx is certainly getting stronger. Kind of fun to see Rapid Fire Cannon burst there on the Caitlyn after that BF sword. All in from who he's going to get Golden Glue low, but not enough to actually kill him. Refillable potion ticking over for a few spare points of health.
But the big thing here is he's not even thinking he's going to kill him. He's pushing him off the map. Now you get full control over the jungle. Now you get the blue buff. Now you can actually threaten that tier 2 turret on top lane. So it's what they gain from the map presence, right? You know, Golden Glue still has not left the base yet. And this means CLG now has full control over their jungle, and that's what he got from
and now the next play starting there. Huge chain of CC there onto Lolo, is forced to flash out. Huhi again threatening off to the side. Matt not too healthy either. Redemption's going to reset it all. Zaphro's forced to flash out of the way. Golden Glue looks for a Chamba, barely misses Styx there. Darshan already burnt his ultimate, so CLG sort of out of cooldowns here. But TL get nothing off the counterplay.
CLG is out of cooldowns, but they have the Ocean, and they have Nami to heal them back up. So, you know, if they do stick around, they will be able to slowly heal it back up. Huhi is too low, so he's going to at least go back to base, but still, you know, getting some of those cooldowns out. They've established vision, especially getting it on TL's blue side jungle is very important because that is the path in towards Baron, which may be the next eventual objective.
Yep, took the last strike only about a minute ago, so want to play to that left side as much as possible. Rain over, busy clearing out camps. Looks like his Leanders is almost completed, so he'll be getting stronger. And Pickled also scaling up. So again, TL certainly within touching distance this game, only down about 3,000 gold, but I am waiting to see more of a proactive team play. I've seen a lot of good individual moments from them in skirmishes, but playing full 5v5 against this kind of comp with a team the caliber of CLG is going to be a tough ask here.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you know, Darshan is going to be such a good frontline, so disruptive, and the fact that Stixxay has this much support, and if Piglet goes backline, there's the threat of the Syndra. Like, there's all these pieces that are kind of working against them, which is why I feel like CLG has the stronger 5v5. And that's something that they're going to have to really be able to deal with through like good positioning and finding those right openings.
Well, again, map just resetting here for both sides. He goes going back, I think. There's a Locket finish for Dardoch, so some pretty big item buys coming out across both teams. Black Cleaver's on for Lolo. Looks like Rainover didn't have enough money for his Leanders just yet. Busy clearing out vision this time around as TL again. The longer the games drag on, you tend to feel that pressure of mid lane outer turret being like, we should use the Rift Herald on this instead, because Hui's going to sit there wave clearing. Now with the Banshee's Veil, actually, going to feel very safe to just sit here and deny this turret for as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly. They want to maintain control around here because it gives them that safety. It gives them the access, you know, to the Baron and this kind of retreat path that they can take, and it allows them to maintain control of their jungle a lot more easily.
See, actually, Hui's just chilling out in mid. Actually got a sizable CS lead up against Golden Glue. In fact, CLG in general up in farm.
Renekton is coming up, though. It looks like TL is trying to set something up, but can't quite find it yet.
Yeah, not there. Darshan getting bot side pushing. Teleports are up for both top laners, so they've got the ability to get there, but Dardoch sitting in mid got ignited by Matt, actually.
Yeah, that is pretty random.
Yeah, I mean, I think tried something there. Dardoch, though, plenty of shields. Very supportive himself, able to use it on him. Afro, of course, waits for Grievous Wounds to wear off and then heals him up. And again, CLG really only concerned about this Baron at this stage, although Clouddrake is up in a minute 15. Might split the map a little more. CLG gonna push through TL's jungle aggressively and again get them out of here. Start some sort of push. They're going to set up on mid lane. A good stun there, lands. Darshan box him back in. All in, lands, and Hui just takes him down.
Such a good ultimate from Darshan. They push out bot wave, force Renekton down there, then they exert their will in the mid lane. They're moving around the map so well, making TL always respond to them, and they can just keep sieging here. As the next wave comes in, Daisy is available. They can actually just keep pushing. If Lorlo's just going to stay bot, they can force out a TP because they can go for the inhibitor.
Yep, turret going down. Lorlo is going to stick around, so CLG, all right, we're going to keep pressuring. This turret's not going to last too much longer. Rainover dead still for 7 more seconds. Charm lands in onto Darshan. He's going to get rooted down, but Dardoch going to pop the locket and reset with a redemption. Turret dead. Lorlo overstays in bottom lane.
I guess they just made the call that they can't actually hold this even if he does come back. Now he's TPing as Raynor has responded, so they're going to try to look for a flank and a fight. We'll see if they can get it.
Well, CC not hitting just yet as CLG look to exit TL's
Out
base.
scot-free.
Yeah, Lorlo couldn't quite find a good deep ward there, so CLG actually just going to wait in a brush and hope TL face check. Instead, might double back and even look to get aggressive. Yeah, they're going to sneak back in for the inhib.
They could go right in. I mean, the one thing is, this does put them in a position where TL could maybe get that 5v5 if they want it, but TL is not grouped up just yet, and CLG should be able to walk out if they want to.
Flash for Darshan, looks for Rainover, but doesn't get it. Wave there's going to disengage as Darshan charmed in towards him. He's going to get rooted here. He tries to flush himself out of the way. Goldengo looking for the flank, but Daisy zoning the rest of TL. 4-man blast going over the wall, and CLG out.
Yeah, they're out. They're fine, and they're going to be able to pick up this red buff too. Okay. Now they can go to the Dragon. TL could look to try to threaten a Baron rush on the other side, but they don't have mana on Golden Glue. They don't really have the pieces in place, and now without TP for Lorlo, this is such an easy setup for Darshan. I mean, they already forced that play without even having to expend Darshan's CP. So now he simply goes bot, you shove it out, you threaten the Baron, you threaten the top lane. Lorlo either answers and Darshan TP's away, or he doesn't answer and you get free turrets.
Yep, and Dardoch looked dangerously low against the red buff, had the smite ready.
Oh, TP coming in now. They're actually looking for something. I have no idea what this is for.
Baron rush, okay. I guess just making sure they weren't doing it.
Yeah, they got a little bit spooked, thought that they might be sneaking the Baron because they hadn't seen some people for a while. So it looks pretty silly, but it also looks pretty silly when you lose a Baron in this type of position because that can be the key back into the game for TL.
You can see a bit of greed there for CLG, maybe prompting that play. They did take the Drake after taking down the mid lane and him invading. But Darshan, I mean, this is the right side of the map for him to be on. So teleport, getting some value there at least. And now Stixay up with 2 items. And Mikhail's finished for Afromu. We've seen those 2 supportive items already doing work for Dardoch and who he's working on item number 3. This is a prime time to let those supers push in and then just, again, take control of the map.
And they're actually looking. Hui's on the side here. Darshan coming in.
Blue buff over to Golden Glue, I think, but they're going to try and take him down. Stun lands in onto the Elise as there's Darshan going to follow up. Stixay getting a flank by Lorlo and does get taken out by Piglet. Big loss there for CLG. They lose the primary carry, but the flash recall is going to find him. Dardoch, we're going to make that huge play on the Golden Glue, but there's just so much extra damage out. Hui down to Lorlo, who's going to rip the rest of CLG to pieces. Afro lucky to be alive as Dardoch waiting on the blast cone and takes it to get himself out. I mean, Golden Glue does die as well, so a 2 for 2 overall.
Dardoch looking like he thought he was on Lee Sin or something, flashing in there on the Ivern. They do get the kill on Golden Glue, but that could have been disastrous as these sort of compositions, without Stixay, you do not have the sustained DPS to keep it going. And the start of the fight was pretty good from CLG, but a lot of credit to Lorlo, who's able to get the flank from the side and with Piglet, take down Stixay. Because Stixay is not with his team. He needed to actually just 90 caliber net over to where Afromu and Dardoch is. That's where you want to be. Instead, he's over on the side by himself, gets taken out. So definitely some poor positioning there from Stixay. You need to be cognizant of where your team is so they can give you the help. And here's the dive forward, ends up being a trade of kills from those mid laners. And Afromu, thankfully for CLG, did actually get out.
Looks like Red Buff kills Golden Glue. That was a pretty janky kill there from Dardoch, but did move in with the Ivern and managed to get himself a trade kill for CLG. That was funny.
Yeah, that was quite the fight. But one little nitpicky thing I have here for Darshan is I actually like seeing Knight's Vow so much in compositions like this as a 3rd item, and I just think it makes more sense than almost anything else you could buy. We did see him have a lot of effectiveness with Warmogs yesterday by trying to kind of stand in front, stoke up poke, and then heal back up, so he may be going for that, but Knight's Vow is so good with these sorts of compositions where your AD carry must survive for you to succeed.
I mean, could sit on Dardoch as well at some point, but he is going Athenes by the looks of things, so certainly have to agree there. See if Stixay can position a little bit better perhaps on the next play, although he doesn't need to do too much work here. CLG getting a great shove starting on this turret, and TL again, so slow to respond to CLG's well set up sieges.
And a lot of this is just because CLG controls their jungle. They have the vision. So TL does not know where they are. They don't know where to properly respond. And by the time you actually move around and you've seen them, they are already at your turret, already doing damage. And this is the power of the vision control that CLG has set up throughout this game. And it's why TL is being made to look a little bit silly.
I mean, you can see the gorgeous line of pink wards leading all the way up from where Golden Glue is right now. They actually just cleared it straight up towards that Baron. It's just such great control again from CLG. And again, now they'll just wait towards the Baron. Inferno Drake not up for a number of minutes. They can think about that when it's spawned, but for now, look for a pink, fade back to Baron, and just force TL into so many high-pressure situations.
And you can see a really big wave is building in the bot lane for CLG. So while it's not a problem now, it will be in a minute or two. That wave will actually get massive because it is slow pushing and more waves will, build up with it. So that is something that when you add in another mini wave or two, that'll actually kill turret on its own. So CLG just needs to keep pressure on this side of the map and force TL to not be able to respond to that.
Yep, you can see Lolo wants to go down there. He does have TP, but is busy with the Baron right now as the stun lands in onto the Renekton wave. He's going to try and disengage the fight, but Golden Glue and the rest of TL do dodge it. Looks for a charm with the Ari, but does not find it. Because CLG again just defending.
Yeah, remember, CLG doesn't need to fight. They don't need to take Baron. They just need to keep TL here for the bot lane to do their work. And if Lolo does go to the bot lane, then you force a fight. Then you force the Baron and try to get that TP back out again. So this is the push and pull that CLG is doing. And right now, they're shoving up in this top lane, and then they go right back to the Baron. You force them to respond there, and we'll see if Lolo looks for an opening as 6A. Okay, he's not going to go the dangerous way there, but that wave is building, and it's getting pinged on. CLG knows that it's there, so they're just going to keep applying pressure.
Yep, big split there from CLG, but they all regroup together out the front of the Baron.
And Piglet is moving down to grab the red buff. If he shows bot lane, CLG will rush the Baron, but I don't think he's going to get that greedy. But, I mean, this wave is enormous
it's
now.
Gigantic.
If you look at that, it's like covering the whole lane.
Almost reaching, yeah, you can see it there. Almost reaching back to where the outer turret once was. And TL just staying as far to try and force something. Lolo finally goes down to answer it, but CLG, no, time to go.
Yep, now they have to force. Now CLG needs to do something. So they want to try to get at least the TP out. They are on the Baron. Piglet is not there either, so CLG are getting damage down on this. We'll see if they commit, because Lolo is staying bot for now.
They can now see Piglet too. He caught mid, so Repel out there for Reno is going to keep him safe, but CLG just going to commit for the jungler. Ulti out there for Hui, but plenty of protection there from Matt. Golden Glue, they called out 1v5. Does have flash, does have ulti, but going to have to magic his way out of this one. Should be just far enough. Stun not going to latch there. Piglet also moving back behind his mid laner. Actually a nice defense there for Team Liquid. Might even go aggressive. Charm in. Planted in a Piglet just evaporates for Hui. 4v5 now. CLG have to run Afro solo as Stixay takes out Golden Glue though. Going to be a 4v4 as Stixay strong. Lands in as the root hits onto Reno for Stixay. Wants to try and charm him down. Bit of rush there for protection. Great pop there for Darshan. Everyone piling it onto Piglet as he's forced to flash out of the way. Lolo plus his ultimate move.
Oh, he goes Lolo!
To keep fighting, but Lolo going to get kited rooted again by Dardoch. Too tanky to able to survive the onslaught from Stixay, but that was close.
That was a really close fight from both sides, and Piglet found such a good angle to be able to open up from right over the wall. Now he's looking for Stixay. Stixay
on the red buff, shouldn't be there perhaps, but Piglet gonna force him off it. Red buff gonna go over to Piglet, steals that away from CLG.
And one thing, that we haven't really talked about at all is Piglet is actually up 2 levels now because he's been by himself. But look at this angle from Piglet over the wall. The charm lands from Golden Glue. Piglet immediately opens up, kills off the mid laner, almost burst down Afro move there too. But a good trade kill from Stixay, lands the trap, nails the combo, and then they almost get Rainover, who was flashless because of the initial force on Baron.
One piece of CC away from just missing that kill.
Yeah, really was so close. And then, Lolo trying to get something done here, but not able to actually close the gap because there's so much peel, there's so much CC from this team, and Darshan and Dardoch right back to it, grabbing that global objective. That's the second Infernal, 4 straight dragons for CLG, which means when the Elder spawns, TL must contest it, but they get almost nothing from it because they never picked up a dragon.
Golden Glue does dodge a stun there. Banshee's Veil, I think, saving his life. CLG gonna get aggressive. Hui back with Unleashed Power. Ready to try and take down the Squishy, and CLG again take the Drake, move straight back to Baron. And despite the gold holding at about 3k for number of minutes, CLG just built such a big lead, and Stixay now with 3 items done. This next fight's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, and one of the big things working against TL for this fight is, 4 flashes expended, everyone except Golden Glue, and I actually feel like that playmaking cooldowns are more important for their composition than it is for just the shielding composition, because you must get in and delete 6A, delete Hui, or you will fail, and they're going for this bear, and they look like they want to finish it. We'll see if they can get the smite.
They try and get him away, but Rainova is actually going to be back in range, moves back down, Dardoch smites it, and Rainova just evaporates in the front lines. Now Lolo going to get aggressive with 6A, nets out of the way as CLG, just going to fight in the Baron pit. Daisy going to zone them out as Golden Glue finally mixes it in. Flash dashes forward, trying to get it done, but Lolo so low as Dardoch is tanking everything out from Team Liquid. Finally, he dies to Piglet, and it's just a trade, but CLG do secure Baron.
Yeah, 1 for 1 and the Baron. I mean, Stixay netted out of that fight very early, was scared of going down, but then really couldn't contribute a lot of damage. Still, that Baron buff and the siege potential of his composition is going to be very strong here for CLG. We're going to need to see TL able to set something up. I mean, this wave, again, in the bot lane has been a problem for so long. CLG is setting up these slow pushes very well, and they're getting map control because of it.
Yeah, and you can see almost taking out the turret by itself, but Afro going to dip down here with Stixay. Should be enough to try and take it. Lolo's like, yep, don't really want anything to do with you. And that should be another turret now for CLG. 7 turrets to 2. I forgot that mid has already been taken out. That's an inhibitor they can also look to now that they've got the Baron buff.
Yep, I mean, they already are trying to prep some of these waves, prepare for the eventual push. Now that everyone is back up on CLG, they want to spend their gold, they want to group up, and this is the eventual play from them. They're trying to force on this. This was actually pretty risky, as they do push Rainover back out, but he gets back into the pit as this is going down. That was very, very close. If he had gotten his smite off, he would have taken it away, but they do land the smite, they secure it, and look at 6A, he netted out very early, so there's not a lot of consistent damage until someone actually comes up to the wall. Then he can start to actually fire back, get damage done. But with CLG securing the Baron, they still obviously come out very far ahead.
Looking good so far, and of course got the turret after it, so still well up in map lead and gold as a catch maybe down here on the red buff. Piglet takes it. No steal forthcoming. You can see a Zeke's actually built there for Afro Moon. No, it's fell just yet, but there's a strong Caitlyn with the last Whisper now finish.
Yeah, that means with the proc, he has 100% crit. So you have 100% crit on that Caitlyn during it, and you're going to be able to have all this protection. Like, if he stays safe, he has so much damage. Piglet is looking for an angle, though. This is a level 16 Twitch on the side. If you can find that correct angle, you can burst someone down.
Yeah, Stixay, though, just playing up so confident with the protection of his team behind him. Both Afro and Dardoch protecting him here with their support. And of course, they've got the wave and the Gragas ulti to disengage any attempt to fight there from Team Liquid. So mid and hib retaken once more. CLG now going to start on this top side.
Yeah, they already prepped the wave. Now they just go collect it. They push that in with the Baron buff. Super minions will be pushing mid. It looks like the bot wave is actually pushing 4 TL, so that is something going for them. But it's so hard to just walk straight in for a direct engage against CLG's comp. If you can't find Stixay separated from the team, you have to go through Gragas, go through, the Nami disengage, and all this shielding and healing, and that's such a tough ask.
Well, wave clear pretty good there. Golden Glue teaming up with the Rainover to try and take that down. But again, the Baron minions are quite a bit stronger. Although it looks like everyone here, again, just to make sure they clear. CLG, again, being patient, certainly been a trademark of their team for so long, waiting for the super waves to happen. In fact, looks like they'll go back and buy instead. Dardoch steals away a Wolf Camp, because why not? And they're going to do this the proper way, I suppose. Now all going bot, making sure every single wave will be pushing.
Yeah, they can certainly look to set that up. The Baron isn't going to be available for too much longer, though. And,
actually just pulling off.
The mid lane inhib is really the worst one to have down, because you don't have pressure around Elder or Baron. You can just sit in mid lane, clear the supers, and still be able to respond to either objective. So TL is going to have extra farm funneled into them. They have an XP advantage. They are, getting quite a bit of gold, and CLG does want to look to try to crack the base or pressure the Elder or do something else. They can't just sit back and chill forever.
Yeah, it feels like that Elder timing coming up in a minute 10. Does seem like the reason CLG did want to pull away from a potential siege. Golden Glue spotted. But CLG not in position to move down through the jungle. Map is pretty bare of wards on either side, but TL have nice defensive vision on their own half. CLG now going to move in, start to clear that vision, and this is that minute setup before this Elder Dragon.
Exactly, and because they've collected the 4 dragons prior, as a little skirmish breaking out, shouldn't be anything too much happening though.
Dardoch face tanking up, in fact going back in with the red buff onto Rainover. Gets stunned in, now forced to flash away. A charm lands into the backline. Stixay about to get assassinated by Golden Glue.
Oh, he got
lands in
cocooned.
again. Really nice stuff, and Piglet on a rampage. They're going to let it rip with the ultimate. Another charm there lands in. They've actually tagged Hui as Golden Blue's great on these flank charms. But the rest of TL just can't quite get in. Darshan blast cones into the back of the Elder Dragon pit. But 6A being down for 40 seconds means plays off for CLG.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just going to try to have to stop the other team from taking the Elder now. TL won't get that much from it, but denying it from CLG would be so big because of those 4 dragons. And Stixay gets caught out again. That's really the only way TL can win these fights, and they managed to find it.
Tail's not enough there for effort to try and save him. As Piglet just demonstrating his power right now. 3-item Twitch plus a QSS with more to come. Piglet ulti about halfway cooled down, so not going to have it for a little while longer. But again, over around the Elder, TL going to force something here versus CLG. Golden Glue looks for Afro move. Does land the first charm, but the flash into the back end of the Q by Afro means he takes a bit of extra damage. Still flash down for the Nami. Darshan looking to threaten here. Charm gonna miss.
And Stixay's back up, so he's running down, and CLG still, while they did lose the last fight, it's lower health bars on TL. They're trying to delay bases, and they need to be as a 5-man squad.
Oh, they spot a Piglet. Does have to QSS out of the way. Darshan looks to jump back in on him, but the rest of TL there to save him. Guys get the knockback. Ulti in on the Piglet wave. It's going to chase him down. Stixay almost snipes him. Mason Hole's going to tag Matt. And now 5v4. Golden Glue stun. Darshan straight over the wall.
And Golden Glue has no mana, and Rainover is very low. They can chase down and kill Rainover probably for sure.
Rainover,
and they could look to end mid if they get him.
Rainover absolutely dead at this point. Repelled down, does die to Stixay. Golden Glue gonna get jumped on by Darshan. Body slam barely hits on the other end, and patience from Darshan gets him another kill.
And they are pinging onto the Elder, but I think they could just end mid. We'll see if they decide to actually change it up or what they're gonna do here. Maybe these are long death timers.
Maybe a little bit of both. I mean, might have time to push back in with the Elder buff if they don't recall, but certainly the more conservative play. Darshan not going to get his back cancelled. Hui, though, going to get spotted. Good stun. Might be enough to save his life. Piglet with the flash of redemption. Going to try and heal him up. Oh, the last tick of poison. Piglet unstoppable.
A greedy recall there punished from Hui. And I mean, CLG still huge advantage now with the Elder. That's 4 stacks, so it's 45 base damage and then 45 additional for every dragon you have. So you're looking at 225 true damage burn from every auto attack. But here is the fight again. They actually spotted Piglet with the sweeper there, and that's what prompts this fight. I don't think he realized he was spotted, actually. And 6A wasn't here just yet. But you have Lorlo in base. You have a lot of these guys without cooldowns, and they're able to force on them because of that.
And then again, 6A just getting some snipes over the wall. Great set of chain stuns there for CLG. And with Baron back up, CLG have spent their money. This is so dangerous from Team Liquid.
6A is not with the team just yet, though, so TL is forcing this, and Golden Glue's on the side. He's going to look for the assassination.
He's dead as well. Charmer to Afro Moon. Not enough shields, I don't think. That's Piglet still dominating. Stixay and finally joined the fight. Hui running down from base towards the Baron pit.
This is just becoming a problem. 6A just never seems to be with the team, and Golden Glue may go down, and then remember, this is Elder Dragon Burn.
Dies to Darshan. Stixay still firing in, but Piglet playing up and aggressive. Needs to kill CLG. Hui flashes forward, deletes Piglet, and grabs a shutdown on Darshan. So disruptive, tags Rainover again. Matt goes down as Hui grabs himself the double kill. No way to repel to, goes down to Stixay, and CLG clean up 4 members of Team Liquid.
And they're going to walk it down mid. They're going to be able to at least get the inhibitor. I mean, Lorlo has to try to cut the wave, deny the minions, do something here to try to save the game, but I don't think he's going to be able to because Darshan can tank the turret for the team. They have the 4 Elder Dragons, and they're looking to end.
They've got Daisy as well. Little resistance here for TL with only Lorlo left. He's going to ulti in and run forward, pops the stone plate to buy some time, but he's just needing too much Elder Dragon damage as Daisy grabs a knock-up. GA's going to revive him. Stixay is going to put some cupcakes at his feet. At least he gets a little dessert at the funeral because he's dead as well. The ace completed for CLG. The next star's going to fall down, and a sweep completes. A great weekend start for CLG.
Starting it off 2-0 with the new roster. Dardoch on the Ivern, looking good, and TL, they made CLG work for it at least in this second game. I think it was a better performance from them, but despite 6A getting caught out a couple times and making it look close, CLG was definitely in control throughout. And started off very well in the NALCS.
And it does feel like this sort of comp, and we haven't seen much of Ivern at all so far in the weekend just because of how many teams have been banning it. That sort of comp to me feels like something almost any iteration of CLG would have been comfortable running. Just so many points of power, such a clear win condition for them. They're already so good in sieges and around the map. 60's a great Caitlyn player as well. everything kind of coming together there, and that's something that CLG, if they can play that, which is very popular in the meta, and still show off the playmaking on the different positions, more aggression coming out of the jungler. I mean, everything looking great. CLG's biggest question this whole season will be consistency, and so far so good with 2 match wins.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes back again to the pick and bang discussion we had at the top of the day. It's like, well, why would you give them Caitlyn and Ivern? Well, because you have to ban all these other things against CLG. And if Dardoch can prove that he can play supportive style junglers, the tank style junglers, we already know that he's so strong on the carries, you know, that makes it even harder to draft against this team because they're showing so much flexibility. They're showing a lot of poise as well. And they are looking better than they did all last split.
And I think I have to continue to give Dardoch some credit here. Again, he's not having like incredible games, but he's doing what he needs to do, which is, I think, a rarity from the man. Well, to hear more about that 2-0 from CLG, let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. CLG closing out their first week here on Saturday with 2-0 overall. Another 2-0 victory in terms of match score over Team Liquid, who look to be very much struggling here on the outset of the split. But for CLG, again, so much of it seems to be coming off the back of playmakers like Afromu more specifically than Dardoch. But it's nice to see the Ivern look on Dardoch as well. So on the outset of the season, we've seen many different strategies and playstyles from him on this new squad.
Yeah, and Ivern is a champion that you would never have thought would succeeded when he was on Immortals because he's so important on actually carrying the game. This time around, being much more of that team player once again. And that's kind of what we were hoping to see with Dardoch, was that he could slot into a system that CLG seems to, you know, run pretty well for the most part, always looking good for the past couple seasons now, and he's able to step in.
Of course, we do have another crazy level 1 where they're going over the
still
wall.
not the cleanest.
They're blowing flashes. I mean, typical to CLG, they look for level 1 invades and try and get themselves early advantages in that way, and this time at least it works out better than it does in game 1, but we've yet to see the game kind of start on equal footing. Now, with those advantages that they had, of course, it was more so in the top lane this time around. Darshan showing some prowess on the Gragas in the 1v3 dive that he was able to at least stall out long enough to secure the first turret in the bot lane and trade 1-for-1 in this dive.
Yeah, this is huge because when you're in this kind of situation, you might lose the turret first. That's a lot of global gold that you're going to lose out on. He does a good job buying enough time, making them blow a lot of resources. You see the exhaust have to come down. Multiple people getting low. Eventually, he's able to trade the 1-for-1. It takes them too long to get the turret. They get it on the bot side. Also, during this whole time, Huhi's just sitting mid, so he's getting the push advantage. And it's one of those kind of plays that, you know, when you watch it, you're like, oh, that looked nice. But when you really consider everything happening on the map, it's a huge play off the back of Darshan.
Yeah, very much so. But then from there, it's all about, okay, CLG, again, has demonstrated, and this has been an organizational thing in the, you know, throughout their history, that with a lead, they know how to close out the game. They can get themselves there. On the side of Team Liquid, it still seems like their identity and style of playing the game has not been established. I don't know what this squad, this roster wants to do.
On this game in particular, you see a little bit more Piglet on Twitch, that hyper carry. They were talking about, you know, between the splits, that the problem that they thought they were having last season was more about coaching staff and the meta not being quite right. Sure, this time you can play Twitch, you get the Blade of the Rune King, a bigger playmaker. Piglet still struggled a little bit in the mid game to really find a lot of openings to get his own advantages. In the late game, he was playing the team fights reasonably well, which is what you want to see, but the whole team isn't quite there. It's not this complete, like, Piglet's going to carry a style. You have the Ari coming in, trying to assist in getting those pickoffs, but they didn't really coordinate that well, and it's still a struggle because these are the 5 guys that we saw last season really failing to live up to the hype that came in.
Of course, it is just week 1. It is day 1 for them, and, you know, class of League of Legends analysis. We can always go to the far extreme and say, well, you forfeit the season, everything's over. But hey,
be the doomsayer, like, the sky's falling.
Exactly. So we'll see where they get and how they evolve throughout the split. And again, as you know, people struggle with, well, how do we use Rift Herald and how do we deal with the new objectives and priority on the map? We'll see how they grow themselves. For CLG, though, again, winning against C9 in an upset, winning a game that they probably expected to win here, but doing it both in 2-0 fashion here today, 2-1 fashion yesterday. They're going to feel really good coming out of week 1.
And the big thing is, as a coach, if you're Tony, you love this weekend because you get the 2 wins, but you didn't actually look that great.
Right.
In their wins against C9, it was mostly comp stuff where, like, great, we have 2 immobile carries and a wombo combo. We're going to land this all the time. And the macro wasn't that clean. This time around, game 2, they have some big advantages, and they stall out for a little while. Piglet's able to get going a little bit on the Twitch, and it's still not super clean. So they have a lot to work with and improve on. So if you're a CLG fan, you're like, great, we're winning right now. and we can get better. This is exactly what you kind of want to see.
Winning while seeing growth potential is exactly where you want to be. Player of the game this time around going to Darshan, particularly because of the way that he dealt with the laning phase, right? Against an aggressive laner like Renekton, getting dove and focused, he still managed to buy himself and his team time.
Yeah, that was the one death he had all game, and then in the late game you saw, even in that last team fight, he was frontlining pretty well. Afro got picked off right at the beginning, and Darshan goes and finishes off Golden Glue to make sure that they can't really win that team fight. TL gets really confused on who they want to focus down. Great frontlining overall for Darshan.
More than a solid week here for CLG, finishing 2-0. Let's check in with Freak, who's standing by with CLG's playmaking support.
Thank you very much, Dash, and great cast of the day to everyone else here. I'm here with Aframu, victorious support of CLG Gaming. 2-0 week. First of all, congratulations. Did you expect such a good start coming out for CLG based on practice?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Okay. Dardock said yesterday, I am going to paraphrase, that this match would be easy. It'd be a 2-0. Why did you expect to do so well against Liquid?
They actually had information on us before we played them, so we played yesterday, and then we were able to watch those games. But they could have really won the first game and done well with the knowledge that they got. But as long as we played just how we did in practice, I thought we would do really well.
And of course you did. And so talking about doing really well, though, I want to talk about you as a player, because you've looked incredible so far in the summer split in your sample size of 5 games. Some really, really good ones here. Last split, it seemed like you fell off. You were no longer like the all-team North American support, yet you had been known as the best support in NA before. So talk to me about sort of your dips in growth as a player. Is it because Bard and Rakan are good again? Like, what has made you stand out again?
I think last split I played with a lot of frustration during games, and then definitely stopped my growth as a player for improving and stuff like that. So after this past offseason, I realized that and took a step back. And I don't really like playing frustrated. It just isn't me. And so I just took that in stride and definitely changing my mindset for this split.
And so far, the mindset looks pretty good. CLG 2-0. You guys off to a great start. So what is it that has made CLG so much stronger now? Is it Dardock? Like the upset over Cloud9, of course. You guys are now beating the second-place team from the last split. What's made CLG so much better?
I do think a lot of our players have gone through a mindset change in general, especially me, as well as Josh coming in as an aggressive jungler definitely helps us move towards playing a lot better as a team. And even in game it looks kind of sloppy, I feel like it was really sloppy, especially the second game. We'll get there, and I do think we do have a really good team.
I agree. You do have a really good team. And speaking of really good teams, you're up against the team behind you next week, TSM. It's your second match of week 2. Talking about how that's going to look for you guys.
I do think TSM's one of the top 2 teams right now. Scrimming against them last week was fun. But I do think that game will probably determine who's going to be first in this split.
Thank you very much, Aframu. 1 and 2, apparently you guys in TSM. Congratulations on the wins this week. We will see you next week. And now let's down to a commercial. We'll see you for these guys right after the break.
Those guys are smiling at me, dude. Don't smile back. Oh, god damn it, Josh.
I joined their lobby, sorry.
How is Josh supposed to be the villain, dude?
I joined their lobby and told them I loved them.
Oh, okay, respectable then. That's okay.
Rucola's gonna land in. Hui should be able to follow. And there's first blood to Darshan. Redemption's gonna reset the fighter. Hui already took out Matt with the ulti. There's a second kill as Dardock. Credit for damage onto Rainover.
Oh, we gotta jump, we gotta jump.
Look.
Oh, no.
Oh, nice. Good job, Grayson, good job.
Back.
I'm waving down. Trapping, back.
At least no flash, No flash.
Yeah. We can go.
Hui flashes forward, deletes Piglet, and grabs a shutdown on Darshan. So disruptive, attacks Rainover again. Matt goes down as Hui grabs himself the double kill. No way to repel to, goes down to 6A, and CLG clean up 4 members of Team Liquid.
Starting it off 2-0 with the new roster. Dardock on the Ivern, looking good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second series of the day is coming right up. But before we load onto the Rift, let's take a moment to unveil the newest banner to the Battle Arena and recognize our Spring Split champions. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM! All right, Bjergsen, so I want to ask you one question. You guys had a very successful Spring Split, but now TSM is back to that same dominant roster from last season. What are your expectations for TSM this summer?
I think it's obvious that we're going to do even better, and we're going to take the first place even more convincingly this time.
It was 17-1 last time in the regular season. How do you feel about 18-0?
I think it's a possibility. I'm not going to say for certain, but of course that would be something we would all love to achieve.
All right, well, best of luck in your match today. Now it's time to see if TSM starts summer with a victory or if Cloud9 and Jensen get revenge for the finals.
They kill Jensen! Give it hold delays Jensen! I feel life too much. I feel high, I feel low. Disaster for Cloud9. I've been thinking on my sins for the last 4 blocks. That's 2 Hail Marys and a half court shot. Something tough on myself. Drag my body through the belt and vow to do the most. Leave none for later. Pray for my haters.
Jensen didn't get his Zonias off, didn't get his ultimate off. He goes down in the critical fight.
Where you at? Where you at? Get relentless with it. Where you at? Where you at? Let's get reckless with it. Where you at? How I love it, live it, attack it. I keep coming and I get it. Right now more than ever.
It's those tiny moments in these games that make or break the team.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the North American LCS. My name is David Freak Turley, and casting alongside me for this rematch of our spring finals, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Whew, so excited. That was actually a hilarious unveiling of the clock. I like how Bjergsen was fully embracing it.
We know that is #1 on League Reddit right now. It's going to stay up there for half the day. Let's start by introducing our lineups for these teams and for this match. On the blue side is TSM Hanser. Sven Skarn, Bjergsen all returning in their respective roles. Doublelift comes back into the bot lane with Biofrost on support and their coach Parth.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top will be Ray. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid, Jensen. Bottom, Sneaky. Support, Smoothie. And Coach Reaper.
This is going to be a fun one to watch for absolutely. TSM are returning with Doublelift onto the roster. They are reuniting that 2016 summer split, as Pastry asked about, 17-1. Bjergsen hoping maybe it's going to be 18-0 this time.
Yeah, I mean, everybody remembers the outstanding, results that they got with this roster and the amount of hard work that they put in. With the return of Doublelift, though, people need to look past just the laning phase and just these laning stats that you're going to get with Doublelift, because one of the biggest criticisms people had for this team at MSI was the shot calling area, and the lack of proactive plays to finish out games. See if he can have an effect on that. One thing, though, as well with the MSI visit that TSM had, they have had less time a little bit to practice on this new patch. So some people have also some concerns there. Maybe, SKT showing when they got back to Korea. They also had a bit of a slow start after MSI, and similar thing could happen here.
Right. I mean, I talked with Smithy yesterday, and he said, I've been practicing with Immortals for a month. TSM was still playing at MSI a month ago. You're right, that you don't always have the same time. But let's talk about Cloud9, and specifically Jensen. They come into this game with absolutely something to prove. They were one team fight away from being the North American champions and going to MSI like TSM did, and now they're here trying to redeem themselves a bit.
Yeah, definitely an incredibly strong team. They haven't made any meaningful roster moves in the offseason. Ray now is the starter, though. We'll see if C9 can recover from their upset yesterday. I think that may be the main thing, because they were expected to take down CLG, and that might have thrown them off a little bit. Obviously, everybody, including these teams, have been looking very forward to this matchup, this rematch, and may have been looking a little bit too far forward.
Sure, it is absolutely the marquee matchup of this first week here. I talked with Aframu about 5 minutes ago, and he said that us, meaning CLG, and TSM are the top 2 teams in North America. So we think that they are above Cloud9, and maybe that drops them down a peg, but of course...
They just beat them.
Yeah, exactly. So there's clearly a track record for that, but of course there's always a chance that Cloud9 steps back up today and does take it back to TSM here.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, Smoothie was, the all first team support North American LCS for the last split. Their bottom lane has definitely looked strong. And the real questions that everybody's got, around Jensen and stuff, I don't think that that's going to be much of an issue for him. I mean, he's always had the kind of mentality of he wants to take down Bjergsen and he wants
competitor.
to take that spot. And he does not seem phased, as everyone's a little bit worried. Oh, he's going to tilt. Yeah, making fun of him for the Zonias. It doesn't seem like it's affecting him. He seems like a very much more resilient player than in the past. Because in the past, and especially when they get to big games like the finals, you have those concerns of, ooh, is he going to reach too far? Is he going to tilt? But in regular season games, he's been just fine.
Absolutely agree. And I remember it was either on The Dive or on with that one of your talk shows. You're talking about how Jensen is still the best Echo in North America, and I do agree that you can give him flack for missing one ability press in the last team fight, but he has done so much work for Cloud9 as a player. That track record, why he's still probably their most productive member on the team. Even if you can point out one mistake and one clutch moment, he's done so much more for the squad.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see as we're waiting for the players to get through one of the last checks here. I'm very curious to see what type of game plan TSM actually come up with to go and attack Cloud9 this time around. Because with double lift in the bottom lane, there are far more possibilities, it feels like, for this TSM squad as far as even just pre-planning and champion select and coming into this game, with a game plan to attack Cloud9 compared to their, old roster.
Sure, absolutely. And it's interesting. We heard from Aframo, he talked about the fact that Liquid got a chance to scout CLG. They got to see them play their first match when they played Cloud9. And similarly here, TSM, you're right, while they don't have as much time necessarily to practice, they got to watch Cloud9 play. They got to see how CLG beat them and said, okay, well, if they're going to play like this again, well, we have some tools here. We know what the contract's jungle tier list is. Are we afraid of him playing Kha'Zix there? And things like that. Now, that said, as again, I talked with Aframo before, and I've talked with Dardoch before as well, they had said that in scrims at TSM, they do not look rusty. That you're right that they haven't played as much on 7.9 plus, but they are certainly still in form from their MSI shape, from all the games they're playing over in Brazil, that this team is ready to go, and the players' mechanics are all ready, and double lift seems sharp, etc. as well. He's just coming off the promotion tournament. And I mean, this team should be an explosive match at the very least.
Definitely what we're expecting here. And speaking of explosiveness, actually, with the kind of adjustments in the meta, one of the things with them not really being able to practice as much on the preseason patch due to MSI, supports. Part of the big thing that got CLG their win over Cloud9 was so much playmaking coming from the support role. Aframo himself on the Rakan, on the Bard, these types of champions. Biofrost, we've seen so much of Biofrost on the Karma and the Lulus, long range, pokers, shielders. And I know that Braum is very close to his heart. He loves playmaking with that champion. He likes to be, on the front line. That's his, melee champion of choice for the support role.
Yeah.
But will he branch out?
I mean, he might. I know he had picked up Tom Kench for MSI. He hadn't played it all year and then played it there in the group stage and had an okay time on it already. But yeah, how many Rakan games do you need to make sure that you're ready to go on Rakan? How many times has he played New Bard? The Bard buffs came in time for MSI. It's one of those champions that he should have or could have practiced up to that one, but hasn't been a super prolific Bard player otherwise. But you look at things that Aframo is willing to bring out, those are certainly clearly options for him.
Definitely true. Super excited. Everybody a little bit tense here as this game can kind of set the tone for the entire split as well. As you were talking with all of the other players too, even in just the practices, it's still TSM, Cloud9 projected to be in the top of the North American LCS, and this is your first chance at kind of claiming superiority.
Sure, and I want to bring up Rift Rivals, actually, because these are two of the teams alongside Phoenix One that are heading to Rift Rivals after Week 5 of the North American LCS, shipping over to Europe for a week and hoping to redeem North America for their, to be honest, a bit embarrassing showing at the Midseason Invitational. And TSM is going to be one of those teams, redeeming themselves directly. They'll be playing G2 at some point down that line. Cloud9, though they were one game away from missing MSI, get to go and play something internationally and show if they're a strong team as well. And there's always a part of the storyline to me where it's like, as a North American fan, I just want all the teams to be good so that they can go and beat up Europe in a couple of weeks, and that'll make up for MSI for me right there. And that's something I kind of want to see. And so for all these teams, I want to celebrate all their improvements and all their successes. And TSM's first game of the split, Cloud9 bouncing back from a close match loss yesterday. Like, I want all these teams to be good for when Week 6 rolls around.
Yeah, definitely hoping for some good games here, some entertaining ones at the very least. Still get one more delay, though. We want to make sure everything is perfect before heading into the action, because once this one starts, we don't want to have to take a break.
I agree. Yeah, I'm waiting for that 1 minute pause in when we're like, oh, we're ready to go. Just kidding. I think I heard production say something about chair mats a while ago, so something to make sure that I guess the chairs aren't rolling around. I don't know. It is TSM's first match on this stage, this split. Cloud9 probably had been more checked in, ready. They had, of course, played a match yesterday, TSM. Sometimes it does take a bit for your first match of the
Or
day.
are the chairs rolling around too much?
Oh, yeah, or too little. Who knows? I don't know which one it's going to be, but yeah. Occasionally you will see things like this where it's the first match of the split, and it's like, oh, yeah, Impact hasn't played yet this year. It's going to take him another 2 minutes when he gets on stage to make sure everything's ready for him. Sometimes that happens, so looks like we are getting the players filtered in. Contracts just said GLHF in the pre-game lobby. All 5 of Cloud9 are here. The first 3 of TSM are as well, so just waiting for Doubleton Biofrost. We should have all 10 players ready to go.
All right, so coming in for Champions Select, what we're expecting, red side, Zach Bans, of course.
Yep.
You definitely respect the ability of both these guys, both junglers and top laners even, to play that champion. I don't see it really getting through any of these ones. Sejuani is another one of the tanks that got reworked.
Yeah.
However, definitely not going to be ban phase worthy, but I'm still waiting to see a team come out with multiple melee champions and actually design a composition kind of around Sejuani. The other thing is you also have to take into account the enemy team, though. Don't want too much long range on that side either.
Poke off the passive.
Because she's not giant AoE stun anymore. But
yeah, true.
I still think that there is opportunity that we could see her in this split.
I agree. I think she's worthy to be picked. She's a strong enough champion. It's great because I think there are a lot of great options in all of the roles. We have good tank junglers. You mentioned the Zac and even the Sejuani. The fighter junglers obviously still there. The Elise and the Lee Sin, the early game pressure ones. We've got fighters in the top lane with Jarvan and Kled and Fiora. We've got tanks in the top lane with, okay, not Maokai so much right now, but the other the Gragas and the Galleon and whatnot. And there's such a wealth of options. I'm glad. It was weird seeing Piglet early pick a Jhin when he was playing with Liquid early today, because that felt like, okay, he doesn't have to play Jhin anymore. And he's like, no, that's still me. But we saw his Twitch work really well. And I always like when there's lots of different styles in every role, because it means you have 3 types of champions per role for every role to make your own comp with. And that always makes things very exciting because you see very different comps every game.
Yeah, definitely true. Variety, everyone's a pretty big fan. All right. Everybody's in the lobby now.
Yes.
So we'll prep this one.
Had a lot of fill for us. We got to talk about League of Legends some more. Thankfully, we got to warm up yesterday. We cast the CLG C9 set, so the synergy's on point. We're ready to cast this one.
The prelude to this one.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see, how Cloud9 recover from that series versus CLG.
Yeah.
Because they had a split pushing threat and weren't really able to use split pushing to gain themselves advantage in the game. If again they go for a split push strategy here with Ray, I do expect them, after reviewing yesterday's gameplay, to actually pressure that strategy and use that strategy to gain their advantages and actually use it as their win condition.
Sure.
Because not only have TSM seen the last games on stage, but Cloud9 actually got to run through and look at their own mistakes already.
There's always a chance that they're warmed up because of it. As we saw with CLG, they're able to win their back-to-back matches. Galio banned off the table as well. Clearly, Cloud9 considers this to be an incredibly powerful top laner. They had first picked it back in the series against CLG, and they've been banning it away when they're red side ever since.
Yeah, definitely it has that flex pick threat. You can't move it to the mid lane, and teams have been really early picking it, even with some of the 1v1 advantage champions still available. So definitely like that ban here, even with Fiora already banned out by TSM side. They're not going to let that one go through, and it looks like TSM also kind of respecting some of those split push possibilities from Ray, from Cloud9.
Absolutely, and Elise considered to be the best jungler with Zac off the table. Pick rates have said that so far internationally, removing one of the options from Senskarn.
And that's so much because of the early playmaking and the importance right now in the jungle of getting off multiple ganks early. And the effect that you can have on the early game on lane phase for your solo laners is really big with Elise. And a lot of junglers been prizing that one fairly high. Lulu actually, to me, is interesting because her win rate plummeted after the nerfs for competitive play, and we've even seen her gone unpicked and unbanned in a couple of series already across the split, but still, she does very similar things, just a little bit less healthy.
Yep, less healthy, less shielding to her teammates, and that's what the situation for her right now. Ooh, early hover on Xayah. Are we gonna see it grab? Do it, Cloud9. Yes, Xayah is in the mix for Sneaky. Always a player who has put lots of champs on, or lots of games on new champs.
Will they have the duo lock-in here, though? Because Cloud9 were the ones who suffered defeat at the hands of Stixxay and Afromood's Xayah Rakan combo. That was an incredibly fun composition to watch. You know, Orianna ball delivery, constant playmaking from the Rakan. But because there's such delay here, we got another one!
The Mustayan duo is here. Xayah and Rakan. Can Smoothie and Sneaky look as good as Stixxay and Afromood did yesterday? Because certainly they put on a show. It was ban-worthy afterwards. Going to be fun to watch.
We get 100% of the Xayah Rakan duo games free.
Yes. The honor is ours, and I'm happy about it. TSM got to make their own choices. The Lulu's already been grabbed, and it's going to be a Caitlyn for Doublelift down here in the bot lane. So certainly set up to carry, and then the Kennen going to be blind pick for TSM.
All right, so things that we learned so far with the limited competitive games on this duo that we've seen. I fully expect the lane phase, CS to be given away, from this duo lane. Like Xayah Rakan, short range, aren't very strong in lane and getting that control, and especially versus Caitlyn.
It's a door and shield start for Xayah 100% of the time, I feel like. So.
For sure. The thing that you have to respect is the kill pressure. Rakan playmaking, Afromood made it very clear that you will not have any time to react to, the ultimate W plays, the ultimate flash W plays. As long as you can get your ultimate channeling before you move in, for your jumps, before your flash plays, it's super long range and super low reaction time for the enemies. So always have to worry about lane kills, even if CS should go the way of the Caitlyn Lulu.
Absolutely. So things to watch for. Jarvan going to be grabbed for likely the top lane out of Cloud9's Ray. One of his signatures, and I've actually seen this matchup played earlier. LCK played it, and Jarvan versus Kennen, and the Jarvan did pretty well. I think Marin tried to play some AP Kennen, and it didn't work so well, so certainly Cloud9 thinks it's a good matchup into Kennen, the best one available, with really only the Galio and Zac off the table.
Plus, this is one of Ray's most comfortable champions. Huge time he spent on Jarvan. With the buffs to Jarvan's shield on the W, you get a little bit more health, and it's pretty good in the trades versus Kennen as well. Talking about the threat of all-ins. It's the same thing for the duo squad. They're probably going to lose in CS, but they have the kill pressure. Same thing with Jarvan here. The all-in on Kennen, if you can hit your flag and drag, especially as you approach that level 6, jungler pressure is something that Kennen does have to take into account, even though Kennen is such a lane bully and can bully with the added range advantage.
Absolutely.
Early on in the phase.
The final bans come through. Fizzle joins the ban list, as well as the Nunu banned away by Cloud9, so they've got to make some choices there. But they can wait for the mid laner.
Yeah, Cloud9 want to take out some of those core junglers for the protect the AD carry comps.
Yeah.
Nunu Blood Boil would be good, by the way, either on Kennen if he had to join a team fight, which he doesn't really like to do, or the Caitlyn. And if you get low enough cooldown reduction, you can actually keep Blood Boil up on 2 targets. Not for the full duration, but there is an overlap where you can have simultaneous ones going. Regardless, though, those are going to be off the table as far as those real protect the AD carry speedball comps.
I am interested in what the Fizz ban signifies, because you kind of assume that Cloud9's going to early pick their jungler in this round, at least they show right here, and then they're going to last pick mid, and I'm curious what Fizz is supposed to counter.
Definitely they're worried about the Jensen. I mean, you can take a look at the setup so far from Cloud9. It's a lot of early game, a lot of playmaking, a lot of Cloud9's composition depends on them going all in, getting kills, creating those plays. If there was Fizz added to it, maybe it's just one extra assassin they don't want to have to deal with in the mid lane. It also is very threatening to things like Orianna, like Taliyah. Syndra's already been banned out, so not a worry there, but they're kind of covering for Bjergsen to be able to have more map pressure with this Taliyah early.
I actually like what TSM did with the hover, by the way, is they hovered a support for a very long time just to make Cloud9 think about Lulu mid and be like, all right, if they go for this, they go protect the double lift, what do we do here? And then just insta-lock the Taliyah afterwards. There's always a chance you screw people up with that, and just as a really minor meta game point, I love hovering away from the flex you're actually doing. Either by Cassiopeia, the final lock-in here for Cloud9, a team fighter through and through. Cloud9 have lots of, I would say, pretty strong area of effect crowd control with this whole lineup.
Yeah, and they have so much, like we said, kill pressure, right? It's going to be a lot on Contracts. Contracts has actually done, decently well as far as stabilizing games and, farming well. However, him now in the driver's seat. This Lee Sin has the possibility to really sway some of these lanes. Jarvan has kill pressure, Xayah Rakan have kill pressure, and the Cassiopeia versus Taliyah depends so much on the movements of those mid laners, each of them having their own speed buffs is really important as far as the dodging goes for determining the 2v2 possibilities early on.
Totally agree, and keep in mind the nerfs to Lulu were her health and the value of her shield when she puts on either herself or her opponent, so that kill pressure has gone up as of the 7.10-ish changes here on this one. Go to shake hands for the first time of possibly many this split. TSM and Cloud9 certainly no strangers to competition against one another, but we are ready to go into the first game of this match. TSM bringing out the cannon for Hansler Jarvan, the signature champion for Ray, back in for him. His 4th straight game start for Cloud9 this split. Seen a redemption story after he lost to TSM in the finals, and even they lost to Counter Logic Gaming yesterday. They are certainly a good enough team to do it here. Sneaky and Smoothie bringing out Xayah, and Rakan can do just that. Meanwhile, it is Doublelift's first game back on TSM. He had helped resuscitate Liquid for a short time at the end of last split. Certainly still seemed to be a very strong player. And this is the most dominant roster North America's ever seen. 17-1 formerly TSM with these 5 players. Back at it here in their first match of the split.
All right, and look at that. We actually don't even see... oh, we have an extra... No, Ray doesn't go with the Doran shield. I was going to say we have double Doran shields for the extra poking that can come from Kennen. You know, we do see it sometimes in the top lane to deal with those bullying top laners, but says never mind, selling it or unbuying it and going for the corruption potion.
And there's 2 reasons you can kind of think about that. One is, well, as we watch the invade, got to make sure that's going to be fine. Corrupting Potion is more damage, so if Contracts is planning on ganking early off of the fact that Hansler will likely push him, he's got mana to go for the combos and some damage. But also, the laning phase of Jarvan actually requires you to use some mana. Using your shield for some damage mitigation, like the mana gain of Corrupting Potion might just actually offset all of the regen Doran Shield would have given you.
This is an interesting setup here. They've got a little bit of vision. Nothing in the tri-bush.
Yeah, it's not that much. Xayah cannot hard CC at level 1. You can't learn your E, nor can you throw out feathers without learning something else, so not a lot of follow-up there. And out they go.
Yep, just going to be defensive starts and no deep ward for Cloud9. They'll have no information. You know, Olaf can start on Raptors as well as the blue buff, so there is something up in the air here still as far as tracking Svenskeren. Definitely advantage early over to TSM here as they're going to see Contracts leave the Raptors, and they'll know if he goes you know, to that red buff and then try to make his way towards Scuttle Crab if he's running Experience Rune or any sort of top lane shenanigans.
Well, we'll see more of this in a little bit as the knockup comes through. Should be a small trade in the bot lane. I want to make sure this doesn't turn into too much just yet. Actually, pretty good hits back on a Sneaky. Thunderlord's triggered on a Smoothie as well. They're going to kite back at half HP. And as they settle in the laning phase, we got a silent report with Pastry Time, who was talking with, I believe it's Cloud9's coach, Reaper.
Thank you, Fit. Yes, I did catch up with Reapit very briefly. Actually asked him about Ray and Impact, kind of see how they were playing. Impact actually returned late home from Korea, so was just resting. Ray had been playing in the Scream, so that's why they wanted to take him there instead. As far as them swapping out throughout the season, last season, Impact played very well, so he played a lot of the early games, but Ray's been improving, and he says to just see how it goes and based on the strength of the players. Back to you guys for the cast.
Way to stay calm during that level 1 trade, Pastry. Yeah. He's unfazed. He knew nobody was going to die. Oh my goodness, though. So many summoners. And we talked about the kill pressure that you can have with Xayah Rakan. Now with no summoners, I expect junglers to really pay attention to this lane. You know, double lift on the Caitlyn. It's very easy to stabilize after that and just try and heal up with your warlords and continue to have that lane control. But you have to keep in mind the timings on these summoner spells. No flashes for anyone except Rakan. Smoothie has all the power for the playmaking in bottom lane now, you know, if they're able to bring Contracts into the fold.
See if they can make it happen. Early push in for TSM, no surprise here. Gonna try to last out under the turret, missing a little bit. Interesting to see a Spell Thief start for Smoothie, I believe, after he had gone coin on Rakan in his previous game. A lot of options for viable starts here. Contracts now just seen in the river.
Flash
the
from
ward.
Smoothie.
And he's going to look for the knockup, not going to find it. 90 caliber net makes it happen. A nice juke by Double, gets away from the Sonic Wave as well. No gank to be had. Flash down for Smoothie.
Oh, and Cloud9's biggest threat in the bottom lane out the window here. Double lift easily able to evade it with just the net. Contracts even was down on going all in for this kill and used his flash very early for the Q. So Cloud9 reduced so much of the early game playmaking with that. Now he doesn't have flash to get out of this.
Ghost pop, level 4 for the move. And this one Contracts on a 300 HP. The flash follow for Bjergsen, first blood. unfazed entirely for Svenskar. Now Jensen out of mana, can't keep fighting, has to run away.
What a punish here from TSM. Contracts way over eager, had just blown his flash bottom lane and then goes for an invade into an Olaf, who easily is able to pop Ghost, take that fight 1v1 and absolutely smash. There we go, Smoothie in again. Gonna have to use the shield on his way out.
Continually good reaction from Teladu, a good root as well. He's gonna take him down! Biofrost helps, and the kill comes through in the bot lane. TSM 2-0.
Holy moly, this is going very poorly for Cloud9. They were the ones with so much, possibilities as far as the early game goes, but some big mistakes here, and TSM just absolutely jumping on everyone. Very big punishes. Let's take a look at the side steps here. Double F once again, able to get out of it with the net. Then the turnaround from them and the sly trap.
Oh, he turned and then turned back onto it.
Yeah, exactly. Smoothie with a bit of a mistake there. Whew.
Now TSM, you can see their game one record. That was the joke back from last split, but certainly off to a great start at the beginning of this game one.
And as we're seeing, the expected, CS differential due to the matchup, Kennen abusing the range, pushing Ray under, and getting that CS advantage for himself. He also knows that there is no possibility of the Lee Sin. If you have that kill pressure on Jarvan, only if the jungler hasn't been seen. Only if there's that possibility Lee Sin comes to add to it. So that gave Hanser even more freedom to try and abuse his range discrepancy.
Absolutely. So far, so good for TSM and Hanser and the rest of that squad included. Looks like it's going to be one recall coming out for C9, and I believe bot lane's going to be a freeze. So Doublelift and, Biofrost going to really make C9 regret this decision. They've got to show the wave the rest of the way in, or they're going to lose an entire wave, at least, just for the recall.
Yeah, and they don't have contracts down there to help them push it out. So wave's starting to go back the other way as they CS.
Maybe so. TSM looking for a little bit near the mid lane. Contracts level 5, same level as Sven. Jensen's around. Ulti available on Cassiopeia. Does not get the stun, though. Looking for a bit onto Dalia. Now looking back on Svenskar. And that Olaf going to run out of health pretty rapidly. One more shot will do it. Kill comes through. Jensen gets the trade. Now in the bot lane, Ignite has been used yet again by Biofrost. Contracts around to keep him safe, and out they go.
Super important for Cloud9 to salvage that mid lane because, Contracts has just died over by the mid lane and giving over that extra assist money to Bjergsen. Now Jensen, he had gotten that level 6. He's done a good job of dodging Bjergsen's abilities thus far. And with the extra kill credit actually going to Jensen, their mid lane hyper AP carry is what Cloud9 are going to put their new hopes on.
There we go. Justice out of ward range now spotted here. Can he find the play? Does not have the ulti contract. Instead, a trinket ward to kill, 10 gold for his trouble.
Yeah, you got to be very careful here for Cloud9 around this bottom lane. Now he's level 6, though, does have the kick available.
No flash. Lands the Q, though. Can he get the ward? Yes, he goes in towards the Lulu, who's got a flash and Contracts has got no life, though Sven was there because they saw the gank already, the ward, and Sven started coming down.
Exactly. Intelligent reaction from Sven. Even though they clear out the ward and Contracts just waits around for a little while, Sven, last seen area for Contracts in the bottom lane, so he just heads over. Worst case scenario, he wastes a couple seconds and then goes to farm Krugs anyway.
Yeah.
He's there for the counter gank. And I said, you have to be so careful around that bottom lane already. You're just feeding more and more money over to a Caitlyn and just jumping her ahead to the crit builds that are even cheaper than before.
Yep.
And the spike is very dangerous.
And she's very, very strong. So it's going to be a pretty big item lead for Doublelift. He had already gotten a BF recall off earlier. Now it's going to be a pickaxe added onto it. So pretty rich TSM bot laner. Going to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the re-entry into the team here for Doublelift. Absolutely huge. He's got so much of the advantage on his shoulders. Ray going to take a little bit of damage on the way out. But most of Cloud9's hopes, as we said, are on Jensen now. That's the only area that they found any success. He does have the extra kill money and farming very decently versus Bjergsen at the moment. Both summoners still available as well, so slight possibility of creating a play there.
Sure. He is the only Cloud9 player with a gold lead. You saw that up a second ago, but TSM as a team up 1,500. Bjergsen getting a blue buff, going to back for more components of his Morellonomicon, and looks good for the defending champions, TSM. There's never been a team that's won spring and then actually won summer in the same year. For some reason, some team always upsets it. This might be the split that curse is broken, and TSM hoping to make it the first time there's been a 3-time consecutive North American champion. Every game looks like this one. That's pretty likely. Of course, there's many more to be played. We'll see what happens here as we get back to the laning phase on the bot side. It's always this one. It's been full of pressure. Double happy to take some fights on a bit. 1v2 knockup's gonna land though on this one. Lulu has the ulti, and Sneaky, you can see how much damage he's taking on that Xayah.
And just look at Doublelift's focus right there. All right, never mind. We'll take a look at this 2v1 at the top.
Stun gonna come in for Hanser, buying himself a bit of time. Ray does have flash and ulti, but of course Hanser having flash as well. The kick flash, that was absolutely perfectly played by Contracts. Hanser gonna choose to save, and almost gets the kill picked up for it, forcing Ray to flash. Hanser held the summoner the whole time.
Oof, very close call right there. Hunter almost able to get a counter kill, but again, the bottom lane is a disaster for Cloud9. Doublelift and Biofrost going to get first turret gold on top of the giant advantage they already have accrued.
And Doublelift and Biofrost have been ganked more than they've gotten ganked so far this game and still get first turret gold. Doublelift has not missed a beat as a player, absolutely slaughtering the bottom lane. 30 minion lead, 1 kill and an assist, and first turret gold.
And here we go.
Oh, it barely caught Jensen. He's got to flash this wall. He will do so, but here comes the wall drop, and he tears it down. Svenskeren, 3 kills.
On top of it, if it wasn't enough already, Infernal Dragon as well. This is an absolute snowball that is out of control now for TSM. I mean, they've even neutralized the one threat that Cloud9 had, taking both of Jensen's summoners in addition to his life and maybe his turret.
And they're going to try for it a little bit here. Bjergsen has teammates in, and again, Doublelift is rich, has 75-ish bonus attack damage here, and going to keep chunking this thing down a half HP so far. C9 not great at defending. The only wave that they've really got is Jensen, and it's not an alive champion, so mid-turret will indeed fall. Smart play by TSM to bring the Caitlyn up. He'll lose half a wave in the bot lane because Sneaky's pushing, but that is completely worth it to knock down mid.
Take another look here. Control ward was in the middle, so they saw him
He
early.
thought he might get over.
It was fairly close. If you're over 50% on the other side, he gets nudged further into his own jungle, and he, might not even have to burn any summoners to get away from it. But very close placement and accurate from Bjergsen to be able to secure huge advantages across the map now for TSM. Let's see now how fast they can press, because as I said before, biggest criticisms versus TSM in international play at MSI were how they were not able to end games even when they had those big leads. Yeah. Right now, I feel like their main focus is time trial.
Yeah.
How quickly can we actually use this early advantage and finish up the game?
Well, it's a little weird, and so I agree. I think the skill TSM needs to learn is how to close out games efficiently. What was weird is when they had the 17-1 TSM, they were just beating NA teams too fast. They were winning the first 10 minutes so well, they would close out in 25.
One of the fastest teams we had ever seen.
Right, but they never had to play 25 to 35 minutes or 35 to 45 minutes. And so when they got to Worlds and Samsung and everyone else with better laning phases, they never played those 30-minute games, and they didn't know how to close those things out properly. And that was actually their real deficit. They almost need to untime trial if you're playing for practice and win close late games.
If you say so, freak.
I know it's a really weird point, but I just remember watching them at Worlds where they could no longer smash lane as hard, and they didn't have the same skill set that they could apply. And I don't know, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree here, but we'll see if they can continue to be as excellent as they have been before. TSM 2-0 on turrets. Cloud9 going to get one back here in the bot lane. TSM still playing aggressively elsewhere on the map, and they are playing sharply. They are still continuing to push leads. Doublelift has been part of every single turret kill. That is by the book, good League of Legends play. When he's got the item lead, you put him where the turrets are and you knock him down.
And again, two aspects to reintegrating Doublelift into this team. We've already seen the great lane phase, the mechanics on display here versus Cloud9. But again, the shot calling that, we saw in a lot of interviews where Bjergsen was talking about it was a very big burden on him. Doublelift, not only did he do great in lane and he's got confidence now, he can go for the aggressive shot calls. He can help direct TSM here to pressing this early advantage. Infernal Drake, 3,500 gold lead, and a lot of map to work with. They're already moving in, putting down the extra vision. He's pressuring the secondary turret, and a red buff steal is very likely.
What's going to happen there? Control even to make sure it's safe. Contract's going to look at the fog of war. Blind Q! Ooh, Case might come through for some, but now it's a bad situation. And Contract's taken down immediately. Jensen on the chase. Ray around as well. The Ghost will time it eventually. Ults on the Doublelift, who nets right back out. And that's an ult for a 18-second cooldown. Seems good for Double Lift.
Yeah, I feel you, Contracts. I got that same jungler feeling. They're stealing my red buff. I need to
give them more than the red.
I need to contest it, try and get my own red. But yeah, Svenskeren angry about that one. Goes down, gets the kill, and they are able to get out with just the ghost as well. Again, Double Lift. All he needs again is the net, escaping without having to blow summoners. And TSM have so much control right now. This Kennen is very close to that Blade of the Ruined King. You know, he's doing really well and continuing to pressure the Jarvan, who's got a very nice CS lead over him. All that Hauntzer really needs to continue his split pushing is a little bit of extra warding, a little bit of extra vision so that you know, he doesn't go down in the 2v1s. A little bit later in the game, he can actually pull off the 2v1s and fight his way out. But as of right now, hasn't got his items completed and would like a bit more vision to work with.
He can find himself. Ray, speaking of vision, sees Hauntzer.
And it might be a 2v1.
Okay, gets the knockup. Contracts ward hops in to land the Q. Good flash by Hauntzer. He needed to do that. He would have likely died otherwise. Flash down, though.
Yeah, look at all the control ward placement from Cloud9 now. Let's discuss how valuable is super deep warding when you're this far behind. Because I'm a much bigger fan of actually, if you're this far behind, using those control wards in your own territory, where you can actually get, you know, defensive vision, and you're looking for more turnaround plays and more defensive plays where your team, you want to be able to collapse on somebody clearing out your control ward or something, rather than the super deep vision that will alert you to what, you know, TSM going into their jungle to farm an area that you have no business going to attack.
Right, and then they get past the river, and you're like, I don't know if they're at our red buff. I don't know if they're diving us in the bot lane. I don't know if they're doing the Drake. And you're right, that you start losing out on what the vision would give you.
Yeah, deep vision is great, you know, when it's close game or when you're ahead especially, but when you're in this big of a hole, I would really consider replacing, you know, even though it costs you money and it feels bad to replace control ward, going for maybe more of a defensive option. We'll see if it does, you know, play out though, because the Drake is coming up. It's a mountain Drake, and they will have a bit more control of that area of the map. Meanwhile, Rift Herald.
Easy take for TSM right now. They've already knocked down all the 3 outer turrets, so this will make taking down a tier 2 very easy for them. Sven basically doesn't take damage. As we discussed before, Rift Herald is pretty easy to kill as a team. And Svenskeren will carry the duties. This is smart by Cloud9, though. Do the best they can to trade an objective elsewhere on the map. They sussed out well enough that Rift Herald was going down and will trade an objective. Mountain Drake doesn't do much for a losing team. If you don't hit a turret or another Drake ever, you get 0 out of it, but it's something to do. Mid lane now under fire. TSM using Rift Herald right away, and this turret likely to fall as it charges in and deals a whole crap ton of damage. It's going to fall.
Yeah, and it looks like Ray undecided if he was going to join or continue split pushing, and Cloud9 have made the call now to have him walk up. He doesn't have teleport, and TSM rotate up to the secondary turret on top side. There is a teleport for Hauntzer, by the way, but the reason they're sending him back is they haven't seen Ray until just now when he shows on mid lane, so they were covering any possible option that Cloud9 had to get any sort of objective pressure. So they send him back early, you know, clean up that bottom lane, and Hauntzer should be able to get all those minions, no problem.
He's going to walk in, yeah, so that slow push set up by Ray, not going to turn into much, sadly, for C9. Hauntzer going to grab his couple of minion waves, and yeah, at least top lane tier 2 was saved by Cloud9 making that rotation earlier. 5,000 gold difference. Second Mountain Drake will spawn in about 5 minutes. Baron's going to spawn in 2, and TSM continue to play pressure. And as you had said earlier, Kobe, speed running, maybe the name of the game, time trials, actually, sorry, was the term you used. And we'll see what TSM's first time trial is going to result in here, as they certainly have had a commanding lead from minute 3.
Yeah, and man, when we talked about the scaling of the Caitlyn, Double Lift already 18 minutes is looking at completing his first Zeal item. I mean, yeah, the multiplication here with your Infinity Edge already completed so early. You know, cost reductions as well as early kills going over to him. He's going to be ready to team fight very quickly here.
Yeah, it comes online faster.
I am a bit curious to see if we'll see more static shifts, because, you know, we saw that yesterday, and we were a bit curious as far as the nerfs for Hurricane haven't come in yet.
Yeah.
And already we've seen people going static shift, but maybe Double Lift sticks with the old Hurricane as it, you know, helps you stack those headshots quicker still.
The double dagger means it's Hurricane or Phantom Dancer for sure. It's
oh yeah,
the Shiv. But hold on, fight on the fence, Scar. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So gonna chase down the Ghost inside. One more shot. Jensen gets the kill. And the Flash Charm is in. Look at the beautiful plays. And Sneaky gets a shutdown as well. Cloud9 do fire back in the mid game.
Oh, that playmaking again with the Lee Sin and the Rakan. Flashes both used, and Cloud9 took a very needed step to gain some gold back for the team. Even though Double Lift still was pushing on top side, and TSM still get an objective during the trade.
That's the difficulty. We want Jensen to make this play again. Of course, the trade for 2 kills is pretty close in total gold.
And again, Cloud9 want any sort of trades, right? They want any sort of gold back into this, as TSM were already working on that turret, and we're already going to get some gold. So this is definitely a worthwhile play for Cloud9, and taking their opportunities to get that playmaking done. The problem now is that they don't have flashes on their big CC abilities, their big playmaking players. So
yeah,
the next play is going to be much more difficult.
Exactly. It was 2 flashes on the big playmakers you mentioned that are down, and 2 kills with nothing else for it. For a turret is almost equal gold change, so it's almost arguably TSM won out in that trade. Like, of course, trading gold back and forth lets you get your items, but the game state is actually arguably better for TSM than it was a minute ago. Now there's 2 flashes down, and the gold state about the same. Double Lift Hurricane completed, building towards his next Zeal item. You were mentioning going rapid fire cannon and Shiv. There's a couple of different changes, and as I mentioned that again, there might be a fight, contract sees an opponent, and he's going to go for a little bit of damage there and kite back out. But
yeah, the build paths are going to change as well, aren't they?
The build paths are...
those reverted.
No, there's no real build path differences. Hurricane no longer has a recurve bow in it, but it's still 2 daggers. So it's pretty much the same. But yeah, basically, Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon got buffed in terms of what they provide. Fire Cannon stacks faster, and it will stack your Warlord's Bloodlust faster. So you get to kite like really, really well, and that feels really good on those kind of champions. I'd expect Sneaky to buy one, for example, for a similar reason. And Hurricane lost its single target damage bonus, but it is actually better teamfight AoE, so you can sometimes make more of a choice around, am I hitting more than one target? If I'm not, there's no gain to Hurricane at all.
Yeah, specifically for Caitlyn.
And of course, she has the headshot bonus as well in this patch.
All right, let's see how TSM actually choose the pressure. We talked about, using their early lead. They've done a good job thus far. We're only 21 minutes into the game. They've already got control wards on Baron. They have Haunter split pushing. These are the boxes that you want to check. Cloud9, though, getting right in there, clearing out both those control wards.
Okay.
As TSM went for, looked like they just were clearing out their own jungle here with Double Lift doing Gromp. And 3 control ward kills is actually decent if you're this far behind and you are worried about the push and pull with a split pusher on bottom and Baron being threatened. I think this does buy Cloud9 a little bit of more safety, even though they're in a pretty big hole.
Sure, absolutely. Talk about scaling a little bit. Because Cloud9 do have 3 melee champions, they've got some real tank stats on the squad. Of course, fighter build Kennen, not that tanky. Sven's somewhat durable, to be fair, with all this. But what I really want to look at is the fact that if Sneaky's not under a lot of pressure, Xayah has insane damage output if she has the uptime and the safety to auto-attack. And Olaf is one of the less threatening frontliners that I feel like Sneaky's actually going to be pretty reliably able to get a lot of attacks out. He's got a gold deficit for sure on a double lift, but theoretically, if you have the time, you do more damage than a Caitlyn.
Yeah, he's really just got to worry about, charging Olaf, of course, but, the possibilities. Are TSM actually going to call in the Kennen for one of those flanking team fights? They'd really like to get most of their advantages, as we said, out of him creating that split push pressure, drawing them back between those 2 objectives of control wards on Baron. Oh, it's dark. And, Haunter constantly pressuring that turret on bottom side. The Drake should add more pressure to their Baron threat, by the way, and the possibility of them actually just burning it down. So this is a pretty bad Drake spawn for Cloud9, and TSM are actually very happy about that Mountain Drake this late into the game.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if they can keep using that Kennen split push pressure, and we'll see if they can make this work out for him. It's always, or almost always, been lane pressure on TSM's favor this game.
Interesting choice that they've actually made to have Double Lift on the bottom, and they're getting punished for this choice. Double Lift was farming on that bottom side, walking up now.
That early Mountain Drake gets him about 20% faster, and Ray goes in to stop him, and it's going to make it stop. Well played. The Baron is picked up in a rush by Cloud9. Ray losing his life for the cause, but that is worth it in so many ways.
What a sacrifice. Ray gives up his life for the team to be able to get a comeback play, and TSM misappropriate their lanes. It was supposed to be Haunter with his teleport in bottom side, double lift, the AD carry shows, and immediately Cloud9 punished. Really good shot calling right there. They knew they were in a hole, and they had to make some big play to get back here. TSM, give them the opening.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful stuff right there. Every misplay, there must be a good play to capitalize on it, and that's what happened here. But TSM 5v4 for 12 seconds. Ray's still dead. Despite a Baron buff, should be able to push. A wall cuts off Jensen. He can't join this fight for the turret. Not taking too much damage just yet. They're pushing him back, Cloud9. Contracts wants to go for the play. Gets a sizable kick up. Looks in for more. The charm is there. The feathers as well. One picked up. If double is down, and that's the gold lead evaporated. Is he going? Ray's back in the fight. He doesn't have an ulti, though. He can't really join easily. He might EQ the wall and look for more.
Yeah, Haunter actually canceled his teleport in this one where Ray kept it going, and Cloud9 strike back here. Again, the Baron buff, in turret defense, it's really underestimated. Buffing up those minions for your defense on your turret as well. They're able to keep the turret standing, plus get that counter engage. Contracts just going bowling here, hits all three of them.
That was insane. Absolutely insane by Contracts. And now there's the counterattack. So a high-tempo game once again. Since that Baron take action, and action. Cloud under the mid lane, finally going to get their second turret of the situation here. Sven now pushed out of his own jungle. Smoothie and Contracts joining into the bot side of the map because they are joining up with Sneaky, who is pushing bot lane tier 2, and that will be 2 turrets picked up off that Baron, and a 1-for-1 in kills long term. Cloud9 back in this one, less than 2,000 gold separates them.
Xayah plus Rakan, level 5, Deadly Plumage goes off with a Baron buff. That turret is almost instantly gone. And man, they are right back into this one. TSM again. The mid-game really bites them here. All right, let's take another look at Contracts. Huge playmaking, goes in, gets his angle even after the Lulu ultimate there. Hits his flash for the triple knockup, and Smoothie capitalizes on it immediately, taking down Double Lift, the big Fed member, the Caitlyn here, core in the comp. This outstanding playmaking, which is the big strength that we kept saying, was C9's hope, their possibility for getting back into this one. That, again, though, Contracts and Smoothie, now no flashes for the second one. Big thing is they have a lot more gold to work with, though.
Yes, they do, and it's going to be items coming in a bit sooner. Armor Pen coming out for a sneaky, interesting choice, actually, to go for that one. It'll help him kill Sven, but not going to help against much else on the team. But he's going for tank busting to make sure he can kill off the front line.
And again, I like that, right? Because you talked about Olaf is the one, he pretty much just charges straight at your AD carry.
Yeah.
And tries to mitigate damage by posing threat to your AD carry to reduce their auto attacks. If you can kill him easier, bring him down easier, and it really is a big breaking point. Here we go, though. C9 keeping up the pressure.
See if they can find much here. Onto the top lane and turret they go. 12 seconds left on the Baron buff. It'll time out soon. This is their last wave. And TSM's threat was enough to buy several hundred health back on the turret as Cloud9 stopped going for it. Baron's going to time out, and that's one of the best Baron power plays we've seen so far this split. Absolutely. Cloud9 got back into this game.
It's actually insane because, first of all, you get a lot more out of the Baron power plays when there's more turrets standing. So them being behind, sometimes you'll see big Baron power plays from those teams, but they also got that Baron with only giving up 1 kill. Usually the team that's behind that sneaks that Baron has to give up a tremendous amount for it. But C9, due to Ray's sacrifice, very honorable play for him. They earned themselves a very big opening back into this game and continue to pressure secondary turret.
It seems like Ray's aware the honor's getting reworked. The honorable play, he's going to get extra loot boxes as a result. It's going to be great. Sven stealing away some of the chickens, as you call them. And out we go. All right, 1,000 gold separating the teams. Next Mountain Drake up in a minute's time. And the resets might come through soon enough. Looking to take stock of this one. TSM talked about time trials. Well, now we're at 25 minutes, and it has slowed down a bit for them. All right, guys. World record pace not going to be hit here. Let's try again. Unlucky marathon luck. You know how it goes. It's okay.
But now this game is so much more interesting.
It is.
And we'll get to see, can TSM, Haunter still in the 1v1, has that extra pressure. The Frozen Malice being worked on, not quite done yet. That would add a lot of pressure to his 1v1 and, his threat with Jarvan, because Jarvan's EQ combo is actually very easy to dodge with Kennen. So in that 1v1, it's very easy for Kennen to punish the Jarvan if Jarvan goes for the big play and messes up. So you really have to take that into account. if TSM are able to keep Hanser in the side wave and creating that pressure. The second part of the plan for TSM, keeps double it safe. Contracts goes in for some harassment.
Here's a plan going for Sven's company within a half HP. Quick root, look at the damage. Oh, they nearly took down Contracts. Looking for a little more. Smoothie not going to find it. Has to jump right back out to his beloved. Jumps away back towards Sneaky. All out they go.
Pretty big damage there from Double Lift. And some fancy moves, extra speed.
Looking for the Hail Mary, putting the wall across, make sure that they can't come down. It's great control so far for TSM.
Yeah, really, really good wall here from Bjergsen. Will they be able to burn the Drake anyway, though? Doesn't look like with.
Gonna pull in Ray on the front line. Contracts gonna look for a steal. He can, not gonna get it to happen. And it's gonna be double Mountain Drake for TSM. Sven secures it.
Slim margins here. TSM now need to get back into position to defend. Cloud9 are ahead of them in the race to mid lane, and Jensen, ultimate available on Cassiopeia, is very threatening.
And in the mid lane, they'll look at the inside track for C9. Jensen just kind of zoning them out, and Sven is too afraid to go through the choke point. He's gonna try now, but the turret's already gone. And he wasted kind of a lot of time sitting there in that choke. Now going back through the slow, but no chance to make that chase happen, and out goes C9 with a great pickup, trading mid lane tier 2 for Mountain Drake.
All right. So many of the outer defenses down now, and not too many wards still standing. So I have to see about the last item slots here being filled up with control wards, and who can really get that pocket of Fog of War to actually work with. Level 6 teams are coming through on the solo laners now, so the flanks are a possibility. You know, if the spot engages, flashes are back up for Cloud9, and that playmaking potential is still very real.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be so cautious about what can happen here. Cloud9, a deadly dance here, honestly, with what Smoothie and Else can do. Looking for the plays. So far, just a bit of zoning, not too much else. But still, Cloud9, you can know they feel like the team now with a bit of the lead. Everyone's trying to play for Baron control, but TSM actually shove in mid first, which gives them priority on going that way if they want to. Instead, they're going to play around double if Lulu to haste him up. Nice auto attack damage, chunk out of Jensen.
Yeah, double
on the bot side though
has completed his rapid fire cannon, so he's going for those long hot shots to get that harassment down. Let's see about Ray's pressure.
Yeah,
there's no teleport on Hunter, remember, so he's going back without any way of rejoining.
They don't see him, so he's going to be able to recall safely.
All right, now Ray could turn it into a 4v5, but Talia's behind Ray. Bjergsen is going for him.
Flanked. It's a 2v1 on the bot side, and Ray's going to flash into the base and try to run for dear life. Gets stunned up, though.
Frozen Mallet, he can't go anywhere.
He can't get away from this one. Hanser is going to win the 1v1. Oh, the top of the wall. Hanser, though, still on the chase. He's going to take down his prey. It's almost a guarantee. But in the meantime, Cloud9 fighting for more. They know Talia's far, and they know that Kennen was as well. Smoothie rooted up inside the Baron pit, takes almost his entire health bar down, and TSM make the best of that situation.
Yeah, huge advantage for TSM now. Not only is Ray dead, but Smoothie, the playmaker, is very low on HP, so TSM have all the cards to force this Baron.
And they're going to try for it right now. Missing one. Cloud9 have 4. He's going to stay around with his low health bar. Pops Redemption to stay a little bit healthier. And there's a staging area, 4v5. Bjergsen goes for the poke, better damage on Contracts. Will not get a root or a knockback, but there's the charm in. They don't get the root on a Jensen. Out goes Smoothie. He is gone 1 for 0. And Bjergsen, I should say, stayed alive long enough. 3v5 now. Ray respawns in 7 seconds. No wards in the pit.
Ray has teleport though. He's going to go behind them.
Wards.
It's going to be too late. 2,000 health.
And they waited it out. Now Contract still has flash though. Can he get over the wall? He's not going to get the chance to do so. Well played by Sven. Shakes it down. They're up 970 health. TSM with the Baron.
Ooh, and Ray also ended up starting his teleport. So the cancel on his teleport now means they don't even have that advantage to work with. TSM are able to hold strong. That collapse, Bjergsen going down bottom to pinch Ray was so big for them.
Yeah.
Because that was their only way out of this teleport disadvantage. Hanser could not rejoin the Baron area. TSM play their way out of it though.
Really smartly played, and that's some good navigation by TSM. It was a hard situation. They navigated it exactly right. The rest of the team did not get engaged upon. Hanser back on split push duty. Teleport up in about 1 minute's time. TSM take away some of the wards to make sure that his split push is safe. He's not going to get flanked. TSM can regroup the 4 back towards mid afterward. And the battle for wards is still ongoing, but this turret will fall in 3 auto attacks. Or 4, and they'll reset one more time.
All right. All of C9's outer turrets are done. Will TSM be able to crack the inhibitor line? They've got Haunter teleport advantage very, very soon. I'm not sure if they actually saw Ray's teleport cancel, or if he was able to cancel it quick enough that they did not get that vision and don't know they have the teleport advantage. Regardless, though, the plan stays the same. You need to keep that cannon split pushing pressure on the top side and have the 4-man squad push up. Looks like they're trying to gain their vision deep into the jungle first here and get some of those wards down.
Let's see what they got going for themselves. TSM pushing into the top jungle now, and they're keeping all 5 together. They're not willing to look for that 5v4 flank.
They're letting the minion wave push on its own while they take over the jungle here, but mid lane is absorbed by Jensen. Top lane's the only one they really have to work with again.
Here we go, gonna cut off the team yet again. Smoothie not gonna be a part of this fight here, and they're gonna go for that turret. And it looks like a 3v5, so no chance at all for C9 to defend just yet. Jensen on the other side of it as well. And now that falls. The re-engage, at least C9 have 5. Bjergsen waiting in the wings still, looking for poke from across the wall. No C9 wards had seen him, to my knowledge.
Doublelift wants to be able to get his auto attacks onto the inhibitor, but he's so scared of the long range engage.
Elder Dragon's up, if TSM want it. Not going to do that just yet. Still more attacks onto this inhibitor. It will fall. C9 not going to pull the trigger. They will give up the inhibitor and play for something else. And this means that there is a 4-stack Elder Dragon available to TSM.
It's Contracts might just rush out to the Scuttle Crab here. A Scuttle Crab pick would be very, very important to be able to get you vision for that Elder Dragon. The problem is, it's so scary to know the timing of TSM getting back out here, so they're just going to rush it down and try and get Scuttle Crab before TSM get here, so they have guaranteed vision.
Yeah, even then, though, it's such a high chance that TSM simply take the Elder Dragon anyway. And all Cloud9 can do is watch and be a little bit sad about the fact that another global is being taken away from them.
I mean, they can still go for a play
10
on them.
seconds longer. They can try, certainly. TSM, of course, just reset with a 4,000 gold lead. They are the stronger champions, but yes, a fight might be in the works for Cloud9. Their best chance of winning is making a fight go well. Top lane pushing into the base soon enough. C9 going to start out on the Dragon. Going to zone out with Jensen. Haunter on the other side of this one. 8,000 health on the Elder Dragon. Going to reset slightly. And it's going to be Ray finding Haunter, forcing the flash out. That is Kennen now a bit farther out of the fight. Contracts at 2/3. Again, the attempt to push out TSM. It is Cloud9 mostly attacking this one. A big root on a Raid down to 2/3 HP. Redemption to heal, keep him a bit healthier. And they're going to find Haunter. They're going to take him down right away. 1 for 0. Into the back line goes Contracts. And he dies while Haunter got picked off. 3,000 health on the Baron. No jungler, no smite, no chance to steal it away. Cloud9 not going to make it happen. And it's going to be Elder Dragon and TSM.
We got to see the replay of the top side of that play because Ray gets another good initiation onto Haunter after he'd already forced the flash, and Cloud9 all turn on that, except Contracts goes in on the other 4-man squad. Not quite sure if they made the call for him to run interference or if he was just on his own mission there, but it's going to be disastrous and lose C9 not only the Elder Dragon, but also mid-inhibitor.
Gonna knock this inhibitor down without much issue. 5v4 to a jungler alive. The TSM will continue to play it slow and steady. They will cash in their advantage one more time. They clear out the jungle and go for the recall.
All right, let's take a look and see if this was miscommunication, not being on the same page. This is the first one where they go the flash, by the way. Now, here's the important one, number 2. There is a trap line right here he has to work around.
I think he cues Doublelift and says, I got this.
Okay.
He hit Bjergsen
He hit Bjergsen, and he goes for it at the same time.
Oh, that's a huge mistake.
That was just, yeah, huge tunnel vision here. Contracts not on the same page as Ray picked off Haunter and Cloud9. Feel the burn.
Unlucky there, because that would have been, I think, for sure, team for victory C9. Contract still has the threat of a kick flash, and oof. In those moments, little things. Elder Dragon Pit seem to be Cloud9's bane against TSM now.
Yeah, and it's so much better to turn on the one person when you've got a 4-1 split and Haunter no flashes trying to flank you. Even if you do have the options of turning to either side. All right, no use living in the past though. Cloud9 need to refocus because they only have one inhibitor left standing, and it's an Elder Dragon TSM coming for it.
Let's see what they can do with this one. Elder Dragon still on. Baron back up in a minute. There are consistently things that TSM can fight over every minute's time, and with the team with the gold lead, it makes it pretty easy to keep doing that. Another wall to cut off some of the enforcements, and it's going to force a ward hop out of contract, and it nearly did pick down Jensen. That half-court shot nearly landing there on this one, but he's going to stay alive. And here we go, waiting for the wave to come in, and here comes the siege. Elder Dragon still alive with double Mountain Drake. He does a ton of turret damage, and double can chunk this down fast. With a rapid-fire cannon, it would be several hundred damage per auto, but playing safely. That one with backdoor bonus. Slowly but surely looking for the play. Ray flashes in, can't find it though. A big knockup, pops the stone plate, but rooted up. Takes a ton of damage on that one. Contact force to flash, get away from Svenskar, and the kill comes through the root. Makes it happen. The Cupcake takes down Smoothie. Desserts for days. And Sneaky force to kite away. Gonna get the root, gonna get the pick off. Actually, it's Bjergsen who overstepped this time around. Jensen, the duel on double up the ulti to get the stun, and a lot of damage comes through. Sneaky tries to save it around. Hanser getting some damage out in the back line as well. But can Sneaky get any damage? The health bars are low, but there's no chase to be had. 2 picked off of TSM, but 3 lost for Cloud9.
Ooh, a slight overdive there from TSM to give away some of their members. Regardless, though, the damage is done. Cloud9's base is in shambles. And TSM just have to return to the Baron, and they can finish out the game with that purple buff.
So one of the weaknesses of Xayah, her chasing is not as good. You figure a Tristana or something actually gets the resets there, but this fight was close.
Yeah, let's take another look at this, because TSM get a really good kill onto Smoothie later when he steps on his trap. Doublelift already putting out a lot of damage back onto Ray, but then Smoothie on the trap gets 2 shots. And here's the chase, a little bit of an overdive with Sven and Bjergsen flashing in onto the Xayah that still has ult and into the Cassiopeia ultimate. Oof, they got punished, but as we said, it doesn't really matter. TSM to be able to pick up the Baron and use that to finish up the base.
Yep, and they get it with all 5. The 3 remaining members walked to the Baron pit and then waited till Doublelift could wear this Baron buff. And you saw what this game looked like. We talked about it being a time trial for TSM for the first 20 minutes. Cloud9 almost mounted the comeback, and then...
Yeah, they put a stop to that quickly.
A 30-minute mark. And that, again, was what I wanted to see TSM tested on, is post-30, can they navigate the game? And at least that last quarter of the gold graph does say, okay, TSM have learned to play their late game a little bit better now this time around. Doublelift pretty much full power at this point. Nothing else to buy in the inventory. He is full up. And here they go for the bot lane siege once again. An open inhibitor and an open Nexus, actually. The Nexus turret did actually fall, even though the teammates of C9 were inside the base. They didn't clean out enough minions in time, and it's an open Nexus now.
All right, C9 need to be ready to pull this trigger. Time is not working in their favor with all the minions that Hanser is pushing up in the top side. TSM are using their Kennen split pusher effectively here. Talia Wall even buys Hanser more time. They're just using it so he gets a free alone time here with the inhibitor.
With the GA for tons of extra attack damage, the Phantom Dancer, he's got plenty of output. Not quite going to kill off Jensen, who pops Ghost to look for the play and not going to get the kill.
But that reduces the amount of threat Cloud9 have on the bottom side.
Sneaky gets a little bit of poke. Contracts hurt a bit as well. Bjergsen going back and forth. This will be the inhibitor picked up. Ray cannot find Double playing his ranges well enough. Doublelift staying outside of the EQ combos. Contracts 1 hit away from gone, and Hans are going to look for some auto attacks here in this one. Shields by a bit of time. Yeah. Low health bars on Cloud9. Smoothie getting hit as well. Forced to kite away. Nearly dies to a crit one more time. Ray can't find it. No charm to be had. Smoothie trapped at the start. And it's a 2-for-0 already. TSM now, all is left to do is a child's play of knocking down the Nexus, and they do so. 1-0 TSM defending their championship.
Biofrost there, able to get that wild growth to interrupt Ray and give Doublelift the added protection, just walking it in to finish up this Nexus. TSM coming out very strong in game number 1, despite the misstep in the mid-game with their lane assignments, allowing the opening for a possibility of a Cloud9 comeback. And
sure,
Cloud9 did show some signs of life with a very good shot call to go for that one opening that was exposed for them, to go for that Baron. They rushed it down, Ray with the sacrifice, and they did keep it interesting there. But yeah, TSM look impressive.
They do look impressive. I think interesting is the right way to describe this game. So many interesting things did happen. So many very close margins as well. Cloud9 had the option with Smoothie's flash to try to break open the bot lane, and we just missed the knockup. It was Doublelift who was able to net out of the way in time, and there was the catch on Hanser in the Elder Dragon pit where Contracts makes the wrong choice to go for something else, right? And the good and the bad was happening, you know, on both sides of this game. As it came out, TSM was the better team right now, and they took game 1, but now we're going to throw it down to Dash and Mark to see what they make of that TSM win.
Thank you very much, Freak. Our rematch of the spring finals here starts off with a game victory for TSM. Doublelift back in the lineup, and hey, the way things started in this game, it looked like things were back to normal, and they were, they were where they left off last summer. Of course, we did see C9 making some moves to get back into the game, but let's really dive into that first 15 minutes because I thought it looked rather clean from TSM.
And there's a couple points I want to hit on with the impact of Doublelift coming back into TSM, and I don't want to go totally crazy like, oh my god, Doublelift's the savior. The rest of TSM play well, but I want to get into the specifics of what he does for the team. So one, he's a lot more aggressive of a laner than Turtle. So you end up in situations where you're forcing so much action down the bot lane that the enemy wants to capitalize. You're getting into these all-in trades aggressively. Great play by Biofrost. They're in sync on trying to finish off Sneaky. Now that both flashes are down, Contracts wants to go down there and punish this, and the fact that they're able to not only pull the jungler down here, they survive this gank attempt, which is huge. Great.
Without their flashes.
Right.
This was after they aggressively flashed forward.
So they almost get caught out here. Good footwork out of Doublelift, just barely living here. This entire time, Haunter is crushing down the top side. Sven's playing around the jungle in the bot side now that, Contracts lost his flash. He gets a free kill out of that, and then they keep playing aggressive in the bot lane. They pick up their own 2v2 double kill. So Doublelift being in this team pulls the enemy jungler attention, gets Sven his own advantages, as well as capitalizing on their own playmaking in the bot lane. So it's a huge impact on what he does. And when you start looking at the broader picture, traditionally, you're playing around top side a lot more in the spring split. So when you're in that Jarvan Kennen matchup, they're trying to gank assist for that Kennen, shut him down. Instead, he's alone on the top side. Haunter can just play free laning, and that's exactly what Kennen wants to do. So that's a huge advantage for them. And then on top of the fact that Sven is a player who sometimes goes for bad invades, I think we all know this, but without improving his decision-making, just having stronger laning on the bot side means that those risky invades are just safer. Without being smarter about how they're playing the game, it is suddenly more successful.
Right, we saw ourselves at MSI and even throughout last split, criticizing Sven for random red buff invades and looking for those kinds of aggressive moves. Well, guess what? When you're playing Caitlyn Lulu, winning your lane and able to rotate to help that jungler out, all of a sudden all those invade choices are no longer bad choices. Still the same decision, but it's got the support behind it. Also, too, beyond that, of course, we see that with those leads early, created in the early game, TSM just knows what to do, and it seems that, through that mid-game, 11 minutes in, we have smart plays from the Taliyah, securing early kills here, really pushing their advantages and extending that lead even more.
Right, it comes off the back of a blue buff invade. We know TSM loves to do this, but they have the priority in the bot and mid lane right now. Jensen takes a slightly risky path, good team coordination to cut him off there, and then they start snowballing off the mid jungle, and the top side just left alone this entire time, pulled one gank, survived it. In the meantime, he has a huge CS lead.
First 15 minutes look fantastic for TSM. However, it is not all sunshine and roses. There were some missteps, and there were some great steps from C9 to kind of stab back into it. The big one I want to take a look at is 22 minutes into the game. This is after C9 secures a Baron from Doublelift farming in the bot lane, but a huge engage here from Contracts, pulling the trigger in the 5v4.
Yep, able to find a great angle here, connecting Bjergsen onto Doublelift, sets up Smoothie to follow up with the Rakan. Great team synergy, getting that kind of chain CC down and blowing Doublelift up right away. So what you're talking about a little bit, maybe still a little unfamiliar with Doublelift in the competitive setting, out of position initially to give up that Baron buff. And from there, C9 actually had a chance to get back into this game before a slight misplay out of Contracts a little bit later in the game gave up that Elder Dragon.
Yeah, over in that Elder Dragon kind of handing the game back, but I think that really what that replay is meant to do is showcase that, wow, hey, TSM already does perhaps look better than they were in Spring Split and at MSI. They aren't necessarily back to summer finals, form with Doublelift and 17-1 run. They did pick up the necessary victory here. Moving on to game 2, my question to you is, what do you want to see out of this Cloud9 squad? Because they sustained a loss yesterday. Here they are risking going 0-2 in their opening week, being the second place team from spring.
It's a little surprising because I think like the Lulu Caitlyn is not quite as dominant as we saw in MSI and things like that with the addition of the Doran shield. So you would think that hopefully your bot lane can play a little safer. They got really outlaned this game. That's where a lot of the pressure came from. If you're just going more even in that lane and you are able to get the Lee Sin up to the top side with the Jarvan and shut down that Ken, and this game can look completely different. I don't necessarily hate the draft. I think they just need to work on stacking up better in the actual laning phase, because come late game, it was really, really close with C9's decision making.
Absolutely. Player of the game this time around going to Doublelift. Okay, he slots back in game 1, pulls
First
the
game
POG.
back,
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got to hand it to him again. The amount of allowances that he gives the team and what he does in terms of, yes, creating the advantages, but then what that does in terms of confidence boost, the ease of shot calling, and removing some of those duties from Bjergsen's shoulders really seems to open the map up. Hey, we've got a carry in the top lane winning CS by himself. Bjergsen's pushing the lane in consistently, and now Sven has the support he needs to be a successful jungler here.
Yeah, and I think you saw there the 40% damage. It's not like, oh, Doublet played great in the early game, but he doesn't know what to do anymore in the mid and late game because he's out of practice. He still crushed in team fights and was a huge factor in why they were able to consistently kind of win some of these late game skirmishes against C9. And I think it's the kind of thing where Caitlyn is the perfect pick for him to kind of ease back in. So maybe you look at taking that away. But like I said, with the changes with the Doran shield, it's a little hard to say that you should really target that bot lane.
All right, what about pick ban, though? Because we're looking at that top lane and we're saying, all right, Kennen had full control of that lane from start to finish without much jungler intervention at all. And then on the flip side, we have a ton of jungle bans going through. And even though Contracts is on a playmaking champion like Lee Sin, and we saw a couple times mechanical prowess that can net them kills, they aren't creating early leads.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the scary thing now that we've seen Ray a handful of times up in the top lane, not actually being able to generate a lot of his own advantages when that's kind of what you're hoping for when you're giving him these counter picks. So that is a little concerning, but I'm not sure what you can do about it because it's not like you can suddenly, oh, we'll just draft him something different. That'll go better.
Yeah.
Ideally, like I said, you can get Contracts up there to get him a little bit more involved. It does feel like they're leaving him more in an island, hoping he turns some plays for himself. But he's clearly struggling to do that. So whether that means Jensen on Talia as well, maybe you can get him up to the top side. There's different ways you can give him more resources. Unfortunately, this game, everything got pulled down to that bot side.
TSM grabs game 1. We'll see if C9 can respond here in game 2. That game comes up after the break. Stay with us.
Now he doesn't have flash to get out of this.
Ghost pop, level 4 for the move. And this one Contracts on a 300 HP. The flash follow for Bjergsen, first blood. Oh, it barely caught Jensen. He's got to flash this wall. He will do so, but here comes the wall drop, and he tears it down.
We go here.
Yo, go, clear.
I don't have W, no W.
Clear.
Can you push me?
They're pushing him back, Cloud9. Oh, Contract wants to go for the play, gets a sizable kick up. Looks in for more, the charm is there, the feathers as well.
Carefully.
No, me, you guys. Look at Lee.
Kite. Okay, kill the run. Kill the run.
Look at top.
They don't have charm. They don't have smite. Finish it.
Ray can't find it, no charm to be had. Smoothie dropped at the start, and it's a 2-for-0 already. TSM now, all is left to do is a child's play of knocking down the next, and they do so.
we've been like longtime competitors for so long, and I really like Sneaky, so of course I want to beat him. And then C9 and TSM is like an epic rivalry too. And last time, the very first game of LCS, I remember watching that, and that was the game that like reignited my passion for playing pro because I was super burnt out. And like I was just streaming and streaming and streaming, and then I watched C9 versus TSM, and I saw C9 beat my team, and I was like, damn, I gotta come back. Being a pro is like such a huge part of who I am, and it's something I'm so into and so passionate about that I basically just like can't stay away from it, even if I like really wanted to.
And
we're glad about that.
Yeah, same. And come back with a vengeance he did. Smashed that last game, put it over his knee. Welcome back to the North American LCS. We are gearing up for round 2 of Cloud9 taking on TSM. And Doublelift, I want to give you some stats because numbers are my true love. Plus 30 minions at 10 minutes, up 1,600 gold, 800 damage per minute this game. Doublelift was absolutely the best player on the Rift that game, and he might do it again this
And it wasn't just this Caitlyn Lulu advantageous lane into Xayah Rakan. It was Doublelift dodging so many skill shots in the early ganks to get these turnaround kills, you know, to get these advantages. Like you pointed out in game, there was more pressure from Cloud9 in the bottom area as far as junglers and roams coming through than from TSM, and Doublelift simply has outplays.
Yeah, he did simply had outplays, and he did very, very well this game. He did almost tripled Sneaky's damage that game. It was kind of outlandish. And we'll see. He certainly has done very well for himself so far on this TSM return. This guy is obviously one of the very best. And, you know, he saw that TSM didn't get an MVP last split. Arrow took it away from him. It's like, don't worry, I'll just be a better bot laner than Arrow, and there's no chance that upset happens again.
Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Hold my juice box. Hold my fries. It's time for me to take the mouse up and kill everybody all the time. That's what he's going to do here. Like in game 2. It was very, very boisterous.
Everybody all the time, let's go.
I got excited as a bot laner hard carrying games, and I was like, yes, I hope to one day be that good, and we'll see. It's not going to happen. Champ Select has begun, of course, for game 2. Cloud9 now on the blue side, TSM on the red. Red side, Zach bans continue. Shen and LeBlanc off the table as well.
Yeah, these are super common bans we've been seeing over again, so not a whole lot of variation after the lanes, the sides swap. Do expect to follow up Elise ban as well. Both players do have those decent Elise showing so far. Galio as well has been banned despite, you know, Fiora and Fizz and things left up as possible choices in the top lane to be played into it. Meanwhile, you can always swap it to the mid lane if one of those counters does crop up. Here we go. Let's get a little bit of variation though. You know, banning out Doublelift's Caitlyn.
Sure, see what else he can carry on. Of course, he's got a good laning phase as well as pretty good team fight contributions, and there's not a ton of champions with the same cross-section of skills. 3 seconds to go until TSM's final ban. They're going to remove Elise yet again, so still, it's red team removing the 2 premier junglers.
Yeah, as expected, and Cloud9 here with the possibility of first picking that Lulu, taking away from TSM. I mean, we talk about, yeah, she was nerfed and a bit less healthy. The speed that you can give, especially if you have a marksman like Doublelift, allows him to create more of those outplays. And like I said as well, in that last game, it wasn't just Doublelift, and he did have, you know, good positioning in the majority of those fights, but also Biofrost, very timely Lulu ultimates for those knockups to interrupt the divers, as well as adding that extra speed. But once again, Cloud9 back at it again.
Yep.
Xayah first pick.
Hunts are going to do what Ray had done before, the early Riven Hover. I do want to see it played sometime this week. Unlikely to happen. Ash.
I want to see it played right now.
Yeah, well, that would be this week.
Now.
Yeah, well, maybe. Cannon going to be picked up there. Hanser yet again going for this one to the top lane. TSM. Again, it's the first match we're seeing them in, and it's been twice now that TSM have put some pretty early priority on getting Cannon secured for Hanser.
All right. Do they want to break up the lovers? Biofrost want to play the... Oh, not going to be the case. They'll let the possibility go over here for Cloud9. That definitely was, you know, one of the ways they got back into it with some good flash plays. But TSM feel very confident about bullying that lane, I think. And it is that drawback, right? A lot of the lanes that have kill pressure and have playmaking ability are not going to do as well in CS. And simply by nature of the design, you're going to have to pay that cost. TSM looking to force Cloud9 to play a very high cost. See if they'll be able to pull it off. Meanwhile, Hanser again, split pushing, name of the game here for Kennen. It's pretty much the only name of any game that you see when Kennen is in it nowadays, because AP Kennen is a thing of the past, so
I actually saw him in LCK last night. It didn't
Oh,
win.
AB, yeah.
It didn't do very
That's true,
well,
that's true.
to be honest. But I'm actually the opinion that I want to see a Kennen go Ruin King into AP, just like enough to win lane, and then it's probably not going to happen. Anyway, Rakan is brought up. The lovers are reunited. The Vastayan duo here again. Still, I don't know what's on the other stream, but we continue to cast all the Xayah Rakan games. I love it. So same bot lane for Cloud9 here. Have forced some changes from TSM.
And there's a big difference with the Caitlyn ban. I think a very good adaptation for Cloud9 because 3 of the first 4 escapes that Doublelift made were due to net.
Yes.
And Ashe does not have any self dash ability. Only has the flash. So only has one of those get out of jail free cards. If Smoothie is kind of relentless with his attempts at forcing these engages, then Ashe is a much more punishable AD carry.
And we see the Orianna removed from the table. We've seen how good that engage combo could be, as CLG did it yesterday.
Curious because, you know, whenever you see that problem crop up, the first solution that jumps into my mind is Tahm Kench, right? You know, eat someone out of that engage. However, Rakan can just then charm up the Tahm Kench as well that's right next to him and
deliver the champion
and you got both of them. So that might be a kind of catch-22 there on that sort of a counter. We'll see if he does come through as far as picks, though. It's a possibility.
Can be. Fizz and Orianna remain, I believe, the same 2 bans that TSM put through in the first game. Now, they did pick Taliyah when that happened last time around. Of course, now TSM have the chance for counter pick.
Yeah. Jensen is a good assassin player, so they continue to respect the mid lane Fizz, even when they see possible top lane champions already here for Cloud9. This Gragas definitely very flexible. Contracts could take him into the jungle, but keeping TSM guessing.
There's the Taliyah ban off the table. Yeah, exactly. So Cloud9, of course, realized exactly what TSM did last time and said, Bjergsen, play something else. Of course, Syndra, sure, no problem. I'll play that instead. And we'll see if this counter pick ready for Cloud9's side.
Counter picks pretty few and far between as far as the Syndra go. Echo is still the one, though.
It is.
If Fizz is banned out.
I think it even fits the comp somewhat. You've got a little bit of setup CC to maybe land parallel convergence afterwards.
And again, let me be clear. I absolutely think that Jensen still has the best Echo in the North American LCS. Incredibly impressive on this champion.
Totally agree. There he is on your screen. We'll see. We had a heartbreaking loss to Counter Logic Gaming yesterday, and they had a nail biter against TSM in Game 1. Certainly, it is within the realm of possibility that Cloud9 makes this win happen. Might be largely on Jensen, who will be hovering and locking in the Echo. No fear in the face of what happened to him in the finals.
I mean, you have to play like that, right?
Of course. And I'm not saying it's like a big surprise he's going to play the champion, but the entire tease about this match was just Jensen's face and reliving the moment of no matter how many things happened that match, you always remember the last point of it. The last mistake that lost you the game is the one that hangs in your mind. And the Tahm Kench that you mentioned before, great insight, Kobe, will be picked up for Biofrost.
All right, we do get to see it. So now my next level that I'll be looking for is the caution that I laid there where Rakan can as well just pick up the Tahm Kench in his little charm combo there into the W. So we'll see if Sneaky and Smoothie are able to grab both of them or gain any kind of pressure in that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Jensen on this Echo, as I said, I really like his play. I think he definitely can be game-changing on it, and we'll see how well he can balance on that edge of life and death, waiting as long as you can to use your ultimates, while still being able to get it off.
There's still plenty of hard CC and burst damage on this squad, so timing will be a bit close. Second game about to begin. Reaper waits, and there's Parth, and TSM and Cloud9's coaches now have to leave it up to their players in this one as game 2 will begin shortly. Hanser revising his role on Kennen here. The Lee Sin and the Olaf switching hands. We can see that Svenskarn had the better side of it in the previous game, but Contracts certainly no slouch in the jungle. Cinder versus Echo once again. An exciting mid lane matchup. Considered Echo favored-ish because you can split push later on, but of course it's still close enough. And the return of Xayah and Rakan for Sneaky and Smoothie going to be fun to watch for as well. Doublelift was the player of the game, and 100% of all TSM's games so far. They banned away as Caitlyn. He's got to try again on something new as the Ashe Tahm Kench comes into the bot lane. And here we go, game 2 between Cloud9 and TSM.
I also want to bring up, as far as the changes we've seen, you know, Ray again he's very happy to take up the tank role, right? You know, he had that Galio, performed just fine on that. Now the Gragas, and we'll see how he can go into Hauntzer's Kennen, because Cloud9, once again, will be the ones, if they can get through this early game, that have that front line. And with an assassin, a diving mid laner, they do have the possibility of really bringing that pressure to TSM and trying to force them into more of that defensive play, whereas TSM, again, opting for a lot of cross-map play. They've got split-pushing Kennen, they have Ashe arrows, and of course, Tom Kench, possibility of those ultimates, you know, picking people off between rotations and coming up with the sneaky surprise behind you.
We'll see if that surprise is a good one or a bad one. Surprise party, blanket party, who knows? We'll see what it ends up being. Tied game, of course, waiting for minions to spawn. And invades haven't resulted in too terribly much. No deep wards over the Raptors or anything. Of course, the ward kill helps. Thanks, Bjergsen, for the 10 gold. And we'll wait to see contracts now in the guise of Fog of War. Going to walk topside towards his blue buff. Really, anything can be started, and TSM shouldn't be able to glean what it was unless Ray gives it away. Sven's waiting topside with the Haunzer. It could be Raptors or Red. Again, both those in Fog of War. And
I actually am pretty big about, you know, calling out the ward kills as well early. Ever since that change was made to give you experience for killing them, 30 experience is significant in pro play for these guys. Bjergsen will hit level 2 a bit earlier here. See, Syndra already likes the pressure echo. You can see him moving up very close. Once he gets the Qs, his W will come in and try and land the slow. But Jensen gets so many of the last hits there with the Q. Gonna have to watch the last one die there. Doesn't want to take any extra harassment. He has started the refillable potion, which is a bit more greedy.
And that's level 2. It took him just enough XP. So that was a couple hundred damage he got to deal because of that Trinket Ward kill. Knockup will only find the tank, but at least Biofrost takes some damage.
Yeah, see, you get harassment onto both there. Double Lift takes the first couple hits. Then, since he's already been eaten up, Sneaky switches targets, goes over to Biofrost. Biopran with that level 2 and forces them back, though.
Have to go for now. Of course, we've got Fervor on Double Lift and the same Warlords on Sneaky to keep himself a bit safer. Pretty split stats for both these players. Of course, TSM had a stronger season. Cloud9 weren't far behind them. You can see their win rates there. Again, looking to juke away, and Bjergsen really refuses to miss any skill shots for the Thunderlords to make that trade even better.
Oh, and Jensen really wants to get this cannon, so he's going to use the parallel convergence, but Jensen under pressure.
Yeah, here comes Sven around the backside as well. No way out, nothing to do, and down he goes, Jensen.
Absolutely good job there by TSM, using that cannon minion as bait. They knew he wanted to go for this cannon minion. So juicy, and they call over Sven Skaren before the recall begins. Actually, Smoothie looking for it.
Easy damage on a double up. Not going to find out a 1. No, not enough quills in range for a root.
Yeah, doesn't get the root, but again, Smoothie's aiming here, so he hits both of them, you know, just on the edge of Double Lift, and enough AoE there to get the knockup on Biofrost, who continues to take harassment. Here we go, though, punishing the greed for this cannon minion. Jensen's whole idea here was to get the cannon minion and then use his teleport to get back to lane, you know, go back under turret and get a recall off. But again, starting refillable potion is more greedy. He didn't start with the regular potions, which give you more time in lane, you know, more time to get that extra CS and get that level 3 and get the cannon minion. But we'll see how the first blood going over to Sven Skaren affects the jungle here, because he can take that advantage and try and roam around to the other lanes.
Absolutely the case. Gold-wise, he's obviously up over contract right now thanks to the first blood money. Bot lane fight continues this time around. Biofrost was in range for a while. They're going to get the root onto both of them, actually, which buys a bit of time. And it looks like they're still afraid of the chance of a kill onto Sneaky thanks to Biofrost going for the aggression. Devour could have been a kill.
Yeah, some healthy respect here from Cloud9 for those stacks that Biofrost was able to get up on Sneaky. Still, a lot of harassment being thrown through.
You see his Doran shields for both of these bot lane marksmen. Neither one really has the strong edge, and it's just the slightly stronger start item for League of Legends in general right now, so at least for these roles, so pretty standard to see them both do that. Wait to see his level 4s have come through. And he can go for some damage once again. Tries to get some free trade on a Biofrost.
Meanwhile, talked about the jungler. He is up on the top side here. Sven Skaren got that first blood, but he hasn't gone back to use the money So it doesn't mean a whole lot at this point. You know, not going to add any extra damage to his ganks. And there we go. After he clears out the Krugs, we'll finally go back to purchase. Meanwhile, Contracts back out on the warpath. Does have to catch up in experience, but it's going to look to get some bottom lane control. Maybe some wards around mid would help out Jensen from the continued harassment.
It's kind of funny watching top lane how some minion wave mechanics don't matter because of teleport. Like, Haunter set up a really nice freeze in front of his turret. That meant nothing because Ray just hit TP and shoved the wave back in. But theoretically, if that was bot lane, like, you beat down an entire wave at least.
And the thing is, it does matter, right? Because so often, I've actually been the jungler in that situation. Actually, Contracts goes bottom here.
Oh, and a fight with Smoothie gets to knock up only on the one. Battlefront's now running, but again, if he keeps getting away, he shouldn't get feathered. Not quite going to get rooted. Takes a bit of damage, out they go.
As far as the top laners teleporting back to those push lanes, though, it is a vulnerable position. So if you don't have enough wards around you, if you don't have your jungler, it is very telegraphed that you want to teleport back to this push lane and you don't want this freeze to starve you out. There's a possibility for, you know, enemy junglers to try and punish that, just saying.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Sven, of course, had to match his own recall, though. Finally got his items. And look at that knockback on Haunter, a trade of ultimates here. And pretty healthy Ray right now. Haunter not a lot of ways out. Going to try to kite for some damage. Has the vamp, has the call. It's close. And it's not going to be enough. The barrel lands in melee range, and Ray gets the solo kill in the top lane.
Woo, Ray able to pick it up. Tank play, no problem for him. Solo kill onto Haunter, who's about halfway through his coal stacking. Yeah. That is going to definitely put a damper on it because they both use teleports to get back to that lane. It wasn't just Ray, and those minions should go right into the turret.
Triple Doran's rings at work, absolutely. Not going to make any mistakes about that one. That was certainly the power spike he needed to make that happen. Nice ward of the wall by Vile. Frost can up guarantee that Sven can easily solo that Drake later on, but right now it's a fight for the blue buff. Contract's going to be late to the party, and that's a nice steal out of Sven. Giving it over to Bjergsen. Nice knockback. There it goes.
And look at this. Can we take a moment to appreciate Svenskeren invading with Bjergsen combo? They're very secure and safe invade. Doesn't get punished. They place wards over the wall. On top of that, it's Syndra, so you can even yoink the blue buff back over the wall.
Safeguards back to Syndra. Like, a miraculous recovery now. TSM getting a pretty good spot. 600 gold lead for the squad, which means they're not only tied in kills, but they are out farming overall. Botland continues to go a bit close. Thea Sword Recall is the best it could have been for Sneaky, really, but it's against an upgraded lifesteal item, so he's not going to push out Double Lift very easily.
Interesting move here for Contracts as well, because bottom lane approaching level 6 for the duo. Zaya and Rakan, really big possible burst combos here. Once they get their level 6 ultimates, I mean, we've already seen, playmaking from Smoothie, from Rakan, the possibilities there. With Ignite and Zaya Ultimate available, like, there is huge potential for executing the lower level, Tom Kench or the Ashe here. Got to be careful.
So far, not too much. Still backing, and out they go. It is a minion lead still for TSM. That is a bit to be expected. Sven going to take away some of the Raptors, and looks like he is consistently in Contracts' jungle. Has a level lead now, and Contracts very rarely has anything to say about it. Full level lead, Contracts just above 6, and Sven just dinged 7. That is actually pretty substantial, considering Olaf is normally such a good power farmer early on.
Yeah, that first blood was really good for Svenskeren, again, kind of accelerating his efficiency as far as his path goes, because on top of that, he got to go for the full clear afterwards, and didn't really have any wasted time.
Absolutely.
See if he can actually make use of it, though, because double buffs are on, his ult is available, his flash is available. Definitely has a lot of options.
Something I'm always intrigued in the jungle is how different the item builds are. Hold on, there's a fight in the top lane. Look at that, beautifully played. There's no way out for Haunter. He is dead. That was actually immaculate from Ray.
Ray, so good here. He gets the solo kill, then goes with a very quick body slam into Flash, and Haunter, after he sees Contracts, he's like, I'm dead. There's no way I'm going to get out of this, so he saves his Flash as well.
Ooh, Jensen doing a nice job getting a bit of damage back on a Bjergsen. Farm still close as well. Cloud9 starting to really fire back into this one. Get a quick shield, look for the knockup, not going to find anyone.
Ooh,
good
now Devour is down, and as we said, the level 6 spike is there.
Yeah. Nothing just yet, though, and Looks like it's safety so far.
Ash Arrow is also a possibility.
Yep.
Although, you know, Lee Sin was revealed on the top side as Svenskeren went on up by that ward.
Yeah, he's not really nearby right now, although with Contract's recall, maybe he shows.
All right, once again, Ray here gets the clear path, body slam into the immediate flash ultimate, so there's no time for Hanser to dodge, and he knows, no use using my flash, I am dead.
Knockup only hits the tank. That's good enough to get a lot of damage in a double. If he's chunked down to 1/3, Biofrost resuscitates him barely.
And look at that, Smoothie holds on to his ultimate. I mean, summoner spells and ults still available for all parties involved.
That was almost ultable. If he charms them both, he can't get the chomp in, and maybe the burst comes through. They didn't choose to go for it, but that was some tight
It's definitely
windows.
close. They do know the summoner spells are also available.
Ooh, nice, okay. Couldn't quite juke the hit R. Trades ult for ult. Sneaky gets the root, and here comes the kickback. They're going to pick him up, but that's one picked off. Bjergsen's there, the rest of the team as well. The stun is in, and that's 2 for 0. Here comes the Calvary, though. Cloud9 looking to join the team. Hanser a bit injured, no ulti available. But Bjergsen is going to flash to stay alive. There's the knockback, it's perfect. Oh! Jensen ults back in as well. And it's going to be Cloud9 looking for a bit more if they can find it. Hanser almost has the Maelstrom. It's very close to being back up. TSM still forced to run. He's looking for the haste, and out they go. 2-4-1 advantage TSM.
That was a really exciting skirmish, actually. I mean, Sneaky saving his ultimate from previously in the all-in there, was able to use it to dodge the Ash Arrow, but as we said, the Tahm Kench surprise is available, and it's Svenskeren on the inside.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, like there's a chance Hanser screws up. Guys.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. But Hanser still had his flash advantage since he didn't have to burn it last time. But yeah, look at that. Sneaky, right at the very end of the Ash Arrow, uses his ultimate. Lee Sin, though, look at that move from Svenskeren. So quick to get in back for the knockup. Here goes the return kill. Jensen immediately answers. And then they try and pin down Bjergsen here, but Jensen sees the opportunity to use his ult onto Sven, who just gets devoured by Tahm Kench. And Jensen going back there means that they are not going to be able to continue to chase onto Bjergsen and Hanser. I do like the opportunity there and looking for that kill, but no extra cooldown available for the Q to go for that extra damage needed, and pretty close trade, honestly, in the bottom lane.
Did go positive TSM. 600 gold lead once again for the red team. Defending champions TSM hoping to make it a 2-0 start to their first week of games.
Looks like they are also looking to defend against this big push from Cloud9. Once again, the Zion Rakan combo, because they both get the attack speed, is very good at taking down turrets.
One more hit, you can devour. Maybe could have waited long on the sun, doesn't really matter though. Kidnaps him back into the minion wave, and Ray, without a flash, has really no way out of this one. First turret will still fall, credit to C9, but Ray will lose his life as the result. This time a bit less glorious as the Baron stop from before.
Yeah, a little bit greedy here. He saw the Ashe and wanted to punish, but didn't respect.
Oh, there's the charm. Not gonna get the knock, but they might still have enough for Hanser onto that one. Out he goes to the side. Here comes the rest of the team, though. Root's gonna be there. The kickback. Sven buys a bit of time, but he's still running away. Days numbered. 1 for 0. Advantage C9 stays. Nice knockback by Bjergsen, prevents the stun. The shield doesn't do too much either for Jensen.
Whew, so both top laners getting killed on either side. Smoothie did have to flash for his rather than, Biofrost and Double if we were able to get that without using any summoners, because Ray was the one to start off, but very, very close here. First turret, though, is the main thing that swings the trade there, and the thing that's keeping Cloud9 at pretty much even gold.
Watch this dive again, and yeah, nice flash charm, but he went left and clicked the knockup.
Yeah, Hunter moved up instead, trying to get out of the range there.
Yeah. Still, the root almost got them the Lee Sin kill as well, but Sven had backup on the way.
All right, down bottom once again. All eyes on Ray. The Ash Arrow is actually coming off cooldown right about now. This is a Cloud Drake, so maybe not quite as much pressure, but yeah, Cloud9 having taken the top turret already, have a bit of time to work with. And they're using that time to try and set up for it, get some vision here in the blue quadrant, and a possible play here for Cloud9 around the Cloud Drake.
See a quick solo onto the red buff, no steal available. Let's see what happens.
Looks like they're actually making the call for Ray to rotate up. He passes through mid lane, and just going to hold on to the wave in top side.
All right, so far so good. Let's see, the ward control, there's lots of blue dots around that bottom river right now, and with Sneaky down there, it makes it pretty safe. Hanser, as we see, no TP. Ray either, so the top lane is isolated on their island for now. And Hanser chooses to walk back topside. He doesn't look like he wants to play for the Drake at all. And we'll maybe wait out the teleport timers for this.
Still got to keep your eyes. Ash Arrow's available. Tom Kench ultimate is available to try and collapse on anyone that they do pick off with that ability.
Ooh, they got a kick. A little bit of damage there. Sven kiting back, and the ulti did basically nothing there, it seemed.
That's actually a lot of threat away from TSM. Burning the cooldown here from Lee Sin. That kick is a lot of the playmaking. So the Lee Sin inside Tom Kench surprise is not nearly as threatening now.
Yeah. Power spike-wise looks better for TSM. Ruin King done on 2 champions, whereas no finished Frozen Heart for Ray, no finished Essence Reaver for Sneaky yet. And here comes the play, though. Cloud9 still looking to rush down the Cloud Drake, and they will get it with no contest whatsoever. Down it goes. Movement speed out of combat for Cloud9.
And again, all that work that we talked about there, their setup for that Cloud Drake play, where they're getting the vision down in the blue quadrant, getting the control wards down, clearing out the river vision. It pays off, and now Hanser is out the other side with his Blade of the Ruin King activation.
Yeah.
Sven is there to hug him on the other side.
Ray is consistently playing amazing in this one. Could be the reason they might get the win. Nice job by a Biofrost. Quick reflexes. Gets double up to safety. But more of C9 looking to come around. Here comes the Ghost looking for the axes. They're going to get a bit here, and Jensen's in there as well. Going to get the stun onto the tanks to look for double lift. That's going to be one picked up. Can they go for more? Contracts has the Druid aggro. The shield's going to come in before the stun lands, but the HP bar is running down. Sven gets the kill on Ray on the other side of the map in the top side jungle in the river as well. They're going to get Herald off that, but C9 going to take some bot lane turrets.
Yeah, C9 can take one turret and then even make the call. If TSM decide to trade and continue pushing with that Rift Herald, they might want to choose to actually stick out there. Sneaky is pushing the wave up. Jensen's Echo, though, gets his revenge. Yeah. Another really good roam from Jensen, and he has summoner spells available, too. This is where Echo, with Proto Belt completed, the threat just really kind of skyrockets from here, and you got to watch out for those assassinations. Oh, teleport coming in.
Herald into the top lane as well, though. It's TSM going for a big play, and Ray maybe can be around to make a flank. Half of that turret's gone, and one last bastion of safety. Ray's TP this time does nothing.
Yeah, see, even with Rift Herald being traded over, it's still a 1 turret for 1 turret. I mean, Cloud9 do have to get over there and take down some of the health from the Herald afterwards, but that's pretty big. Let's take a look at the kill, though, as Ray did not want Sven Skaren to be able to solo the Rift Herald, and for that, he pays his life.
Yeah. Well, all right, this game's still very close. 100 gold separates the squads. Certainly a very close early game. We know these teams can go blow for blow. We will see what continues to happen. Double tries to scale up some more, grabs a Ninja Tabby to be a bit safer, and with how much threat Contract Sneaky is thrown at him, that makes total sense. He's going to be a bit more durable. Smoothie, no tank stats yet. He's got his Eye of the Watchers and some Mobies. It's all going to be about CC and getting back out for this Rakan player. He can certainly not hold the front line. You contrast that with Biofrost. He's got that Ruby Sightstone. Certainly much more durability on him. Hanser 0-3-0 hasn't had that same pressure this game around. Back to the top lane, a split push.
Yeah, he's split pushing while Ray is constantly moving down the river for any possible Cloud9 plays. Like Ray, even without teleport, he keeps roaming down to look for setups here. And the pings from TSM, they've actually seen Ray move into the jungle now.
Didn't find much. Ray's spinning around, gets stunned up. Here comes the chase. Smoothie's going to find one. The charm, the knockup. That's going to be a kill. No, it's not. Biofrost there to save the day again, and look at that stun, it's beautiful, looking for more, but Jensen gets the ult out this time around. Gets away from TSM, contracts down below 1,000, looks for the stun, looks to kill off Ray, and he's gonna get it there. Jensen forces a flash back of the wall, chased down by Hanser, this time there's no escape tools. Slowed down by the Ruin King, but the knockout's gonna be there. Still, again, saved by Biofrost, and the root means almost nothing. Hanser back, actually jumps forward with that one. You have the way of choosing which way you go out. Takes a bit more damage. He's going to be safe. 1-0 advantage TSM. All credit to Biofrost and Bjergsen.
Yeah, I'm happy that we get to see the counter in action that we expected from Champion Select, and Biofrost is making it work here, even though the damage still been going through. Both teams taking pretty much a beating here after the last instance. I think one of the most important summoners that was blown was the flash from Bjergsen, because even though Jensen on the Echo also uses flash there over the wall, the Syndra now, without the flash, definitely becomes a prime target for C9 to try and focus in the next team fight, and they might look for more mid plays. Here we go, though. Smoothie activating the ult, goes in for the guaranteed charm with his W into the knockup. Biofrost saves number 1. Here goes the re-engage for number 2, though. Jensen has to ult back out with out of the arrow. And then Bjergsen is forced to flash that ultimate from Ray, who then goes down. Here comes save number 2, though, as Smoothie again turns onto Hanser, and Badafast denies another.
And at that point, the Olaf ult was popped to make sure he wasn't get stunned, but it didn't matter at that point. Hanser back on split push duty. And he has gone for a bit more durability. You saw the Jarm's Fist picked up second. He is behind. He needed some extra HP to survive. I do like the adaptation instead of rushing Hurricane. Jensen back onto the mid. Needed to play for wave clear, and yeah, it's mid-game Echo now. You cannot contest waves against him easily. He kills them in 3 auto attacks in 1 spell.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the 1-3-1 now for Cloud9, because as we said, Jensen, his Proto Belt's done. He's almost done with the Lich Bane. Once that thing is done, it's incredibly difficult to deal with that pressure, because they have double teleports on Cloud9's side, and they also have the bigger front line, so possibility of collapses is also very big. Yeah. TSM, though, they still have the Ash Arrow, they still have the Tom Kench, so sometimes if you can create a play quick enough before the channel of teleports matter, then you can punish that split pushing style.
It can happen. There we go. The 3rd outer turret is gone. C9 have cracked that outer shell first in this game. They own that earlier Cloud Drake as well, and Ocean spawning in 30 seconds. C9 still, though, down in gold. TSM have been farming better as a squad.
Yes, Cloud9 do divert as soon as the Lich Bane is complete. Jensen immediately down bottom lane, looking to create some side lane pressure while everyone else holding the wave.
TSM will kill it first. Hanser doing his duty, getting rid of that Scuttle Crab. Look for the stun, not gonna find it. Flashed. Ooh, the fail, I think, came back up for Bjergsen. That's gonna be nothing available there. Nice try by Ray, but gets nothing.
Exactly, they wanted to punish that flash being down from the mid lane play. Not gonna be able to get it though. Banshee's Veil comes through clutch for Bjergsen.
Time to stun, but here comes the charm, the knock up on a 2. Biofrost going to save 1. Big Root comes across 3 as well. Hanser cutting back in the back lines, and Double has some free time, but Jensen picks up 1 already. He's going for a bit more. They get the chase down, that's 2 dead. Ray looks for the CC, can't quite find Hanser, but 2-0 C9 is a great start.
Oh my, the team fighting presence of Zyra Khan is just so big. And the Ash Arrow is onto Ray, who, that's Cloud9's favorite member. Besides contracts with the ultimate up, they'd love to have the arrows go on to Ray. And Cloud9 gonna look to pressure the Baron afterwards. 3 members of TSM available.
Yeah, Sven will have Smite available. There's not a lot of ways to zone them out. Contract's a bit low. He's gonna find the stun. Oh, they can get him just with the kills, and Smoothie secures the credit, but of course credit to Jensen for all the hard work on that one. No way of stopping the Baron, and Cloud9 pick it up in 23 minutes.
All right, let's take another look as Double Lift shoots the Ash Arrow there, and it does hit, a flashless member, but Smoothie's like, perfect! Arrow's already down on Ray, and Sneaky plus Smoothie get the Root combo, which allows Jensen to get right in the middle as well, and they absolutely destroy the center of that team fight.
Really nice stuff there. TSM get the consolation prize of a Cloud Drake, sorry, Ocean Drake, I misspeak. Of course, still worse than grabbing a Baron, and C9 should have the power to start pushing this game open.
Look at this, Jensen sneaking into the side wave. Not quite close enough to the side brush though, Hanser. Able to get caught in the parallel convergence, so he just walks right back out.
Gonna make it an interesting fight all the same. A little bit of damage in the contracts. Ward control now the name of the game for C9 a little bit. And we'll see what they can grab. The outer turrets were gone. It's all about the tier 2s now. The 1-3-1 is happening. Ray top side, Jensen in the bot lane. And the rest of that group's going to go and rejoin Jensen here. Ray has teleport available. And it's going to be Bjergsen scoring off against him, so no Syndra for an impending team fight. But C9 actually playing it pretty slow.
Again, the 1-3-1 taking its toll. Baron buff empowering this type of comp just means so much. Makes it really easy for them to get a lot of damage here onto the turrets. Lich Bane as well, working for Jensen. Half of this one's done. Mid turret also took a bit of damage.
Yeah.
Ray's got top turret in place. TSM are just looking to wait out this Baron. Debuff right now. And hope that will expire soon. Jensen going in again.
That's a stun. Jensen pulls aggro, and the shield blocks turret damage, but this turret will fall in a couple more seconds. This is killable for Jensen. Corrupting Potion, I think, pulled turret aggro for a second, but he gets it down. Bot lane falls. That's the first turret of the Baron buff. Halfway down. Looking for the root, can't quite get Double. He's almost dead. Good pickup by Biofrost, but Double has certainly got the worst of that trade. Does have lifesteal, but no minions to kill right now. He'll recall instead for the health. Red buff. Oh, Sven gets to smite it. Small mistake by Ray. He thought he could set it up for Sneaky, but Sven was sneakier himself. He made that happen. Gotta watch out for what's happening on his base, and mid lane T2 is gonna fall actually, so C9 able to get 2 turrets, and there's still a minute remaining on the Baron buff.
I expect them to actually continue pressuring and maybe get 3, get all those outer turrets. That's the last amount of like really safe gold for them to pick up.
Yeah.
And this is such a big difference between this time and the last time they had a team fight. If they get this turret and then are able to purchase with all the money, it will be a very big advantage.
And Ray gonna kick into the team, though, stunned as well. He's got no life bar left, an immediate shutdown. Well played by Sven, didn't have to flash. The ward hop was all he needed.
Yeah, good thing TSM do not hesitate there because...
Oh, Hanser. Oh, he almost gets stunned as well. The ulti's not gonna block a lot, to be honest, and this could be Jensen making it happen, actually getting shunked down, ult's back, and suddenly he's in a 1v2. The Lich Bane, he's not winning the fight just yet, has to flash the thick part of the wall, ease back over.
Double lift.
Getting away. Double does not have an arrow. He does have flash and heal. Jensen gonna get the shield, but he's gonna not have another health bar. And it's another shutdown, and Svenskar making some very good plays and getting some kills back into TSM's pockets.
Yep, 5v3 now for TSM. Power play down mid.
Small wave from a Sneaky. Ooh, chunked down to 2/3 with a little bit of Bjergsen damage. And Double it to make sure that turret certainly falls here. One pick back up, turret score 2-5.
Yeah, even with no ultimates available, 3v5 is too much. Cloud9 have to respect it. And TSM also not overextending here afterwards, because you have to remember this is a double teleport team. You know, even though they got those 2 kills, as soon as Jensen revives, you have to worry about where is the ward placement for Cloud9 and possible flanking echo moves from his teleport. So they do back off, and we'll just take that little bit of gold back in their pockets. This is what they need to do. You know, slowly crawl their way back into this game, play defensive, and farm up.
See if they can do it here. 3.8K, C9's lead so far. TSM got a small glimpse back in, but Cloud9 going back to the top side. Smoothie had the chance to sweep wards inside the mid lane, instead saved it for the top jungle. Smart choice, lets him use the Fog of War here around some important places. Top tier 2 does still stand, and Contract still playing around that side of the map, but nothing to be had just yet. Just going to be the recalls. Cloud9 will wait a little bit longer. They're playing for jungle vision, but still a minute and a half till this Drake spawns, the next neutral objective up. Infinity Edge for Sneaky, though, is big damage out of the Xayah. And as an interesting sort of metagame point, the itemization builds of tanks have changed somewhat. Since there's less health on items, and Sunfire Cape got nerfed, you're seeing Frozen Heart Rushes instead. So the health pools are not very big, which means Doubleless Rune King actually, even though it has been nerfed, also just does less damage than it used to anyway, because there's just lower health pools and more armor to fight against. And so it actually further lowers Doubleless damage output this game compared to a conventional Infinity Edge user.
Meanwhile, C9 right back to the 1-3-1. Right now, all they have to do is continue this pressure to kind of starve out more of the wards from TSM. As you said, the Infernal Drake and Baron are coming up very quickly. So neutral objectives is what Cloud9 really want to force TSM out onto the map, where they can take advantage of their Xayah Rakan combo and use their team fighting prowess to get their real big lead. Pressuring the turrets is a little bit risky.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying, though. As long as Ray can keep himself from getting insected by Svenskar, he should stay alive, but there's just so much burst and so much threat. There's really only one true tank here. Jugglers, we don't have the same gold as top laners. They can't quite withstand that same damage.
Yeah,
Remains to be seen, though.
TSM's main goal here is looking for that Ash Arrow to catch someone on Cloud9 out of position. Problem for TSM is they haven't even been able to get up much defensive vision in their own jungle. You would like to get your control wards up so that Ash can fire that arrow from Fog of War, and you can try and jump on anyone out of position.
Slow on the contracts, bit of damage there. Kite's back okay. Of course, Contract actually has more gold than Ray right now, so neither are all that durable. You can see the Adaptive Helm from Ray will block damage against Kennen Ultimate as well as Syndra Ultimate.
Yeah, I would say if you're a frontliner versus a team with Syndra on it, it's so valuable to get the Adaptive Helm and try and soak up that ultimate. being able to reduce the successive damage. And I think the Kennen is a good point as well as competitive auto attacks as far as the procs on his Q as well going to come through.
I'll definitely do math on it to see how it would compare to Visage against like a standard Syndra combo, and stay tuned, internet. I'll let you know if it's actually good. Do my best.
If it's not good against Syndra,
I know,
then it's a terrible item.
So a lot of people think it's a terrible item, though. Like I've seen a lot of people sort of put in their analysis and be like, "Is it good? I don't know. The stats are bad." And you're right. If it's not good in this case, there's almost never a case where it is a good item. And honestly, in my opinion, the jury's out. Of course, we're seeing pros use it.
Yeah.
Sometimes
if you're not going to buy it against Syndra, Cassiopeia, Rumble, never ever buy it.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. And we'll see how efficient it's going to be in this one, as it was his first and only Magic Resist item. Now that Gargoyle Stoneplate's done, it's his second. And let's see what happens in this one. Cloud9 looking to play for the Baron. Ward over the wall. Of course, the
Hawkshot is on cooldown, I believe.
Redemption spots Vision. It does not do damage to neutrals. And if he missed CC, the charm lands, but he's back up from it. Can Sven get the steal? They're trying to zone him out. It's actually one kill off as Sneaky failed to do anything to dodge the damage. Sven does get deleted. Now, can the jungler do anything? Of course not, because Contracts is dead. The fight continues on the backside. Smoothie forced to run away. They're going for the steal. And it gets picked up by Bjergsen. It is TSM who win the fight up. 2 kills and a Baron, the triple for the mid laner.
Both junglers killed, and TSM return to the Baron, get it with the abilities here. Bjergsen gonna find the last hit. Whew. And that will give them priority down mid lane. They should get multiple turrets, plus the inhibitor here with their 4 versus 2 advantage.
Well, and they go for the middle inhibitor turret. That's gonna fall right away, and inhibitor to follow as well. 14 seconds on Contracts. They should have enough time. Sneaking up in 3, though. Might stop them. I hate to say it, but Jensen did die with Zhonya's available. Wouldn't have changed the fight much, but it's TSM winning that fight pretty cleanly.
All right, let's take a look, because this gets really scrappy as both teams are trying to kill the junglers here.
Oh, that's fun.
Garen is the target. Yeah, look at that. Huge amount of burst there. Contracts is now running around between Bjergsen, Haunter, and Doublelift, so both junglers are dead. Smite's not on the table anymore, and TSM have more damaging abilities. Jensen goes in for the Baron. All of his eyes are on Y. Oh, he got knocked by the Baron as well, so he didn't have time. That is a CC, by the way. Baron knocking you back out.
Yeah. And Sneaky now maybe cut out, gets tanks the arrow. His support Smithy gonna stay alive. Shields back over to the teammate. Nothing picked up majorly. But it is TSM now with the lead. 900 gold advantage. Ray looks for the explosive cast. Only finds Sven. Bjergsen had the Banshees. They can see it.
They're still on the chase.
They're looking for this play. This could be the one for the comeback. Looks to get a little bit back here in this one. Sidral Pop does not kill up any of the tanks. So can there be a fight to be had? Because Haunter's still splitting without TP up in the bot lane. And Ray is going to get chased down and split off and picked off. C9 could not find the 5v4 team fight victory. They lost a 5v4. And Haunter's still pushing in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that is a Baron buff Haunter here. So this is going to be hugely detrimental to Cloud9's base. Inhibitor number 2 going under fire, and TSM looking to close in. 33.5 minutes inside C9's base.
They're going to find the not quite knock up on a Haunter. It was close, but it's so hard to hit him with Lightning Rush. And into the mid lane they go. 30 seconds on Ray. TSM looking to make it a 2-0. And the opposite of that for Cloud9's Matt Frecken if it closes out this way. TSM 5v4 for 20 seconds. Mid lane wave clear back to the bot. They will go, waiting for a new wave coming in 5 seconds. 15 seconds on Ray, and it's going to be enough to say TSM will back out for now. 1 minute left in the buff. Will not have much more time to push with it. They'll just get the reset, buy some items, and get back on the map.
Yeah, they can just calm it down now. They got so much gold in the last 5 minutes here. Plus 2 inhibitors down. It's very easy for TSM to just funnel on that last top lane line and just let the pressure mount on Cloud9's base with the double lines of supers heading in.
And all Cloud9 can do is sit here and try to wave clear a little bit longer and hope they can get some item spikes. Execution is calling in for Doublelift to remove the healing potential of Ray and Contracts. A little bit of that does exist here. Doublelift back on top side, a little bit alone, but he's got Biofrost near enough that he should be fine. No real risk on this Ashe player. Rest of the squad looking to come through the top lane, and Haunter will remain near mid. He can stay split pushing and join the team without too much issue. Looks like this is the new common Kennen build to add Phantom Dancer for tank and damage stats combined as your 4th item. Haunter's actually had a pretty good recovery from the 0-3-0 start. He's actually been able to be fairly effective throughout his mid-game. Ray, unfortunately, despite his amazing early start, has really just been killed by Syndra several times, and some of that's Syndra, to be fair. On a top lane 2-2 they go. Baron buff gone, doesn't matter, the gold lead's enough. TSM take down 1. Cloud9 will look to stage their defense at the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, right now they have Jensen allocated down bottom, but Contracts takes a lot of damage.
Doesn't quite get stunned now, he does, down to 1,000 health. He's not part of this fight for a little while. Ray took to half HP as well.
This is it then. I mean, Contracts holds on to his ultimate for this next fight. He knows this is crucial. If they don't win this next fight, the game is over. Jensen's been called up. Contracts has healed in the fountain, and he's back out here with the home guards.
Can they find it? In the lane they go. Sneaky looking for a bit of wave clear. Stun's going to find 1. Contract still at 3K HP though. Wave clear fast. Okay.
Good patience from TSM. They know that they've got several more lines of super minions ready to funnel in and help them out with their siege.
Happy to wait for a little while. Contract's waiting for ambient gold to get his stone plate. I forgot the combined cost, but he's got 700 gold in his pockets right now.
They should push hard on this one. Jensen's back to the bottom side to deal with that super minion.
Here we go, a little bit of time. They're going to push him for this one. The balls are down. The knockback not going to find a whole time. Looking for double lift to buy some time. Looking for the charm. They might get Svetty forced to kite back out, and Hauser zones out the team with the Maelstrom. A stun out from Jensen, though, and it's not going to matter. Pop's still going to stay alive. He still gets shut down. The CC is too much. These solo laners are dead, and that's what's going to be all she wrote. Down goes Sneaky, down goes Smoothie. It's Contracts left alive, but there's no base left to defend. The minions are here, and TSM going to return to the LCS with a 2-0 victory, convincing at that, knocking down Cloud9, who start their spring off 0-2 in matches. TSM, congratulations for the 2-0 win, and with double it back in the roster, they are looking, maybe that 18-0 run happens.
Bjergsen 8-1-6 on that Syndra from the mid lane. Able to play the back line very effectively. Staying safe with himself. Flash and Ghost utilized so often for dodging skill shots.
TSM. Well played 2-0. The handshake's coming out. I always like seeing which players hug as opposed to handshake. We saw Dardoch hug Piglet in the CLG Liquid match, which I really enjoyed. Looks like just standard handshake for these guys. That's fine. It's just always fun to see some people have that closer camaraderie. TSM smiles on the roster. And this is the beginning of what everyone thinks is TSM being the #1 team in this split. CanLogic Gaming think they can match them, that it'll be a fun one next week. Of course, TSM still more matches to play, and Cloud9, though, it's a hard strength of schedule. Of course, they're against 2 of the maybe very best teams in NA this split, but it's just, it smiles out of Biofrost, smiles out of Doublet, smiles out of Bjergsen, a wave to the camera. TSM knows, hey, they took down the defending runner-ups. They didn't even drop a game. Sure, there's still things to iron out. This wasn't perfect, but it was a good game against a good team. TSM know that their goals, as always, make it to Worlds, and this time, do better than last time.
Yes, always. This time, do better than last time. That should be printed logo. Honestly,
motivational poster.
This time, do better than last time. Always remember. Honestly, though, yeah, it's such a big, boost of confidence, right? Yeah. Because they're coming off of MSI, so they didn't have as much time on this patch. Yeah. Double Lift coming back into the team. Seems like it has worked out really well, and they've ironed out a lot of those problems, but there still are some, obviously, things that they need to clean up.
Sure.
Meanwhile, for Cloud9, I mean, it was 2 hard series, right?
Yeah.
Both CLG and TSM showed up very big here, so Cloud9 going to have to go back to the drawing boards. Do expect them to come back swinging here next week as their schedule gets a bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 has had leads in every single game they've played so far. Unfortunately, their game record is 1-4, but they've had those games within their grasp, or at least winnable in all these cases, so they are far from getting blown out. And again, they're playing what's arguably the #1 and 2 teams right now in the LCS. You can maybe argue Phoenix 1 is in there as well, but with their drop to Immortals, okay, they played the #1 and 2 teams in North American LCS really right now. And so Cloud9, as we saw with TSM, they had a slow start last split, they still won NA. And I think on the C9 side, you say, okay, bad week. I do believe they have the skill and the talent and the backing to turn that back around and have a very productive split here in the summer split. I think they're, one of the sweethearts to likely go to Worlds here at the end. The second place spring finals run. Like, that's championship points, which can help you do that as well. So I think the odds are in their favor that this turns into a good split for C9.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I'm happy to see the meta change as well, where people are more happy to take these playmaking champions, and it's not all about shields.
Agreed. It's been fun to watch so far in the North American LCS. We'll see more of TSM tomorrow, but now for a first-hand account on that series win, let's hear from Pastry Time and TSM's carry in the bot lane.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Doublelift after a successful first win back on TSM over on Cloud9. Obviously a pretty fun series there. Game 2 looked a little dicey, but you guys made it through. What were the expectations kind of moving into this series versus a tough opponent?
I think I just expected Cloud9 to be really good. I heard that they were like practicing for a few weeks before LCS started, where we'd only been practicing for like 6 days. So, I mean, that's just because TSM was at MSI and then I was like transitioning from being a streamer. So I honestly didn't have super high expectations, but practice has been going good, and yeah, like it's like we haven't skipped a beat since last summer.
I have to ask you, obviously you played a little bit on Liquid towards the end of spring, but what has that transition been like, given the low practice time, moving away from streaming and kind of back into the team environment?
Well, on Team Liquid, I think I had to do most of the calls for macro and rotations, and just in general, just directing the team's flow and tempo. But on TSM, I think they have a really great system already, and I'm more like supplementary, and I'll step in when I need to for certain types of like in-game moments. But for the most part, I'm just more focused on like my own individual stuff. Just because it's been a while, I feel like I'm a little bit rusty, the streamer life, and I'm just worried about playing well individually first, and then the team is just like, I don't know, it's like a well-oiled machine,
And has metagame been a concern at all? Obviously, Xayah and Rakan, a very new pair of champions that maybe haven't had as much time to practice against. What are your thoughts on kind of the new champions and playing against Sneaky and Smoothie?
Well, we dumpstered them both games when they played Xayah Rakan, so that was pretty easy. I think it's good. I think Rakan is really strong. Xayah is like, she's really slow tempo champion. Like, she pushes lanes, but then she doesn't have any plays. You basically have to get baited by her ulti, and then she can like make a turnaround and play with her feathers. But I think you have to be like pretty bad to walk into all her feathers. So in general, like Rakan, you see those crazy engages where he just like flash and gets like 3 people. But Xayah, I feel like, I don't know, she's a really good scaling champion, but she's pretty bad early.
And final question for you. Obviously, back with Bifrost, you guys haven't played in a little while, but again, looking as dominant as ever in the 2v2. Are you guys still the best duo in the league? What kind of competition do you expect from maybe some of the other bot laners out there, or are you guys already the best again?
I want to play against Arrow and Shady. When I was on Team Liquid, I played against that bot lane, I think. No, wait. I think they might have played Stunt. But I think Arrow has been, he's MVP, and he's been getting a lot of attention for being a really consistent player. But yesterday, he was down like 40 CS in lane, so I feel like he really shines in team fighting comps. But in lane, he can be really easily abused. Like, IMT's bot lane, which is also really strong, took their tower at like 6 minutes. So, yeah.
All right, well, best of luck the rest of the way. Thank you very much for the interview, but we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to wrap up the series.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Doublelift and the rest of TSM going to be very happy to kickstart their season with a victory over C9. Again, rematch of the spring finals, and they do it this time around 2-0 fashion, returning to that summer 2016 roster.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the summer finals between the two teams. It was a 3-1 pretty decisively in TSM's favor, so not a great start for C9 here, but it is, first week, and they did play 2 of the stronger opponents in the league, most likely.
Absolutely. I do think a lot of people are going to look at the standings at the end of the day and say, oh my goodness, C9 0-2 start to the season. We have to remember that it's 1 against the first place team, and then 2 against a CLG that most people would say on paper is already an upgraded roster from what they had in the spring split. But I want to talk about this TSM victory here, because game 2 did not come as easily as game 1 did. And we're going to start by taking a look at the final fight to see how it all ended here around the top lane inhib turret.
Right, this is after the kind of turnaround that we saw at a TSM. Now they actually have the advantage in a lot of places, and they get this engage off. You see just Contract's kind of man-moding into the front line by himself, able to get focused down extremely early on. And then Kennen being able to provide a zoning ultimate. This is one of the differences you see between AD carry Kennen and the AP Kennen. Normally you're diving in the back line. There, you can just drop a cult, and then once they deal with the front line, they can chase down the rest of the way, and they're eventually able to close them out, and they take this victory over C9.
Right, but as was mentioned, it did not come easily. We saw that C9 had plenty of advantages throughout the game themselves, and that will raise some concerns around whether or not they understand exactly how to close games out in the current meta. I mean, we heard the discussion around Xayah and Rakan, Doublelift saying that he doesn't feel necessarily that Xayah is all that powerful, and it does require, you to kind of walk into her ultimate of all things. But that could also be, to a degree, people not having figured out the champion fully yet and understanding how to push her advantage.
Right, I mean, that's definitely the case where that's the most obvious way to play her is you kind of kite back, your feathers lay on the ground, you pull through the whole team, it's really strong. But we saw when CLG was playing it, they're actually using it more as a combination tool. Orianna groups everyone up, you throw the ult on the top and pull everything back in. If we see more of those kind of follow-up engage tools where you get some extra CC and damage over the top of a primary engage, that might be a little bit better. Here, they didn't really have that quite on the side of C9. It's a lot of displacement tools and splitting fights up.
And while Xayah doesn't seem to be quite figured out yet, I feel like Rakan has been utilized to great success by a few players. I mean, even in the losses here, I think that Smoothie has had some tremendous engages and follow-ups on engages. So just a small shout out to him as he's mastering that champion. But now I want to return to the beginning of the game and see how it developed, because on the outside of the day, we're talking about, hey, Jensen versus Bjergsen, and referencing the Echo game 5 of Spring Split. Well, guess what? We get the Echo here again, and 3 minutes in, first blood to TSM.
Yeah, and this was similar to what we saw actually in that previous series, where sometimes Jensen just plays a little too far up in the lane. Echo, being a melee champion, if he wants to trade, sometimes has to take those risks, but it feels like occasionally he can lose track of Sven, excuse me, and that's one of the things that's always so good about Jensen is he can absorb jungle pressure. It seems like against Bjergsen, whether it's because Bjergsen's pressuring him a little bit more or maybe it's a little bit of a mental block, he does seem to get caught out in laning phase a little bit more than normal.
So while things start to go downhill in the mid lane for C9 here, we got to jump to the top lane and take a look at a matchup that was going Haunter favored in game 1, and now here we have Ray with the solo kill at 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Ray starts this game out great. We were talking about how he needs to get more done on his own, and I mean, he's able to get this solo kill into Haunter. It's a really close chase down. What's funny enough is it's the time that he's on the tank that he's able to start generating his own leads here, and then he also got a little bit of jungler attention as well because Contracts made his way up there again for a repeat kill. So a little bit better that time out of the top side, and as a result, things were looking really good for C9.
And again, I think that those replays only go to show that from game to game, these players actually match up very well, right? One game you've got Haunter winning, one game you have Ray winning. So although in the the microcosm of a single game, you can say, oh my goodness, Ray, what's happening? You're getting crushed by Haunter. You've got to go ahead and look at it as a whole across the series and say, hey, they're more evenly matched than a lot of people might think. Finally, I want to return to our last replay, and this is where you were talking about TSM wrestled control back from C9 around the Baron.
It's just a little bit of a misplay on their comp. One, great arrow to snipe out Sneaky, and Bjergsen's able to insta-kill him, and that basically ends the team fight by itself, but it's not helped by the fact that half of C9 went over the wall, and then there's just no way really for the backline of C9 to help out sometimes. Contracts can't get over the wall. He's stuck in the pit while they're trying to do that. And no one really got onto the carry. So even though they're going over the wall and you're messing with the enemy team's jungler, making it so Sven can't steal, you're exposing your own backline to TSM's backline. So it was a slight over-focus on making sure that the Baron was safe and not really like, are we safe?
Exactly. Player of the game going to Bjergsen this time around for taking control of what a lot of people call to be a counter matchup. Of course, Sensiren did visit in the jungle, but even there, zeroing out the AD carry, securing the Baron in that team fight when the smites weren't coming through. So a lot of clutch plays by him.
Yeah, there were a lot of skirmishes over the course of this game. We highlighted a fair amount, but there was that whole time, basically up until that 30 minutes, where C9 was in control of this game, and Bjergsen was kind of being a little bit of a bastion in the mid lane, holding on, able to keep the game close, and finally, at the very end, with the help of Doublelift, kind of turning it completely in TSM's favor.
TSM still has one more series left to play this weekend. C9, though, done with week 1 already in 0-2. I want to get your preliminary thoughts on the roster. Of course, they played Ray in both series, while Impact is just returning to the U.S.
I mean, like we said, it's not really a sky is falling concern. We're like, oh, C9's not good anymore. Like, obviously TSM, probably the best team in the league right now. CLG, still trying to figure out exactly where they are. They are 2-0 right now. They do look good with Dardoch, and he's not even playing that well yet, so CLG could improve. But that said, if you are a C9 fan, you're a little concerned just because are you going to improve so much more than TSM and CLG that you're going to catch up and become the best team? They struggled to improve a little bit last year where they started really great and kind of held that form throughout the whole season. And so if they do that again, you're a little concerned that they get left in the dust.
Especially considering that TSM, again, swapped back into their stronger roster while C9 doesn't make any changes. Well, we close the books here on NALCS 1. We're going to toss you guys over to NALCS 2, where Envy and Dignitas are locked 1-1 to close out the day.
Coming out quite strong, and he said this time he came over in game 1. We saw him talking. It took a little bit to kind of get adjusted for himself, but a lot of people, he heard would fear him, and he wants to be able to do that here. He now starts to kind of put up that type of play and get the results out of his play through that Lee Sin not so much that Ivern we saw. I'd like to welcome everybody else from NALCS1 here as we have our Game 3 between Dignitas and Envy. Dignitas taking Game 1, Envy just having a pretty clean win. 0 turrets dropped in Game 2. There were kills on both sides, but now we're in Game 3 here, and we're watching Dignitas run basically the same comp, and we're going to see if they do it again.
Yeah, I don't think they do that again. I feel like Dignitas, they actually took a while to get back on stage, and they had a decent amount of time as well. So there was a lot of deliberation about what they should be doing in this next game here. You can see they're coming in. They want to win this first one. Start off, say, a roster change, our communication, our offseason was all for the better. And Envy are saying, you know what, Pyrian and Niski, the 2 guys we picked up for mid lane, running Pyrian right now. They're saying, hey, our new coach on top, maybe that's the change that Envy needed to free up the map and help Lyra get some of these wins with the team.
All right, Simon, let's see if we get your Thresh here in the ban phase. We do have a Kennen and a Caitlyn to start off.
I don't think you see it banned. I just don't want to see it picked from Dignitas in the situation where Karma's up, Lulu's up, Zyra's up. Because Thresh auto loses those lanes unless you go for like the 20% chance that the guy is going to get hooked and be in a bad position. And I like the Dignitas, you know, if they're going to go for some of those bans like Zyra and Karma, then I'm like, okay, you can maybe go for the Thresh now.
Elise banned out.
You got to ban Zach as Envy if you are on that side. Just a little head tilter that you leave for last, but okay. I'm not worried, Riv. I'm not worried.
It's like a known, right? But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And not knowing what they would go into the first phase with right away. 3 seconds left here. It's going to be the Jace. They still feel like it was pretty big for that top lane. This is the second time they'll ban that for game 2 and 3.
The other thing, too, is like we don't know what happens in scrims. And there's always, you know, people play faster in scrims. They play looser in scrims. You go for all of these all-ins, and you kind of test yourself in the lane. So we definitely see more pressure on like a Jason scrims, etc. And I know a lot of teams bought into that where even like the Kennen doesn't seem a lot of success on stage right now, but in scrims, it's just like this thing is taking over the game.
We saw Immortals using it yesterday. Take down C9 quite handily. So it does continue to find himself on the ban list. And a first pick Karma, we were thinking that would be a change. Feeling pretty good there, Zyrene.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm surprised that Thresh saw play when Karma and Zyra were up.
Okay.
Because of the fact that you just lose the lane, and having no priority bottom lane means you're seeding dragons early. You're probably going to lose your bottom turret at like 10 minutes because of all the auto attack damage it'll take. And you're playing from behind the whole time. So it's just not a good experience. That's why Caitlyn is so highly prioritized and banned out, is that pretty much will win a lot of the lanes by itself too.
Aggression on aggression for the early start of the jungle. I like it. Chaser brings back the Rengar.
Is it another Shen here, or are you picking the 80 carry, grabbing yourself something early to start fights off? Like that, I think that's a good pick here. Have that range superiority.
So Dignitas is switching everything up. As we said, they did a run back, basically changing only the jungler from game 1 to game 2. Now they're going to switch everything up here. No more Twitch in that 80 carry position. We have initiations for sure now. A lot of the things for Dig were conditional last game, and now they have that for sure fire. Just got to hit it. So I guess there is still a bit of condition.
Ooh, Shen
locked
away.
in, yeah.
Taken away and put on Seraph, who's known for split pushing. I wonder what his build path will be here if he goes for something like the Tiamat even first instead of some health items. But I like it. I was about to be like, you can't pick that and not ban Fiora. So the Fiora ban does come through. Kled is another champion that does pretty well into Shen. Does all right. Galio may see a ban on top of it. Now we're seeing those mid lane bans come towards Pyrian. No Talia for him, circumvented a lot of the issues that they had, or Envy had with closing games out.
Pyrian played a lot of Victor. Had that TF towards the top.
Yeah, and he also
that would synergize with this one.
He also was like one of those first people to pick up Kassadin and do really well with it.
Yeah. It's true. I remember then Ryu kind of had some plays on it and a few others after seeing that.
Yep. Ooh, okay. I was like, what? Hey. No, like, gotcha. This may just be a Sona. Or, I'm not in love with it, but the Sona or the Nami, you'd be okay with this. Hakuo gonna go? Wow, okay. All right.
I can do anything you can do better.
I don't know. Okay, we'll see. Hakuo loves Thresh.
Yeah, they both
A lot of
love
these
Thresh.
guys.
They both do.
There's so many supports. I remember there's this era in Challenger where it's like, this guy's a Thresh god. Bunny Fufu's a Thresh god. Sheep's a Thresh god. Hakuo's a Thresh god. Remilia, it's like, oh, everybody coming up.
Thresh god.
Everybody plays it. Everybody plays it well as well. But we'll see if he's able to actually make some plays bottom, because this is a combo where you can go ahead and get the Thresh engage, and you can get the Varus ulti as well followed up.
There's all these Thresh players, but they do not like to see a Tom Kench on the other side. I can vouch for that. Your hooks completely just gobbled up.
They got jebaited.
Yeah, basically.
The Karma is really a mid Karma for Keen.
Absolutely.
He's going to take teleport on that as well, and they're going to take the Rumble away and put it up against the Shen and keep Seraph underneath his turret here.
So now the roam possibly here from Someday. We're going to wonder when he goes back and forth between those damage top laners that he can get into now. We'll see a little bit more of that here in the final pick. What will be that mid lane? What is he going to take? Cassiopeia was towards the top of Pyrian's playlist when he was in the LCS a few splits ago, and it will be Cass again.
Cassiopeia, very strong champion, especially when you can get it in the right situation, not into an Orianna, but into a Karma. So she'll be locked down, she'll be chased down a little bit. It's hard to get continuous Twin Fangs after some poison, mostly because of the fact that she'll just speed away. But Dignitas's composition, looking like a decent amount of protection. They do have some engage and an ability to kind of start a fight from far away. But Envy have some engage, protection, pick. I'm watching Lyra, seeing who he's setting up here.
I like the Cass pick up for that Rengar. He's going to have a little bit harder of a time getting in if you find Pyrian in that group. And we are about to head into Game 3. Quite a lot of Game 3 is going here between the first day and second day of the Summer Split 2017 NALCS. Violet and Cop to shake hands and leave their teams now to the rest of the strategies they have let them know. They have given, basically, just ready to let them play.
Yeah, picks and bans are done. It's all up to the players. All that coaching that they went through ahead of time.
Say there's only 5 or so minutes in between each game, but we've seen that do so much for these teams before. Sometimes you need to just get out. You're going over the same speed bumps, and you have to hear it from a different person. The coach, the rest of the staff backstage has given all of the players what they can use now.
The coaching moment where it's all up to the players now. It's one of those, Jesus, take the wheels. Players, take the rift.
Be good. You see just coach come out from the back of the stage and say, all right, I'm going to play now. Just get up. No more wheel taking. We're on the Rift. We're going to see what happens here in Game 3. Dignitas back on blue, Envy on the red side. And we are live.
I like the pick ban and what happened there with Dig pivoting and putting Keen on the Karma in mid and keeping the Tom Kench as a secret. There's a counter pick for the Thresh. Told you I didn't want to see it, Riv. I didn't want to see it. But if Hakuo goes off and it's just one of those solo queue games where he's running around picking everybody off, it could work out.
30 seconds until
It's not very good variance on it, though, is all I would say.
Yeah. Keystones, everything looks as it should.
Yeah, just Deathfire touches came out for Karma mid after a while. Kind of ditched the Thunderlords. Went more for, you buy some AP, you go for poke, and there's a better threshold there. Also, as Karma, you're going for like a Q, a one-off, or a mantra Q, and you're not really getting as many autos in as you would like. And the way you would get Thunderlords off is like a W or an auto and 2 parts of Q.
Right.
It's unreliable to get your Thunderlords off every few seconds.
Kind of, yeah, you're forcing yourself into that third hit, making it a little harder to manage minions, manage the auto.
Exactly, and getting an auto off in lane isn't really that great because you draw minion aggro. So they made the swap over to that after all things were considered. Leash over to Chaser on the Raptors, so he'll be a little bit faster in terms of his jungle respawn. He'll come back at 4 minutes and about 20 seconds. Now, that's why a lot of people started too. It's just a great camp to start on. And if it respawns earlier, it's so much experience.
Yeah.
And then kind of get ahead off of that. I talked to a lot of pro junglers, and they're like, if I don't start on Raptors, I'm already behind. Because then the second Raptor spawn is later.
Yep. So easy to take after the first one, too.
Yeah, the first one's kind of
like, it hurts a little bit. The second one, you're like, and I'm done.
There's a lot of junglers, like Sejuani, Gragas, like a lot of the tankier junglers that start Medallion, or Hunter's Talisman, sorry, that you just have to hit the camp and kite it around, and you're getting like 30 HP every second. And it's literally better than a health potion. You can use the Raptors as like a really fast way to get back to full HP, especially your first Raptors.
Ooh, Hakuo with the hitbox on the scuttle. I thought it was going wide right.
I mean, we talked about Hakuo roaming level 2 every game. He's walked into the river.
Yep.
And this time he's helping Lyra pick up that Scuttle Crab a little faster, provide CC for it. Lee Sin doesn't have CC, which will remove the resistances. Look at this, though, Seraph. Ooh.
Seraph playing that Spirit's Refuge with a little too much distance. He had to take too many steps to get out of that situation. Lyra now around to the red buff. He's going to go ahead and grab that for himself.
Yep. Oh, look at this. Maybe looking for a play on top. This is, once again, you're diving a Shen. Gets a little bit risky here.
So Lyra starts off on the 3. Chaser going for a little bit of the Krugs, but they know he's low. The amount that he is low would be real bad if Lyra would have even been towards the top side of this map, so Seraph probably not too worried about anything at this point.
Yeah, I was actually watching Seraph. He didn't put a point into any ability until like just a second ago, and he had been 3, and he hits 4 right there. He was holding out on putting a point into his W that entire time. Thinking maybe if jungler isn't on this side of the map or I'll get dove, another point in Q is better.
No wonder he took so much damage going to that hit.
Yeah, just went right in. And it's interesting as well, because like this is not how the matchup played last time. You look at the Doran shields, both potions of both players have already been used because they tried to all in each other and smack around, but I really think that this is something that's just kind of showcasing that Someday knows how to pressure this matchup a little bit better than how Seraph did. Or Seraph likes to actually return damage more, which I think is a little bit questionable. But I like that he went in when he had minion push advantage. When you have more minions, that's when you want to go in, especially with Taunt, because then they draw all the minion aggro.
Yep. As well, he forced Someday to turn away just about 0 Flame Spitter damage in that trade, forcing the back, forcing the TP. But he actually should have it at a pretty nice, that what it call 75% mark for the top lane, and not even under the turret yet.
Yep, doesn't have enough gold to actually get himself the full haunting,
hurts.
guys, but has the components. He's fine enough with that, but look at this. Chaser. In the jungle.
Oh my god.
See Lyra take him away.
Lyra's got his buffs. Gonna take his Raptors now. It's not Chaser's jungle at this point.
I said, for Lyra, you're behind if you aren't starting on your Raptors. You're taking the other guy's Raptors. There you go.
So you're ahead?
Now you are. Yes, he is ahead. I would say he is ahead.
You can mark that one in the books. 526. Lyra is ahead.
But the funniest part of this is the response when your Raptors get stolen is to check their Raptors and be like, haha.
Please, I hope your Raptors are up.
But he didn't do them in the right order. Lyra went from his red to his blue side jungle, cleared that, then he went back and cleared his Raptors. So those Raptors aren't going to be up for a little while longer. So Chaser gets nothing out of that, and that's why we see Lyra actually up a level, go looking for a gank down bottom.
Chaser has been hitting Krugs left and right. Lyra hitting camps, and now the lanes onto Big. The thick skin comes through the last few hits. Gonna be close enough. Ranger's focus, not firing out enough. And Lod takes the forefront, being the meat wall for Big in that one.
That is 3 summoner spells for just the exhaust there. That is a great play from Envy.
Yeah.
And that hook, that thresh hook, coming up big. And then when they hit Big with it and not Lod, doesn't matter. You can't get that, yeah, no. You can't end up eating the person who got hooked because it's you. So it's good to go after the Tahm Kench in this matchup.
I like that, by the way.
You
the
saw
hook comes up big.
Yep.
Now it comes up Lod.
Oh, Lod. Oh, you can see mid lane fighting over priority there. Pyrian playing off to the side here in the control ward.
They have to be careful. Some always say it takes longer than 10, 15 seconds. You got to be wary of what the other team's going to do with it, and they back off at the perfect time, basically wasting Chasers.
Yeah, his time is pretty valuable as well.
Right now,
also,
yeah.
Chaser could topside jungle right now, taking Raptors, taking the red buff away, but he's actually not counter jungling because he felt like that bottom turret was going to go down from the pressure Lyra was providing. And the fact that Seraph had hit 6 means that he could have actually ultied in there as well and provided more pressure. So Chaser actually doesn't get an optimal punish on Lyra in the slightest bit unless he rushes there right now.
He's going as fast as he can. You see the Qs coming out on spam, but this means Lyra can go bot side now. And some days in the jungle, this probably alerts them that they are going to get countered top. They have a free bot to hit.
Yeah, unless Hakuo goes for like a flash hook and hits big, there's really no excuse for this bottom lane dying because like Lyra actually shows up there. I mean, sorry, if you're taking the top side of Lyra's jungle, you have to tell your team, he's not here, he's bottom side or ganking bot, right? And they definitely infer that.
Yeah, here Big would be kind of getting up, trying to get those licks in. You can see how safe they are actually playing. Level 6 just on the edge for these laners. You can see about 90% on the bottom left there for Lod. Mid's already 7. We haven't seen too much action here just yet either. Seems like both teams are kind of happy here in game 3, getting to a certain point before getting each other's faces. It's just been about Lyra in the jungle.
Yeah, they know Chaser's there. Ash Arrow is up. Apollo is not level 6 yet. Cool. Interesting from Hakuo. Almost landed. Good from Kyrian to half shove the wave and then come off to this side here.
Nice little teamwork.
Ah, Moby boots from Lyra, trying to get around the map a little faster. Ouch.
Thought was there, but yeah, Soul Flare, the mantra up Q, doing about 20% to Lyra's HP bar. He heads back towards his top side, didn't actually lose too much in the entire situation. His red was gone, but he's got the Raptors.
Yep.
He's got those Krugs, so he doesn't fall too far behind.
Yeah, he's still ahead in terms of experience and in terms of jungle to clear as well. Only thing that's an issue is his Raptors are now down, and the Raptors from Dignitas are close to respawning, I believe. So if he's in a position to actually pick those up soon, could be good. This is a game of checking the jungle pathing over and over again. Oh, yes. So yeah, the Raptors will be up in a few seconds on the bottom side of the map.
No dragon control just yet. The Scryers bloom over it as Hakuo goes for a bit of the roam. He sees that he's got an opening here with that Vision Ward. As this wave clears, it might be that hook that initiates it, but it seems like it's just going to be for that jungle pressure. See if they can possibly find Chaser here. They know that Hakuo is there. The pings are actually coming in right now.
Have an idea that he's definitely not bottom.
What makes you say that?
He's definitely not bottom. He can't get a gank top. He must be in the river.
And again, we mentioned it before, but it has been such a different lane between Seraph and Someday. Seeing this back and forth with Seraph on Rumble and Someday on Shen was so different.
Yeah, the CS advantage, and you can see Seraph went for, instead of adaptive helm ref, that Tiamat, so you can shove out. And that's just Seraph's style. I love when you see players and you're like, that's different than what's normal, and he just wants to be able to fight, and you can just clearly say, Lyra, sorry, not Lyra, Seraph just wants to be able to push. He doesn't like being under his turret. He likes applying pressure himself. He likes winning that lane back, and look at this.
Chain of Corruption, Pyrian focus of Lod. Lopped up there, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this fight, and Big's forced to flash out, but he takes the exhaust. What an equalizer from the teleporting Sunday! And he's going to start cleaning up the fight. Hakuo going down to the Flame Splitter now, but he may live a double kill for Keen, and there should be the focus resolve and the Soul Flare to pick up another one, but Seraph does get out. They pick up that extra kill, though. 4 down on the side of Envy.
I mean, that's first blood in a fight that ends 4-0 in favor of Dignitas. That teleport was great. The fight setup was something that you were like, okay, maybe they should have capitalized on Big's flash being down earlier, but they get the flash. It's a full-on brawl, a great team fight that you think might go the way of Envy with the team fighters that they have, but really that turnaround there when the TP came through. Nothing had happened before that. A lot of these guys have 100% KP.
And look at, that's what we were looking for. The Rumble, push the wave, teleport first.
Yep, Kyrian gets the ultimate there from Shen, but then comes in, throws down the equalizer. Purion's on top of it, Lyra's on top of it, and they are just wrecking and cleaning up. That is a disgusting teleport location for Someday to come from. Back when Someday was on KT, he had some of the best teleport flanks in the LCK, and it was a question of, okay, you look at the stats, KT actually placed most wards out of any team in the world at that point, back when they were in Worlds in 2015. Someday came over here, TP flanks were a little off. Was it the communication? Was it the fact they weren't placing as many wards? Seems like whatever the issue was, it's been remedied slightly, especially that play right there, where he just came in after pushing that top wave. And you, like we said, they get that bottom turret, you talked about it, you shove Rumble top, push him under the turret, that turret took a lot of damage just from the minions.
Now they can swap it. We have Lot up there to push the wave in. He will get the assistance of Big in just a bit, and this should be taken out. Haku will shield himself up without the minions, though.
Yep.
Take a while. They're going to be very, very scared to try and do that. So top will go down 2 turrets for Dig.
Yep, and that's called a tempo advantage. They just make sure that, hey, you're going to take that bottom turret much slower than we're going to take this top one. Otherwise, it would have been Envy with a better push on the bottom side of the map. They'll get this Drake, but the top side now is a little bit in flux. They lose the top side jungle, the Rift Herald is still on the board, and there's a possibility they go for 2 turrets here, depending on what Dig really want.
Well, Apollo's going to stay bot. As soon as they say see him, words, that might trigger them to go towards this top side. Someday should be able to somewhat 2v1 a situation in front of that turret with Flame Spitter.
Rift Herald.
But yeah, they back off before the objective to come through.
With the Abyssal Voyage into the Rift Herald pit. They can start it up without losing any time. It's nice. Good rotation.
It's going to be Hakuo just on the edge. He only is going to grab vision from this. Ooh, he gets pinged out actually. Keen started to move up very fast. Hakuo stopped in his tracks. And Rift Herald will be picked up. He knows he has a second now, possibly on the escape. He's just trying to see what kind of angle he can grab for vision. Like his tenacity and trying to get in there and continuously see what he can do. Even though that's something in the game. Should use a different word.
Yeah.
2K gold lead, 2.7-ish, 8-ish here for Dignitas. They start to make sure their jungle is safe. Not safe for now. They lose his blue buff, hopefully placing some wards in. Really far walkout here by Lot and Big for having Lyra in the jungle. But they do have Chaser behind them, so a little bit of safety there.
Envy are going to have to look for, honestly, something in this mid part of the game, whether it's just knocking down turrets and rotating, but it's going to be dangerous. Big are ahead, and they have pushing lanes. They also have the rotation power of the Abyssal Voyage that it's on Big to use it correctly. Arrow. Nice flash. Doesn't flash in a line. Give him points for that one, for sure. Happens too often. Up there's the Rift Herald being used. Where's it going to go? It goes to the closest lane at top lane. Doesn't even go through the tri-brush. It just... Is he going to actually just like... Okay. Wow. It's like on a track.
I like that. I never realized Rift Herald has squishy foot sound in the river. Great coding team.
Wait, Apollo's backing off of it because he has no vision on the top side. He's like, wait a second. Look at him just hiding in the bush up there. Like, he has no safety.
So it looks like they are playing this one off the ball. They're going to try to do a 3-man Rift Herald mid with Rift Herald top.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is pull somebody top so that Apollo shows himself, and now they get to siege mid because they know they have a numbers advantage and the Varus couldn't be there in time.
Ugh, the miasma keeping them just outside of turret range, so really this falls flat in the play of going for Rift Herald at 15 minutes.
Yeah. Not a good Rift Herald at all. Disapprove.
Mark it again, 1640. Disapprove Rift Herald. The team, however, that first fight gives them the advantage to make these little things happen. Hopefully for Dignitas, they don't continue to fall flat because Envy will scale up. They have this team. Cassiopeia is going to get quite big, and they'll be able to lock down these fights if they want.
Yeah, Pyrion, man in the mid lane who you're looking for here, has a CS advantage, but he does have to scale. Needs time for his tier to come online and also that Rod of Ages.
Seems to be the name of the game between these two teams. There's Dignitas trying to scale, then Envy takes their own situation to scale here in game 3.
It's been swapping back and forth, like you said. Dignitas trying to scale a little bit game 2, game 1. This time, Envy game 3.
And they put it on Pyrion as well. He did have actually a second pretty good game. First game, red side blind pick Syndra in that first phase. It was taken by Keen's Orianna, so that matchup, Pyrion has definitely been able to kind of right the ship and really get a lead here on Keen. It's been helping out because that was one of the big losing lanes for him.
Yeah, it was a problem at first, but you know, sacrifice some CS early on to go roam in game 2. Game 3 so far up, like you said, but still the kills are going to be big for Keen. And Keen can't really get pushed out of lane. You kind of have to kill him in a fell swoop because of the fact that he has the teleport. But Pyrion just gets time to scale, time to just pick up the CS, and actually doing quite well in that department too. More than 10 per minute. Actually at 11 right now.
See if you can keep blue buffs on him as well. Will be imperative for Pyrion to be another one in this team fight that can basically fire out what would be 80 carry DPS with those fangs. Because it is Pyrion and Apollo to basically do the damage.
Yeah, down bottom, this wave from Lod got pushed in, and they'll actually deal some damage to this turret here.
A few Rangers focus shots.
Yep. Doesn't stay around too long because the wave clear comes in. You don't want to put yourself in risk getting hooked by the Thresh. And Infernal Drake in 30 seconds, so check in the coffers. Nobody really needs to back for anything.
No hot pockets just yet. Maybe after this fight, though, would be a big one. It's about positioning here for Envy. Get it to Pyrion, get it to Apollo. Have the members of Dignitas be in front of those two. Otherwise, Envy's members are a front line in front of those two.
Yeah. Apollo also doesn't have flash, so he's a prime arrow target because you last used the arrow onto him and you saw him flash. So this could be a pick that happens. And he's grouped up with his team, and they're ready to try and look for that Infernal Drake. The area's been claimed by Dignitas, who just want to shove out this bottom side and go back there.
Early scuttle control gives Dignitas the return. Ooh, Lyra takes it in, not seeing the team below on that scuttle shrine. And the fight goes on. Hakuo throws down the box for the disengage. And that will be Seraph going all the way through.
Yeah.
Stand United.
And Someday was just walking down. Didn't have to use his teleport. Had priority in the lane by shoving it up his rumble and then making sure he's in a position to possibly throw down an equalizer.
Good defensive wards here from Envy. Looks like there's some they can protect as well so they don't get routed around here. Someday coming out on that early teleport was gigantic for the first 4 kills of this game. We haven't seen that yet. Or again, I should say.
And I don't think Envy shouldn't be picking those fights.
Yeah.
They're behind. They want to scale. They're waiting for Cassiopeia's items to really ramp up. And I mean, like, kind of rule number 1 of facing a Rumble is you either gank him because he's pushing all the time. Rule number 2, if that doesn't happen, just avoid the mid game. Don't fight him mid game. No team fights mid game.
Fight.
Exactly. Don't give him a dragon fight. Don't give him a mid game fight.
Seems like they're trying to avoid it now. Seraph has stayed top. He's been actually back and forth with Lod and Someday, as the turret has yet to go down again. Seraph will back. Still teleports for both sides are up. That was only Stand United used, as there's a sale on Ruby Crystals for Envy and Pink Quartz for Dig.
Yep. Oh, man. Some people rocking 3 in the inventory as well.
Oh, Chaser. All right, that's the arrow we're talking about. Anything that happens here is kind of Dig gaining map position. Not a kill to come from this here. It might be the pressure mid, but just Hakuo low doesn't do much.
Yeah, Someday grouped with the team as well, so possibility of an equalizer coming out, but you really want the follow-up equalizer or the one where people are routed already and the equalizer comes down. But it's allowing Seraph to push out that bottom wave as Shen.
Ooh. Some good damage. Hakuo will have to think twice about facing Keen if he gets hit with some Qs. They are calling for just an assist over by Hakuo's position. I feel like he wants to go clear, but does not want to do it alone at this point. 226 to 214. Tyrion still needing to stay on top of Keen at 2-0 and 2 now. He cannot fall behind anymore. Feels good on CS. Stave off the kills. It should be good to go once these fights start to happen. If they can get the counter engaged, it's going to be a big thing for Envy.
Yeah, if you can get some big shields in there from Dignitas, though, from Keen, who's got a decent amount of AP now, it could be pretty bad for Envy, who, no, they aren't really multi-target focused or anything like that, or AoE,
right.
But it's really just, if they can't kill these squishy targets on Dignitas, then that shield is going to mean so much.
Really, really will. You have to also think about the denial of Devour.
Oh, looking for Apollo.
Here's the Abyssal Voyage. Gonna also get devoured on that one, but it is a friendly Devour. 3v1 as the Stand United comes in here. 4 members locking it down for Envy as Dignitas thinks to have the upper hand. Big's gonna get dropped now in the Abyssal Voyage to the top lane. There's a Dark One.
And that was great. It looked like it would be one of those Abyssal Voyages that you're like, oh man, they caught him out of position. The Shen ulti comes through. Hakuo is in the vicinity, and then Seraph held his taunt until he had been actually regurgitated so that Laud could get in that taunt as well.
And that is the Shen takeaway this game. That has been for Laud's Twitch these past two. Seraph gets the Shen this time. They're able to use it to save their AD carry and work around the map globally. Remember that teleport still up for Seraph.
And you could tell the Dignitas were getting a little bit frustrated by not being able to make a play with the arrow or the Abyssal Voyage for a while. But But you can't disrespect the Shen and go for something like that.
See again here.
I don't know if he was expecting Chaser to jump in, but Apollo goes in, or sorry, Laud goes in, and he's just ready to jump on Apollo, but he gets rooted up. Chaser comes up too to try and help, but then he spits him out, and boom, double taunt as Lyra jumps in as well onto Laud. And they pick up Big to boot, and that's that bottom lane who tried to make a play, and we've talked about, you know, Dignitas, a lot of it is the top 3 members of the squad, the top 3 members of the map. Bottom lane, they have a lot of the engage in this match. It's up to them to really make the good one.
Yeah, it was really clean engage too from Envy there. You have the one guy running out, but staying in, knowing the Shen ultimate's going to be good enough, and everybody just comes together.
Yeah, a lot of purple in the inventory for Envy.
Oh wow, two helms.
Yeah, the adaptive helm for Lyra as well, just realizing how much value that has against some days Rumble, who he's doing pretty much the best on the team. But also, it'll reduce the Mantra Q if you get hit by the second part by a decent amount as well.
Titanic Hydra on the horizon for Seraph. Be a little more formidable in those side lanes. Be a pest to someday. Big in the team clearing up around Baron. We've seen a lot of these attempts be much more concise from both of these teams. The vision has been cleared. They take it either during a sneak, which we've seen twice already somehow during this. They've been able to rout each other, or it's just a well thought out fight and they're keeping the jungler away. See if we can keep it here in this game, because historically, sometimes things get troublesome around the pit for both of these teams.
Yeah, arrow landing on the Lyra. He'll get Lantern out, but Someday has been roaming up the whole time. Looking for the Rumble play after shoving out bottom. This may just be some damage on the mid turret. And think back, they've chipped this down many times before.
Is it a final?
I don't think so. That grounded effect is going to keep Laud from wanting to walk up. And the Mountain Drake in 18 seconds would be the prize for the chunk on the Lyra.
A little respect towards what Seraph's doing in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, also top side, Apollo's on top. Now you just kind of get control of the Scuttle Crab, bottom side. And now Apollo has to shove top side, come down here. Be safe while he does it as well, unless they're going for a flank engage.
It doesn't reach that turret either. That wave's going to be nice and big if Dignitas can hold these fights, get that to push back out, and make something happen when that wave gets to that second tier top turret for Envy.
Yeah, it's
now it's going to be Dragon.
Really good point that it'll slow push back towards them. Just one of those things that's minutes in the making.
Yep. What's that? What is that? The 6th player on the map? He'll be there soon. That's the lifeline starting to build up right now. Those big waves. And here's another one, right?
Yep.
It's just like, oh yeah, we're fighting around here, but no, we're going to sneak it.
Where's the hawk shot?
There's a assist ping.
There was a blue trinket.
There's the teleport, 4,500 HP. The arrow goes right through, and Envy is forced off of that Baron at this point in time. 27 minutes into the game. Didn't call too much on from Seraph. He still had the split push in the bottom lane along with Someday. Someday's teleport is down, though.
Exactly. Now there's potential for double globals from Seraph. Unanswerable push, or unanswerable globals there. Someday will take the blue buff, but his push isn't really that strong because he's a rumble. So getting to the turret, you don't have to worry too much about it. So I think Envy, you go right back to the scene of the crime. Oh, yeah, okay. You can kill it too. You can kill the blue ward, blue trinket if you want. They really didn't want to do it, I guess. They'll give up the Mountain Drake, and that'll give a faster Baron take to Dignitas. You really want that Mountain Drake if you're Envy, though, because you have the Cassiopeia, and it just is begging for you to get that, to take down that Baron faster. Also, important to note, Someday taking away the blue buff means the Cassiopeia doesn't get the blue buff for the Baron, and it helps so much in that take.
A 1-2 punch in Dragon and mid turret. Going over to Dignitas, and you said as well that blue buff being stolen away. Someday making good use of his time, not being able to teleport anywhere. Make sure he still can stay on the bottom of the map and be a menace. Apollo, about 40 CS up now as he crests 300, first one in the game. As everybody is doing a great job at, I'm not saying not sharing, but staying spread out and getting their carries the items they need to, as we're going to get to a pretty pivotal point in the game here.
Yeah,
Next
very
Baron
close.
fight is going to be scary.
Yeah. It's going to come down a lot to these team fight abilities. What's Pyrion's ultimate look like? What's Apollo's ultimate look like? And once again, Apollo actually has been split pushing so much, and he kind of gets away with this because he has a Shen. He puts himself in really exploitable positions normally where Big could like Abyssal Voyage in, and we saw that, but it's actually put him about a level and a half up over Laud. He was 2 levels up over Laud until Laud caught that wave there, so Apollo still in a really good position. And you think about it from this perspective as well, they're supposed to be down in this game. Envy are down 2,000 gold. Apollo's just been picking up that side farm, up 40 over his lane opponent.
Almost kind of nice. You have that turret up there to feed you. Minions keep coming back even quicker. It's like, no, don't take this top turret, guys. It continues to give me minions. If they're not pushing, don't do it. But that is mid and top. Gold that Envy can quickly pick up if something happens in their favor. We just saw Dignitas kind of snap a strategy real quick. And here, the Baron once again on the plate. But it seems to be the last thing on their mind.
Dignitas had sneaky Barons in game 1.
Yep.
The ones who got away with it twice. And it was actually quite good. When they did the Baron, it was the right startup, and I really think that Dignitas's lack of hesitance to take the Baron when the opportunity presents itself was quite good.
And see how hesitant they are to do it now with the lack of vision on the backside. This is what I was talking about before, is Dig moving much more as a team to make these situations happen.
They killed the Blast Cone too.
Quick chaser hop bounce on the Blast Cone to make sure that is not as of use for Lyra or anybody to make it in.
And these teams are just kind of looking for opportunities constantly, not trying to force anything, just looking. You see one, you go, oh, no, it's passed.
Yep.
No, it's passed.
You just got to stay away from the, oh, down.
Yeah.
And then everybody's like, oh, wait, was it?
It's passed.
It wasn't that one either.
Yep.
Hopefully everybody stays on the same page. That can be a very strenuous thing to go back and forth on, especially when Seraph starts to create side pressure on that wave. Ping's going towards the top side that Apollo needs to re-clear. And we're going to get a bit of a spread thin here for Dignitas. This is when the right choice is imperative. It looks like Lyra is able to draw out arrow as well.
Yeah, that was the arrow from Laud, and that's the pick tool that you're looking out for is Envy. It's a good dodge there from Lyra. Good Lantern from Akuo and the setup to try and get that control ward, but it just regens right up. There's that control ward though from Envy in the back of the pit. That'll actually give them vision because control wards don't disable control wards.
Yep. That's nice of them.
We both have control of this area.
But how much do they want to share Zyrene? Because I feel like it's very little. I feel like that is a
There's only be one
small
winner.
amount.
No sharing here. Protecting that control ward. Hakuo. Oh.
Just missed Baron.
Yeah, he wanted to start it up.
Oh, he didn't.
Yeah, he like gave it a back scratch there.
Get 2 loogies.
Can't unsee.
Toxic. Get it out of there. Bio Warfare. All right. Furion still cleaning up in the mid lane. Actually evened out in CS from Keen now as he has found some solo lanes and farmed to himself here. Somehow 30 minutes into the game. And item spikes are about 3 for each now. So we're getting to that point where it's going to be up to the summoner spells and who can use them best. The regular abilities aren't hitting. Just on the tail end. Looks like we're going to be getting another Baron.
Yep. Hakuo was out of wards, placed his last control ward, and it got cleared. He had to restock all 4, and he had to buy 2 control wards. Hakuo now back in the area because of the Moby boots.
Scrying Orb, full vision of the team. Hakuo knows they can use that. Just quick second to get another ward in. Doing a great job at support.
Yep,
Support's down. That's all you need to do, right?
Yup. Someday hit the point where he now has his Void Staff. Sitting at 25 flat magic penetration and 40% overall magic penetration. So he's not really caring as much about the adaptive helm. He does deal a lot of damage to Seraph now. This takes you to that 3-item point to actually be able to kill the Shen. Look at that, just Envy chilling.
The moment they could get on this side of the map, they create the bushwhack strategy.
Yeah, look at that, just that vision denial here. There's no vision at all for Dignitas in the Baron pit. Someday he'll be able to solo this. Has that Mountain Drake, helps him out a bit. Just takes it right quick.
So now they have basically the entry for Dignitas. If Dignitas is in the pit, they don't see too much, but that entry of Vlad on the back line, what the AD carry is doing and where Keen may be positioned is now knowledge for Envy. Things become a little bit easier at the Baron pit, but Dignitas has put down their own security.
I was like, you know what's going to happen? They're going to start a fight right now. They're trying to outnumber Apollo. He can't reach the Lantern.
Oh, can he get it to walk up the Lantern? Can he flash back onto it? It's going to be the stand united from Seraph, but they already take down Apollo and Hakuo. Seraph now in a 5v1 situation. It's going to be Lyra and Pyrian over at the red buff, but they're just trying to grab the resources before Dig does, and Baron is going to go down.
Dignitas finally found their opening. It was through Apollo constantly shoving the top wave. Sure, he's 2 levels up over Laud, but it's exploitable. I talked about it earlier, and Big eats Someday, brings him up to the top of the Abyssal Voyage. Now they're trying to keep Lyra out of the pit.
It was basically a rinse and repeat. That's the second time Dignitas has activated that strategy. This time they had a little bit more vision when they did it. They come out on top. Lyra rather can't even get himself into a good spot to try and smite. Locked into the fight, Flash is down, and so is he for 45 seconds.
And Big has been coming up big.
See it again right here.
This is exactly what you should do when that AD carry split pushing. But watch this, the arrow hits. Now Hakuo is also dead to rights. You can't take that Lantern or else you're just taking it into the enemy team with Taser there as well. Definitely caught out of position there, and a great punish. Sure, the Shen is on the other side of the map, but you just got your Rumble, a great way to enter the fight with the use of the Abyssal Voyage.
All of these wards being placed, but unprotected.
Splitting 80 carries, but Laud saw that one coming with all of the wards that they had. And now, Dignitas get to go for a little bit more of that grouping and fighting and looking for the equalizers here. I expect them to group as 5 and try to make plays with this Baron buff.
Someday. Looking for a fight with the rest of the team with teleport down. They start to head down mid lane, pushing that wave in to focus bot.
And Seraph has no global for 10 more seconds here. Don't think that anything will start right
Chaser
then.
getting just that. He's going to turn back on the fight. Sunday's next to him, gets that empowered Bola down, and they get Lyra down. He just came back up from the 45 seconds. Now it's another 50.
And you're sitting there like, can he get to the Lantern? Can he touch the Lantern? No bueno, can't do it. And now they just push down the bottom side.
They're going to be going for this next inhibitor turret. Second tier in mid, second tier in top. Still up. You can see how fast they are accelerating this game right now after that 30-minute Baron mark. And they are just crushing down the inhibitor. other lanes to work after this now, and Dignitas backs up to come back for mid.
Yep. They still have a decent amount of time on this Baron buff, minute and 30 seconds. Killed Lyra, forced out rest of the team to give up that bottom inhibitor. Blastcone's still trolly, but now they'll pick up this mid wave, push to the tier 2. They don't really have to back. Nobody's in bad shape at all.
It's so scary too because you're 4v5. You lose one, then you're 4v5 again. Lyra just can't back up. You can't get yourself into that cycle. And great shots from Lod on the left side with the team help. Envy knows they can't really engage. Not just engage, but engage.
Yeah.
Of course.
The hard engage?
There you go. 405 CS now for Apollo as he's breaking another mark.
Yeah, someday Lod chilling off on the side, maybe looking for an arrow, but Chaser's on the top. Seraph has ulti as well. Don't feel like you make a play here if you're Dignitas. Feel like you back, you reset, wait for that equalizer to come back, wait for bottom wave to shove out, and you go for top mid.
You go for the Elder.
Yeah, you go for top mid for the next minute, and then you can go for Elder.
Walk all over his lawn, he hates that.
I just imagine a dragon with a cane. Come down. Out of my river! Oh, the Elder. I never actually thought of it that way.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Only comes out after 36 minutes. You really just got to make it, man.
He's got a lot of tolerance until that point. And he just through with all of you guys.
Oh, another voyage here. We'll see how far they go on this one.
Arrow?
The seas are rough. They can't seem to get the initiation that they want. Lantern out. The dark passage to the light for Lyra. And that would have, he has gone down so consecutively recently that that would have really been bad.
Oh yeah, they were just constantly beating him into the ground. But you're really just waiting on that damage, waiting on Pyrian to do a lot of damage. Where's the Void Staff? It's coming in later.
He's got good survivability in the Rod of Ages. There's Embrace.
Banshee's Veil.
Banshee's Veil. This turret's about to go down now. And they do finally get it. The last caster Winion with a shot. So Dignitas living on this blue side now. Interesting with that inhibitor being down towards that side. Letting Someday push top. They're really just kind of splitting their pressure more and more. So that's what the result they get out of Envy is split as well.
Yep.
What do we got here? 0 deaths defied so far by Lod. Hasn't had a chance to use that Phantom Dancer too much. We'll see if it keeps him alive and keep track of that. A little fun thing to do throughout the game. And Dignitas owning basically everything their side to the base of Envy. Going to make it difficult for any blues or reds. Blues mostly for Pyrian as well to keep these sieges stopped and the fights won.
Yeah. You're waiting for Pyrian to deal a lot of damage. Level 18 for both him and Apollo. Lod just hitting 17 himself, so was 2 levels down. But now you have Hakuo sitting level 12. Those 2 levels that Lod was down, funneled into big. So support actually a bit ahead now. Doesn't mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but looking at the way the map is being played, this Elder Dragon.
So angry.
Yeah.
Looks like they are going to back off. Just taunting.
He hasn't had his nap.
Here we go, back down to the Dragon. They're going to have a little vision control here. And a gigantic wave heading to the base.
Yeah, gigantic wave. The bottom side that was going into the turrets. They see Apollo trying to clear it out. How are they going to start this?
All right, Lyra gets
Lyra's got to get
over.
in if he wants to steal.
Lyra does
2K.
not have, or he does.
Now they fight.
Not a word we use for a moment. He does not to. Lyra with the stand united on himself. Stunned is going to be Pyrian. Can't get in. Flashes to hit Lod. Only gets us back. Not going to stun him up. And now they are continuously just on to Big. Take him down, and it looks like Envy staves off the fight for just a bit.
Yeah. Someday actually channeled his teleport right in front of Seraph. Seraph just interrupts it, and then he shows up to the fight. So Someday actually really bad usage of his teleport.
Do get Elder. Hopefully be able to push a little bit more into this. A good arrow from Lod actually staved off a lot of damage from Pyrian in that fight. Summoners are down, however. Coming into the next fight that happens like that, it's going to be very scary for the AD carries.
Yep. It's going to be
Apollo catches up. So.
Yeah, you do have to, think about Big on the Tom Kench saving him, though. So can use his own flash to
Very
reposition
true.
the Ashe. One of the things you have to consider when you pick that Thresh, that mid lane Karma flex, catching him off guard a bit.
Finishing touches here. Dignitas now really having to fight for this position at Baron.
Whoa.
Almost taking down Lyra immediately. And you
Yeah.
can see Envy in those movements a little lax with what can be happening on the map. They don't own any path.
Yeah, they don't have vision, they don't own any path, and this is just becoming really brutal. It's a almost a 10,000 gold advantage. Elder Dragon's on for a few more seconds here. It's over halfway done. So Envy have to push out mid, not die, and then push out bottom, not die, and don't let Baron go over. But they're gonna try to get him. Oh my god, Keen is gone!
Keen got absolutely deleted. 60 seconds on the clock. Bot lane getting a big push. No, the teleport in. Baron is going to be stopped here by Envy. Dignitas is trying to route themselves out of the fight as now Envy coming up the river, and they are going to position for Baron.
They got the teleport out of Seraph. Keen has teleport, so you kind of have to do something in the next 40 seconds if you are going to do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Envy can. Lyra is low, and that's super risky, but they might blow this up. They might try to go right in there someday. They have anything to say about it. It spots him. They're just stalling. 25 seconds on Keen, who has TP. And Keen was caught out by Apollo, flashing and using his ultimate. So they know the AD carry, low mobility right now. Now they got to reset, but that gives Dignitas a chance to go to the Baron.
Tons of pings going down.
Yep.
Musical pings right now from everybody. Hopefully they are ready to take the fight. They are pinging
There's
for.
TP from Keen. They're going in. Lyra can see it. It's got 6,000. They're slowing the damage. Saying slow and steady or don't even do it.
Yeah, they're going to back off already. 2,300 HP onto Chaser. He's trying to heal himself up just a little bit more to get to max. Nice equalizer to start things off. Team split, though, as they were trying to go for the 1-2 punch there, and then the finisher. Keen would have been able to get some big damage in with the rest of the team. So that even slows things down now for Dignitas, not having their surefire engage from the arrow.
Yep.
Should come up quick.
And this game, it's getting to that point more and more where it's just going to come down to execution. We're approaching 6 items on a lot of these players. And that advantage that Dignitas has is up against that ceiling. You can't get more than what they have on somebody like Someday. Whereas Seraph still has room to grow, and then this means less and less in terms of the gold lead. We're at that point again.
We are. It has reached the Ward Wars. What will happen, Zyrene?
Ward War 3?
Ward. Wow. Looks like Baron's going to be part of this one.
Hadn't killed it yet. There we go.
It's the anticipation. It's mounting. Ooh. They're going to get a hook around here. Will they be able to route the team? Period. Just thought he was going to get hit by Someday first as he went around the Banshee's Veil, keeping him safe if anything were able to hit him first.
This is just pushing mid and trying to go back to Baron to clear the control ward. The ward wars are literally just shove out mid, now go put wards down. Shove out mid again. There's the arrow. It hit Apollo.
There's the cleanse.
Yep, got the Mikhail's Crucible. Hey.
Progress. Got the bot lane going down. Seraph's going to keep pushing. They're going to call for the Baron attempt now from Dignitas to take the 4v5. That's going to be the
So much
teleport
damage,
in.
though, from the
Seraph now
Cassio.
coming in. Pyrian gets the Cassio.
He went in.
Cassio, that's Lot taking damage. Cleanse for him. Apollo
Someday?
taking more. Someday coming in. That's going to be the Zanyas. Haku will focus as well as Apollo. Seraph on the front line. That is going to be Someday going down. Seraph now able to Rangers focus. One more shot. Keen picks up the kill. They're going to start wiping down Envy here. And Keen has enough mana to keep doing work.
Look at
but
those
he's
health
got to
bars.
be careful.
Everybody's so low on Envy as they exit that fight. Someday's equalizer and Q was good, but it wasn't good enough. Pyrian with the flash forward and the ultimate to try and turn things around. He does so much damage now. We were waiting for the Void Staff to come in. It's online. The Cassiopeia is going to start turning this game around.
These games have been all about scaling. Dignitas's comps, they built. Now Envy builds a scaling comp for themselves. About to be contested at Baron. 700 HP. Lyra picks it up. Envy with back to the walls finally could have lane control in this game, but still cannot make a mistake.
I was saying it right before. It means less and less with this gold lead. It's all about how you play it. Big got caught, grounded, can't get out, picked up. Pyrion does so much damage now, and then the ultimate separating Laud and Keen to the left side, and then on the right side, Someday goes in, Chaser goes in, and they go down as well, and it only costs them Seraph on the back of this.
Let's see how fast Envy moves with this now. There's no time to rest.
I mean, they have a split-pushing Shen with Baron buff now, so they are in a fantastic spot. And look at this. This damage, it's mostly Someday, but then Keen on this Karma is just not able to do a whole lot except support his carries in these fights. It's one of the drawbacks of the mid lane Karma is the cooldown on her Q is so long, and you have to get those rotations. You have to make every skill shot count in it.
Slow movements now from Dignitas as they have had all the time in the world to play on Envy's side of the field. They were at inhibitor turrets, doing damage to that inhibitor, and now Fear moving across the river against this Baroned up Envy team. Envy now finally placing forward wards in to make some moves. A possibility of a fight here, but Keen backs off quick.
Yeah, this Baron actually probably gets Envy back to even or above. They'll take this turret. They have a push on the top side. They'll take that turret, that tier 2. And they have turrets to take. There's 3 to 7 right now. You just have to walk up, avoid arrows, and they have the Mikhail's Crucible as well.
He'll get it with this siege minion.
Yeah, just protect it, put your body in front of it. Now Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Someday as well. Making sure that he slows him down. There they go. Now it's only an 800 gold difference between these two teams. When it was, we were looking at an almost 10,000 gold advantage for Dignitas during the mid game.
Props to Envy for weathering the storm, making the right moves, being able to, obviously the wrong moves when Lyra went down, but stopping that from being any more of a snowball from Dignitas. A lot of back and forth from each team, and I'm sure they're learning a lot here in this first game, or I'm sorry, third game of their first series of the Summer Split.
Yeah, and Dignitas, they've gotten a few Barons, and an Elder Dragon has already gone down and is about to respawn in this game, as they are now neck and neck in gold.
2,000 gold in the hands of Pyrion and Apollo. 2,300 actually. 3,500 for Seraph. He sold and rebought. I was like, where did that come from? You taking out loans?
Like, give me that Knight's Vow, baby. Let's go. This is the late game dream. Keep somebody else alive.
I looked up the chart and I was like, what?
Yeah, now Seraph is going to be trying to keep alive his carries here. Apollo has the one. Knight has the Knight's Vow on him from Seraph. Not Pyrion, just trying to keep his 80 carry alive. And this is just, this whole match, like, getting that one in that win category is just a team fight away for both of these teams.
It's 3 hours worth of work, son.
Uh-huh.
Here we go. And this one might be an hour itself. 10-7, as you said, the gold finally evened up. And it's a 5v5 looking at each other. Shen only on the top side here. This is either a fight or they're just going to decide to guard it.
Yeah, Elder Dragon, 10 seconds. Hawk shot, one of them used there from Laud. 15 seconds on his next one. And that's just mid lane priority. But top side, Seraph banging on that top base, getting in there.
And they're going to route back around.
Well, they're going to start Elder Dragon. You start it here. You try to get the Shen to come in.
Holy
Look at that.
moly.
And it's down, and
Elder's
there's the arrow.
gone. Which way do they go? If they win the fight, they go straight to the base.
Pyrion got a great stun.
Pyrion hits that. Petrifying Gaze locks up Dig, so they have to do 2 thoughts. Second thought coming into this one. Apollo getting chomped up. Does he get devoured? Flashes forward. Still has shots from the back line. Apollo safe for the rest of the team. Just creating a squad of defense. Someday TPing in from the top side. And now they're going to start melting down Envy. The follow-up from the rest of the team as Envy was trying to figure out where Someday came from, how to do it. Do they reassess the fight well enough? Hakuo with the hit, but Seraph does not have the damage. and Dignitas comes up huge.
What is going on in that fight? The Elder Dragon goes down so fast to the damage of Dignitas. They get it, and then the fight afterwards is just absolute insanity. Someday literally TPs mid-fight to get himself in the middle of the lane.
They're going to be on the Nexus turrets. Dignitas with the lead, but letting Envy back into this game. Very scary towards the end. The final shots on the Nexus. 2-1. Dignitas take down Envy.
Dignitas, they improve on where they were in terms of communication. The game was hectic. It almost got completely away from them, but they're able to take down Envy, a team that was looking like they could be giant killers. But the 10th place team starts off with a loss at the beginning of summer.
As I said, both teams tested basically to the max here as we almost reach an hour long in our third game. A one-to-one back and forth in two extremely different games. Flopsided. Flopsided, if you will.
Flopsided.
Flopsided. One for Dignitas, one way in the favor of Envy, and then an all-out slugfest in game 3.
Yeah, crazy game 3, 52 minutes long. It came down to those decisions that you make in those tiny seconds. Someday, actually getting a TP flank mid-fight to the middle of the lane was crazy to reposition him to try and get a better part of that fight, better entrance to the back line. Whereas you're looking at things like the arrow landing as the dragon's going down, the call to even get that dragon. Dignitas definitely seemed more comfortable around baiting objectives than last split. So there's definitely been an increase in whatever they're doing to set those things up.
It really is. We saw much more teamwork in setting those things up. I think is one of the big things that comes to mind for me is that we saw a lot of them moving with Big now. He's making those calls. Those Barons aren't happening unless they have 360 vision on that Baron now. And if they don't, it's very slow for them to move in, and they actually work themselves around the Baron pit, so they actually just push the other team off, and then they face each other side by side.
Exactly. It's all about that mid-priority, pushing that out, making sure that you can get to Baron first. If you don't have vision of Baron, then you push out mid, and then you come in, because if they are actually just baiting it, you can keep pushing down mid, maybe go for more turrets, etc. But the Hawk shot helped out a whole bunch from the Ashe there from Laud to make sure that every time you lost mid-priority, you can push it up and throw a Hawk shot there. You didn't have the same luxury as Envy. So what happened was they tried to push that back, and then Dignitas was like, psych, we are actually doing the Elder Dragon faster than you'd be able to push out mid and check it. And they were just taking it so quickly. I like the arrow as well to prevent any type of steal coming through. So overall, just Dignitas in those final few moments were really quite good.
Absolutely. And I was pretty surprised as well with Cop as the coach. We know this guy to be very versatile in Champion Select. We saw two almost the same compositions from game 1 and 2, but then obviously Cop knows, changed it up. They got that Thresh out of there and actually went over to the other side. They were able to utilize the Karma very well for Big instead.
We were looking at the previous compositions being like, okay, the Rengar can jump in and like make plays with the Shen, but okay, how do we force a lead? How do we force an advantage to go further if we don't have the Rengar, if we have Graves instead? And they were like, okay, well, let's take mid-game fighters of Rumble, and then let's take an Abyssal Voyage, an Arrow. Let's just throw things that can start fights if they had an advantage. They got an advantage, but then they ended up having to bait a lot of objectives instead of going for those picks because they weren't really working out, and the Shen was countering a whole bunch.
At least they have that spot where they can go back, start from, kind of look from there. For more on that series, let's send it down to Captain Flowers, who's standing by for an interview with Team Dignitas' newest member.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with the newest player on the Dignitas squad, Big. Now, the first thing I got to ask you, how did you guys feel at the end of that third game? Because things were looking a little bit shaky as Envy was scaling up, and then you win the fight, you go for the win. Walk me through what was going through your minds during that.
Well, what was going through my mind personally was like, I hope I don't die again. And I hope I actually like save Ben and save anyone really. And just tanking all I can.
A support player through and through, not concerned about himself, but about his teammates' well-being. And speaking of the team, the newest guy on the squad, you're the one joining this roster with the rest of them returning. How has that adaptation process been for you? What's it been like getting used to working with this team and playing with these guys?
Well, at first it was really intimidating because, there's 3 Koreans on the team. And usually from what I hear, Koreans are buddy-buddy with each other. But I think I integrated really well because they were just really nice to me. And the whole team is like really, I would say family-like. So it's just really, really nice and easy.
That sounds like a fantastic team environment, quite honestly. Who would not want to be in an environment that's so welcoming and supportive like that? Now, coming off to a 1-0 start after your first series has got to feel great. What are the plans for Dignitas to stay on track this split and make sure that you guys finish strong and keep this momentum going after this nice sprint out of the starting line?
Well, I think we just need to stick to our plans because game 2, we had a plan going through, and then we just threw it off the table and picked ban. So it's pretty much like we almost threw the series off that.
All right, sticking with the plan, obviously very important. One last question, a more specific question. You guys up against FlyQuest in your second series of the week tomorrow. Any specific thoughts, specific plans, without giving away any secrets, of course, going into that one, or any preparations that you guys are going through? What do you think about that match?
I think it's going to be pretty challenging, but I think all our players are better than their players in their respective roles. It's just if we could come down to being a team or not.
All right, there you have it. Should be a good matchup tomorrow for Dignitas versus FlyQuest. Once again, congratulations to you, Big, and the entire Dignitas squad for finding the win today. And now we're going to throw things over to the analyst desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Big there, the newest addition to the Dignitas roster, always touted as one of the more vocal players in the North American LCS. And I think as he speaks about for that squad, the challenge will be sticking to their plans and executing on the strategies that they've, put together coming into the week. That'll be one of their biggest challenges, but also one of their greatest areas of gain, at least as a roster. And him being a vocal member is going to be a large part in making that happen.
Yeah, he talked about having a team with 3 Koreans on it, sometimes being a little cliquey outside the game. The bigger struggle, of course, is when you get inside the game, making sure that they understand the plan and they're on the same page with you. And then executing it itself is a whole different story, and knowing that this is the exact time you want to go.
And I think with that in mind, if we look at this 3-game series as a whole, within each skirmish, within each play executed by Dignitas, you can see clear intent. Of course, there is plenty of room for cleanliness around the execution and making sure that, hey, every fight we take is a one fight once we've established advantages instead of taking more, 50-50s and 60-40 opportunities. I can at least say where in the past we've seen a lot of our lower tier teams, struggling teams in development, is in their ability to close out games. There's very clear directive throughout the game from this squad in terms of making plays.
Right, we saw game 1, they forced a lot around Baron. Sometimes a little risky. Lyra was in range to kind of flash steal, though they did have decent control, making it difficult for him to get involved. Here in game 3, they tried to use that Tom Kench global transportation to pick off Apollo in the side lanes. Sometimes worked, sometimes didn't.
And with that, going back to the whole discussion around having, the mixed language teams, having the 3 Koreans and making sure the communication is on point, a lot of times where we see that fall apart is in early game skirmishes when you're relying on TPs and quick reaction times around that communication. And in fact, 11 minutes in, Dignitas is the one that comes out on top of a team fight 4-0 in the river.
Right, I mean, we talk about Someday being the best teleporter in the LCK. It can be a little hard to translate that to the North American stage when you're not all on the same page, but here gets an excellent TP flank, drops the ultimate to cut down, slow people off so that his rest of his team can chase down while also getting a lot of damage. He's able to burn multiple members and set his team up for this really, really early 4-0 that brought the game completely in their favor. And it was kind of surprising because we're used to Envy being that early game team. Lyra's back on Lee Sin. You think he's going to go crazy, but they didn't find any advantages prior to that team fight.
Right.
So when Dig is able to find such a great flank, they take complete control of the early game, and Envy is not in their comfortable area.
And what I love from there is that it's clear from that point onward in the game, they understand what their win conditions are, right? What are the abilities and cooldowns that we need to play around in terms of extending our objectives? Again, or advantages, rather. Again, they don't always capitalize on them. Those skill shots don't always hit, and that's okay. The point is that they understand this is the sequence of events that must occur in order for us to extend our advantages.
Right, you saw that in the top side the first time that they used the Tom Kench ultimate to try and pick off Apollo. That one went a little off because they transported the Ashe with them, and then he held the ultimate trying to bait out the juke. The second time they look for it, they bring the Rumble in and just snipe Apollo with the Ashe arrow, and he's able to drop the Rumble equalizer right on top, and Apollo really doesn't have anywhere to go. She can't get away from a Rumble who does a lot more damage through the Shen shield than an Ashe could. So this time around, this global play works out, able to get a couple pickoffs here, and that opens up the Baron, which really brought the game into Dignitas' favor before they started struggling again.
And what I love about that is a low-risk play, right? With the vision that they had, with the numbers advantage that they have, it's a low-risk play. Hey, the arrow misses and he clicks the lantern, oh well, he gets away, whatever. But as soon as it hits, everyone's there following up on the call as it was made. And because it all happens in an instant, they do secure multiple kills, a big advantage on the back end of that. I want to fast forward now to the final fight of the game, 51-30, because this is our point. There were still moments where Envy finds their way back into the game, and we want to see Dignitas be cleaner in their execution, but they do scrape it all together here in the final fight.
It's largely due to the fact that they get the Elder Dragon burn. We saw a late game team fight already go in the favor of Envy. They have the Cassiopeia who does a ton of damage late game. And then now with this Elder Dragon burn, they can chase down the team fight. Great teleport here, coming into the backline by Someday once again, burning down multiple members, has the Zanya to be safe. Flashes the hook, able to keep getting damage down. Tom Kench now brings in the global, slowing the backline down for a second time, allowing the rest of Dignitas to chase through and start cleaning up the rest of these kills. Still gets a little dicey at the end. You see, this is why it's so important to have that Elder Dragon burn, because without that, they might lose this fight again.
Exactly, and this is where we say this game probably could have ended 10 minutes sooner if everything's played correctly from the point in which they have an advantage, but even still, it's nice to see that they do come away with the victory, given the fact that they built up those advantages and did understand their win conditions. Player of the game going to Someday, as was mentioned both in the first replay where he TPs in, has an incredible rumble ult, and even there showing mechanical prowess in the late game team fights.
Definitely one of the most important factors for Dignitas, being on that carry rumble, getting his own leads, making the big TP plays. A little bit of a head tap to Big. First game for Dignitas coming up pretty huge with Tom Kench, and in the first couple games with the Thresh pick as well.
And that's where I'm going to be really curious to see Dignitas grow throughout the split, is how does he, as a vocal member, slot into the team and continue to be a leader from the support position in terms of helping their growth strategically and not just individually.
I think it's a good meta for him as well, given the fact that if you're stuck on the Lulu Karma, sure, you can do the shot calling, but it's not quite all up to you to really pull the trigger. Now, if you're playing things like Thresh, Rakan, Tom Kench, all of them can kind of have their own go button.
Right, I get to say go, but I also get to throw the skill. That makes us go. Now, before we wrap up our day, let's go ahead and pull up the standings. CLG, they're going to end their weekend at 2-0, while TSM, Echo Fox, and Team Dignitas look to copy that record with their upcoming matches. We'll see who can make their Week 1 dreams come true with our games tomorrow. Coverage kicks off on NALCS1 with Immortals versus TSM, then FlyQuest take to the battle arena against Team Dignitas. Over on NALCS 2, Phoenix 1 hope to get their first win of the split against Team Envy, and after that, Team Liquid aim to take down Echo Fox in the Battle Theater. Any particular matchup tomorrow that you're looking at? Of course, we're so early on into the season, it's not so much about standings and beating those above you. It's what kind of matchups are you most excited for?
I think the one for me is TSM versus Immortals. We heard the fact that Doublelift was saying, Immortals bot lane's actually not that bad. He thinks they can still smash it. How will Immortals actually stack up now with this kind of new look where they're focused more on playing control and set team plays versus the very scrappy, aggressive style that we saw last season with Dardoch at the helm?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting look at that trade. We go back to it over and over, but, when we were looking at it as, hey, CLG got the better of his deal with the big playmaker in Dardoch, I think a lot of people undervalued the consistency of Xmithie and his willingness to play the supportive position. Again, there's a finite number of resources on the map in terms of League of Legends.
And Dardoch used to take a lot of them in terms of what the team needs to follow up with him on. Now, Smithie's more of a setup tool for other people to get their own leads. And after, beating Phoenix 1 yesterday, seeing how much improvement they can actually make in this season is huge. Going up against TSM now, they have a tough first week.
I was going to say, it's a very tough first week. Tall order to see if they can come away with a 2-0, but we'll see if they can do it. For now, though, we've got to say goodnight to you. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
I wanted to see.
We begin our day with a battle between Canalogic Gaming and Team Liquid. One more in, Fox is over, but a great bot ultimate might save Darshine, and it will.
He actually parried the bar.
Oh,
Just gonna get a kill.
Afro gets the stun, portal through the wall, and takes down Lolo.
I got the both the flash. Oh, it's fucking nuts.
Hell yeah, Zach, let's go.
Oh, we gotta jump, we gotta jump. Look.
Oh,
Nice. Good job, Christian, good job. Back.
I'm waving down. Trapping
back.
At least no flash, no flash.
Yeah, we can go. Oh, keep going.
Yeah, we can end.
No press, you
Actually,
can
we can end. Yeah, end.
Next is down to 1/4 HP. Looper jumping right back in the fight. Fire keeps some time, and FlyQuest holds. Rocket will go for the end of the game. Echo Fox trying to end. The Nexus has regenerated. They're going for that backline blitz, and Echo Fox find the win.
Look at that. Shockwave on Pyrian and Seraph coming in. Will Envy be able to retaliate? Apollo's on the outside firing in, but he is just chipping away at the brick wall. Big's forced to flash out, but he takes the exhaust. What an equalizer from the teleporting Sunday. And he's going to start cleaning up the fight.
Let's take a moment to unveil the newest banner to the Battle Arena and recognize our Spring Split champions. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM!
Now he doesn't have flash to get out of this.
Goes pop, level 4 for the move to another one contract on a 300 HP. The flash follow for Bjergsen, first blood.
Carefully. He's guys.
Look at Lee.
Kai. Okay, kill Lee and run. Kill Lee and run.
Look at top.
They don't have
They have spite.
Finish it.
Contracts is dead. The fight continues on the backside. Smoothie forced to run away. They're going for the steal. And it gets picked up by Bjergsen. Down goes Sneaky. Down goes Smoothie. His contract's left alive. But there's no base left to defend. The minions are here. And TSM going to return to the LCS with a 2-0 victory.